Right, it's just gone 9 o'clock. Welcome everybody. We'll commence. We'll open this first day of our hearings into the long-term plan. Thank you everyone for being here this morning. I want to acknowledge members of the public who are presenting. I'll ask Councillor Lachlan to start with a karakia, please. Need to.
Kia ora. Karakia timatanga. Tue ki te mauri o te whenua, tue ki te mana o te tangata, tue ki te pono, te aroha, kia piki, kia eke, ki te taumata, ui e taho.
Thank you. We have a number of apologies. I will move. Mayor David is unable to be here. Councillor Karen Fletcher, Councillor Yvonne Westerman, and Councillor Rachel Shepherd for lateness. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Park, all in favour? Thank you. Yes. Are there any conflicts of interest pertaining to the agenda items today? And it's a very long agenda.
Mr. Chairperson, I always try to represent. Yeah.
Is this a statement of a conflict of interest, or is this a statement you wish to make other than that? Because if it is, don't.
Well, I always try to represent the best interests of the constituents, and I look forward to the day when doing so doesn't ever feel like it is a conflict of interest at this council table.
Let's make it really clear right from the start. If I ask someone not to do something, don't. If you're asked to do something, do. All right? And then we'll get on very well. Thank you. There's a resolution we need to put to the meeting. But yes, Councillor Lachlan.
Note that the Bishop of the Taupō Māori Trust Board, which I'm a trustee on, from Kopa, which I'm also connected to as well, but otherwise nothing material in terms of any conflicts for myself. Thank you.
Thank you. There is an agenda item, a motion we need to put to the table. So we go to that. Councillor Greenside.
Yes, Councillor Taylor, there's a submission from Councillors Freedom Rights. In my role as trustee of the holder.
Thank you. Anything else? So there's a we're still with an echo here. Look, today has the potential of being a particularly long day, so there is a resolution on the screen. The 2 points to that. Just by way of clarification, in relation to point 2, I'm not going to have everyone sitting here endlessly before we have a break. If we need a break, then I'm happy to call it, but this is just a formality at the beginning of our session. Happy to move, thank you. Seconder, Mr. Shepherd, all in favour? Aye. All right, thank you. Right. Before I invite Kendall to take charge, I want to acknowledge all of the council staff who have worked tirelessly over the last several weeks, and there are several teams. I'm not going to name any individuals or any individual team. We'll save that for later. But suffice to say, this has been a monumental effort, not the least of which is because we had to start again, courtesy of Three Waters infrastructure being brought back into the long-term plan. So I just want to acknowledge publicly the council staff who have worked enormous hours and done an incredible job to get us to where we are today, or should I say this week, because it isn't going to finish today. So just the first of what's going to be a very long week for us. So thank you for that. I'd now invite Kendall to introduce the item we have and begin the day's activities. Kendall and Nick, welcome.
So good morning, everyone. Today is the first day of a long week. Today is our first day of hearings, and tomorrow we will be in Turangi for our second day. The purpose of today and tomorrow is to listen to those submitters that have asked to speak to their submissions. It's important that we listen to those and make sure that if there are areas where you seek clarification, it is okay to ask questions. Before today, we have circulated a series of reports that have our officer advice. This is just advice, and we expect that during the proceeding of these hearings that some of that advice may change, and that will be put on the table later in the week when you start to deliberate the issues of the long-term plan. Again, this is just advice. It doesn't predetermine any of your discussions that are going to happen throughout the week. And again, there's a lot to get through. I know you have seen the deliberation schedule and the hearing schedule, so it is a big week. And we have provided both a hearing schedule and a deliberation schedule that will hopefully help guide you through the next 4 to 5 days and keep you on time. The only last thing that we need to do before you all can start hearing our submitters here in the room today is to accept the submissions, and also we did have 4 late submissions, so those also need to be accepted. That is items 1 and 2 of the recommendations on the covering report that was circulated last week. Yes, please.
This is the recommendation motion before us. Can I have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Second that, Councillor Rankin. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you.
Okay, well, we will hand over to our first submitter.
Before we do, a couple of quick comments from me. You got any other comments you want to make, Kendall? No. Thank you. Just by way of introduction to, excuse me, the hearings, the emphasis, and I'm more addressing my colleagues here, but the emphasis here is on hearing. We're here to receive. So for those who are presenting, you may be asked questions, but it will only be in terms of clarification of what you have presented. This is not an inquisition. This is us to receive information. So if we're really clear on that, it'll ease the day going forward. And in terms of process, each speaker will have 5 minutes. Well, then the bell will sound. And then we'll have some follow-up, any questions or clarification from elected members around the table. So we're not calling time on anything other than your speaking. So thank you for that. How's Nicole? Okay, so we'll hand over to Kendall and Nicole to introduce the speakers. So Nicole is going to be our musterer, for want of a better word. Thank you.
First submitter, Alina Mendes-Gray. Page 345. It's my colleague. Yeah. Is it, you just click on
Sorry. Hi, my name is Elena. This is my daughter Sophia. We are both residents out Wairake Village and been living there for quite some time. It has been an absolute delight living there for the past 10, almost 15 years now, and watching the village change and reconnect with its residents. Now, a big problem that we do have, especially now that my children are getting older and starting to move around a little bit more freely, is that we have a beautiful town centre. We've got beautiful recreational areas around Wairake Village, but we don't have any safe way to actually access them, except driving there. So Wairake Village was obviously built prehistoric to a lot of our beautiful new development areas that we have in Taupo now. And with it came infrastructure that obviously was suitable at the time, but it's not really suitable these days anymore. So what we are really putting forward is to have our beautiful village reconnected to the rest of Taupo so that we can access the beautiful bike and walkways that we have surrounding Taupo without actually having to jump in the car first and driving there. For us to watch our children, our residents, ourselves, use the access to Taupo without being worried that potentially our children or teenagers are being run over by a car on two main state highways that are coming over. My son made a little submission as well that he would like to present to you, which you should be seeing on the screen. Oh, let's have a look. There we go. I've got some.
Taupo, I live in Wairake Village. Kia ora whānau, my name is Maui from Taupo. I live in Wairake Village and it's real peaceful, not much cars come around, we get to play around, but we have one problem around here. We have a road that leads into Wairake Village and we need a pathway straight through a fence to go to a beautiful forest that we can run around and explore. So we were asking you if you can rearrange that and maybe make us a pathway so all our whānau in Wairake Village can have a run around in the forest.
Now, obviously, we are a family with different age children and we have different interests and different needs for a accessible pathway and pedestrian crossing. My son, who is becoming a teenager, is obviously interested to start moving a bit freely by himself. Now, my daughter, she is a student at Wairake Primary, and Wairake Primary works really, really hard on gaining and retrieving their resources in order to enable outdoor activities for their children. Yet, if they want to do a trip to Aratiatia Dam, which is right at our doorstep, they need to arrange buses to cart children there to start walking these beautiful walking tracks, which is unfortunately not a very good use of the resources that could be used for other things. If there was a proper pedestrian access for all these children to access. So you see, I'm standing here as myself, but I'm also standing here as a representation of my children, our elderly in the village, young people, and Wairake Primary who would love to not be so roadblocked and isolated from our village. Sophia, would you like to say something? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And when you get home, thank your son. Also, when he finishes school today. Thank him very much for your presentation. So, we'll come back. Questions?
Yes, sure.
Yes, thank you. And firstly, Elena and Sophia, thanks for coming today, and thank you for giving me such a background of Wairake Village and giving me perspective of your issues out there. In regards to access to the likes of Aratiatia Dam and whatnot, and we're all aware it's a state highway, so it'll take a number of partners to get any work done. Have you approached the NZTA at all? Or
yes, I have been spending a number of years now trying to find out the responsibilities of such an access and come across some difficulties of the council responsibility actually finishing at the Wairake roundabout, and after that it becoming a NZTA or Waka-kotahi responsibility. I have not had any suitable replies as on who to contact. So as a result of that, a contact was made with Taupō Council, and I've met with Anna a couple of years ago now. And as a result of that, we have managed to build a community group within Wairake Village to actually start highlighting the issues that we are experiencing within the village, who will also be presenting later on this afternoon. This is a matter that's very dear to me, which is there's a couple other matters that will be presented later on this afternoon. But no, unfortunately, I haven't had any replies or suitable contacts with Waka-kotahi to relay this further. So having council representation or council power behind it to actually have things move along would be absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Oh, so is your main issue to just get across State Highway 5 towards the road to Aotearoa?
Either or, correct. Either across State Highway 5 or State Highway 1. So unfortunately, there's no access either way. There is bike and walk tracks that lead all the way up until the Wairake roundabout on Wairake Drive, leading from here there. But once you're at the roundabout, there's no access.
We just want to get from there to here. We
just want to get to town, really. We just want to
well,
get
to get to the dam. Is that road is quite steep and windy. I mean, you once you get across State Highway 5, that's
fine. Once you get across here, you're fine. It's just getting across a state highway.
Leonard.
What would your ultimate crossing look like, Elena?
There's a few options going around. The ultimate crossing would be one that is accessible for pedestrians and bikes. So whether that's underground tunnel or bridging across or a traffic light system, I don't have a preference, to be honest, as long as it's something that we as a community can feel safe with, knowing that motorcyclists will actually respond to it.
Have you seen the refuge in Watahanui, where there's the area that people would something like that be satisfactory, or is it not?
No, I haven't seen it. I will have a look at it though. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No other questions? Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colin. Thank you.
And Carolyn Headley on behalf of the Village Golf Club.
Well, I'll read out for you all. If you could take one and pass them around, thank you. Just for the 4 PowerPoint slides to talk to. Okay, thank you. Shall I sit down? I'll sit down. Okay, so we need to renovate. So I'm here to represent Kinloch Village Golf Club, and we're an incorporated society that run the golf course and buildings that we lease from the council. We need to renovate our clubhouse. It's no longer fit for purpose, unfortunately. The external walls and roof leak. We recently had a major leak in the northwest corner of the clubhouse that you can see in the picture at a PowerPoint, which is a major health and safety. We don't have an accessible toilet for disabled people, and the seating area inside is really not big enough for us now, and we need to upgrade the kitchen. Groups often spill outside, as you can see here, which is quite nice in the summer, not so good in the winter time. Since the clubhouse was last renovated in 2010, our membership has more than doubled, as you can see on the stats there, which I've developed with your statistician from the council. Growth rate of Kinloch population is about 5% per year, so that's almost doubled. And the projected growth rates are similar into the future. So every year we're meeting increasing demand for our club room. Second slide is just showing you this wet carpet where we got your property management team out to have a look at this. This was in June. We had a rainfall event of about 70 millimetres over the weekend, and the rain just came in on that cladding around a power point, and you can see the power point there. We had a small heater plugged into that, which was obviously a major risk, so we had to quickly remove that and notify all the groups that were using our little club rooms not to use that power point. And the other photo shows previous water damage that we've had coming in from the external cladding onto the plywood walls. Our golf course and club rooms are a highly valued asset for our Kinloch community and environs. Its usage spans much wider than our members. And there's a whole list of things here that occur at our golf course. We run free new to golf sessions every Tuesday for anybody that wants to join in. Don't have to be a member. We have at least 3 club days, twilight sessions. We run Central North Island golf tournaments. And we have, I'm the secretary of the club. I'm frequently emailed asking from groups, farmer groups, juniors, business groups, wanting to run sort of fun golf events at our club, which we always enable. So we're family friendly. Visitors love to play our course in the holiday periods, and they look for refreshments. So we'd like to meet that need. So over Christmas, we literally have thousands of people playing our golf course, and they want a drink and a cookie or a pie or something. We'd like to meet that need. Other users, not necessarily golfers, include a weekly social group that moved up from the Tipsy Trout when that closed about 3 years ago, and they meet every week. So it's a very valuable asset for that, for socialising within the Kinloch community. We had a pink ribbon breakfast, fundraising for cancer. The council held a walk and talk session from our club rooms in March to discuss footpath needs around the Kinloch area. We held a sausage sizzle for that. We were the polling station for the general election because the community hall was being used for the ultra marathon that weekend. And we've been named as the first responder shelter in the community response plan, which is being developed for civil defence emergencies. And there are other users, for example, the volunteer fire brigade use our club rooms. So it's not just golfers, it is a community facility for our Kinloch area. Our course maintenance fees are very high. Our course maintenance costs are very high. We don't own the clubhouse, we lease it from you. So our committee has agreed to commit up to $50,000 of our own budget towards the club room upgrade. It's essential that our club budget retains contingency for the essential course maintenance costs, which are really high. We need to maintain a wide range of equipment. We've got 4 mowers, tractor, trailer, spray booms, etc. This year, for example, we paid out $155,000 on a new mower, which was essential. And they call it the rough mower, but our greenkeeper was explaining that because our course is where it is and we have dog walkers going around the perimeter, we don't have rough, we keep it as a parkland area. So that's quite a lot of extra money. Our greenkeeper maintains an excellent course and we receive many compliments to that effect. We also want to do a proper job in our clubhouse.
We're on your 5 minutes, Carolyn.
Okay. We want to add commercial kitchen, and we want to meet the demands from our community and the general public to provide a suitable place for light refreshments. So we ask for your assistance to renovate and upgrade our club room to meet current and future needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Leonard.
Thank you for your discussion. It's fantastic. I've definitely enjoyed your facilities with the Tauranga welcome-in and farewells, which is wonderful. We became aware as a council that there's over $1 million not applied for in our district from gaming machines. Have you looked at applying to them as well to aid in the facilitation of accessing extra money for this?
We have looked to apply to the Lottery Community Facilities Fund. We actually applied to that in the last round and we were unsuccessful. And the reason they gave us was that we need to show more community support. So we had lots of letters of support, but we're gathering in more. They said that resubmit in the next round, which we're doing now.
Well done. Well done. It's not easy when you get declined,
No.
and well done
Yes.
for going.
So we're resubmitting.
Well done.
Thank you. If you turn your microphone on. Oh, yeah, sure. Councillor Park.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline, for your submission here today. And I think last LTP we actually paid for a new mower. Well, so you've obviously got some good stock machinery out there. Just a question, what is your membership per year?
So it's about 371 at the moment. On the front page, there's a little graph there, which is a bit difficult
No,
to
no,
see.
not the member, not
Sorry?
the number of members, the
Oh.
actual cost. What do
The
members
cost
pay?
is $350 a year.
And do they pay green fees on top of that, or is that
Very
expensive?
affordable. And then if you're not a member, you pay green fees and they're $25. Yeah.
And how long is your lease for?
So the lease arrangement commenced in 2010 when we became the society, and it was every 5 years renewal. So it was going to 2025, but last year we negotiated an extension to that early, so it now goes through to 2031.
Oh, fantastic. And just one last thing, just on the back of Councillor Leonard talking about the different sort of the different avenues of funding. Are you aware that council has a couple of staff members that can keep you in touch with a lot of different funding areas? It's not just a matter of New Zealand lotteries, but there are a wide range of businesses out there who you can apply to. Have you tried anybody else?
Well, we have spoken to your community facilities people, Gillian Smith and Claire. And, it's been really helpful. And so the Lotteries Community Facilities Fund seemed to be the most appropriate one. But we're very open to applying to funding elsewhere.
I think it'd be a good idea. You've got
Yeah.
great letters of support, and you've got a lot already. That would be very easy to change a covering letter to. And also the library has a very good database of different funding mechanisms. But thank you so much for your time.
Councillor Campbell.
Is it 9 hole or 18 hole?
It's
Oh,
11.
well,
It's
oh,
11.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How does that work? Let's later look.
You go around 10 holes and then you play some holes again.
Holes, oh, okay.
Digressing a bit here, we're going to run. We can have a golf conversation later. Thanks.
One would say it's that good top golfers say it's an excellent course. We're told that our greenkeeper is excellent, but it's also family friendly and we have a lot of fun events there for businesses and farmer groups, etc.
It's a good price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Great. Thanks, Carolyn. Appreciate your time.
And this is Mark Wynyard on behalf of the Taupō East Rural.
Morning, Mark.
A round of applause.
I'm fortunate to represent the smartest subgroup in this council area. There's a long list there which I can move through fairly smartly.
Mark, you happy to grab a seat so we can hear your voice? We're recording the proceedings today. Just if you speak into the microphone, then we'll be able to hear.
Last thing you wish to do.
We're here for you, Mark.
Anyhow, I'll rattle through this list very quickly. We agree, particularly when we get down to curbside waste, we're happy in the area with the status quo in which people purchase from a private operator the service they require. And it seems to be working pretty well in our area, so we don't really want to worry about that. Going to housing, fine, except that I'm particularly happy with the government's move to 60 squares. It'll be a big improvement in housing for certain people in our area. Going towards specific projects, yes. River Road community, they're not in, and they don't sing the same tune as regards footpaths, but while I'm on River Road, then dropping down to Wairaki Village, both of them are developing a strong sense of community. I particularly endorse Wairaki's idea for access across 1 and 5. And the only practical method, I think, is pedestrian refuges halfway across the roads. And I particularly support not just this lady, but the whole concept in Wairaki Village of developing a vibrant community. The going down, I really want to talk about Borden's Road improvements, because at the moment, your improvements are for yesterday's traffic flows. The traffic on Borden's Road is likely to double over the next 20 years. The road is breaking up because obviously it's got very, very poor substratas. And for an extra 10% in costs, we could make this very friendly. Now, the things we need to do is put another meter on the verges on the sides of the road when we reconstruct them. Then our tractors can go there and there's no impediment to the free flow of traffic. So that's a crucial thing. The other thing, by putting another meter on, you actually make artificial slip roads for any traffic turning off the road. Recently, we've had a sign put in for the Borden traffic coming to the dump. A pretty sign, absolutely and utterly useless. What has to happen there is a slip road into the dump, because the people, if I'm going to the dump and I've got 5 vehicles behind me, which is quite often, they have to slow down when I slow down to 30k, because I've yet to determine how I can do a right angle turn at 100k. They cannot pass there because of the double yellow line. Crucial to have a slip road. The other thing to improve the flow in the area is merge lanes out of Centennial Drive and out of the dump coming in. That's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mark. Any questions? You've clearly covered your submission very well then. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. I'm off for coffee. Enjoy your day.
That was unnecessary. We have to sit here.
I'm afraid you've got me too. Morning, everybody. If you don't mind, I will read the submissions on behalf of Taupō Apartments and Acacia Views first, and then I'll hand over to Hannah. Hannah joined us last year from council. It is her first time presenting, and I'm sure you'll be welcoming. Thank you.
Indeed.
On behalf of Taupō Apartments Limited, Taupō Apartments Limited are associated with the Hilton, the Terraces Hotel, and own land in the same vicinity. Taupō Apartments submission supports a proposed expenditure on Napier Road to Crown Road footpath project.
This project is important to Taupō Apartments, particularly as this area has grown in recent years, with more development coming soon. Given this, the lack of a current footpath between the Hilton access and the industrial area to the northeast restricts connectivity between these areas, and in doing so, discourages the community to consider alternative forms of transport such as walking, biking, scootering, and running. An increased availability of footpaths will help reduce the safety issues associated with the community walking, biking, running, scootering along Napier Road, which is a well-used high-volume road, as you all know. Any reductions in any increases in safety are a positive for the community as well as guests to this area who, when Pack and Save is built, will more frequently need to go up that way. So Taupō Apartments ask that this project continues to be included in the adopted long-term plan. Shall I continue? Acacia Views Limited owns 69 Te Moinga Point, which is at the end of Reeves Road at Acacia Bay. This property is 22 hectares and is zoned new residential. It is as yet undeveloped, with development planned within the next 10 years. Acacia Views supports the proposed funding for the water, wastewater and transport projects within the Taupō North, Acacia Bay and Marlborough catchments. Specific support is given to the Marlborough Road scheme's capacity upgrade, the Acacia Bay wastewater connection to Taupō, the Acacia Bay wastewater tank number 2, the control gates bridge siphon and the northern wastewater solution and the second bridge. All these projects will improve growth opportunities in North West Taupō. Acacia Views is supportive of the significant funding council is allocating and encourages council to explore all potential funding opportunities to reduce the overall costs to ratepayers for these projects. With regard to the northern wastewater solution, Acacia Views urges council to ensure that the short and medium term solutions are carried out within the intended timeframes, if not sooner. Given the undeveloped nature of 69 Te Moinga Park and its future development as residential housing, any improvements to the existing infrastructure such as the Acacia Bay plant, the Marlborough Road water supply and the control gate siphon, or the extension of existing infrastructure such as the connection from the wastewater plant to town, should be future-proof to a continued growth. This includes ensuring appropriate tank sizing and adequate sized pipes, which will not only manage the existing community demand, but provide a future-proofed design for the development in this area. And so they can ask that these projects be included in the long-term plan for the coming 3 years. Thank you. Any questions on those 2 submissions before I hand to Hannah?
Any questions so far, team? Yeah. Hannah.
Morning. So I'm here to speak today on behalf of Chiel Consultants submission. We provided our submission to provide constructive and technical comments specifically around the DC policy and the implementation of it. As daily users of the policy, it's important to us to ensure it's fit for purpose and technically sound. So we take our original submission as read, and therefore we just want to speak further to some 3 key matters we raised around the minor dwelling provisions. 1 being the differences between terminologies, 2, demand calculations for minor dwellings, and the creation of smaller lots. Our first key point is on terminology. In our submission, we highlighted the difference between the DC policy definition for minor dwellings and the recently notified rural plan change definition for minor dwellings. They use the same terminology, but the definitions vary slightly, with the DC policy referring to second units 60 square metres or less, and the plan change definition refers to second units no greater than 100 square metres, including garaging. As we know, the purpose of the minor dwelling provision is in the DC policy is to recognise smaller units do not contribute the same demand on the infrastructure, and as such should be acknowledged through a financial reduction. Inherently, plan change 42 therefore suggests 100 square metres is equivalent to a minor dwelling, and then it also indicates through its definition of a minor dwelling that such a dwelling will contribute less to the infrastructure, demand to the infrastructure. It is our opinion, therefore, a reduction in the DC charges should reflect this. On to our second point is demand. Through our research preparing our submission on how other councils nationwide apply a reduction policy for minor units, we discovered generally councils either base this on occupancy, so bedrooms, as opposed to gross floor area, or where gross floor area is used, it's generally higher than Taupō District Councils. This research was appended to our submission. It is our opinion that demand should be based off actual occupancy rather than gross floor area to ensure a better way of capturing actual demand on the infrastructure is achieved. We note that 60 square metres can provide for a 2-bedroom unit. However, from a demand perspective, there is little to no difference between a 100 square metre 2-bedroom house demand on infrastructure versus a 60 square metre 2-bedroom. It is important to encourage the ability for minor dwellings on all properties in the district so that the community can provide housing options for whānau, friends, papakanga and small income options such as Airbnb, which Plan Change 42 does seek to provide for. However, consistency across policies should be applied, recognising demand isn't perhaps best measured through gross floor area. And our final and third point is the creation of smaller lots. The current policy does not have any provisions around the creation of smaller lots, which will only ever be able to construct a minor dwelling. In recent times, the creations of very small residential lots has become a lot more common. However, a full DC is charged at subdivision for the lot, despite the demand for any future house on the small lot being significantly less than, say, a larger house on a 500 to 600 square metre lot. In our opinion, by only applying the reduction for second dwellings and where it is less than 60 square metres, it entirely disincentivises people from building smaller houses or creating smaller lots, which in turn does not support the provision for more affordable housing or support a variety of building topologies being invested in by either private or public housing providers. On a personal note, I know of many friends, families and colleagues that are in the market for a smaller dwelling, whether that's because they want a property that's more low maintenance, perhaps have single occupancy and don't need a 3-bedroom, or they want to get on the property market but don't want to have tenants long term. So I do know that despite there being a demand for this, currently the market doesn't really provide for it. And while I entirely recognise it's not the council's job to control the market, it can provide policy that encourages or supports development that produces a range of dwelling products that, rather than disincentivising it because of additional costs, such as significant DCs. It is known in the construction community that the cost to build a small 2-bedroom is often similar to a 3-bedroom. Therefore, if a small bedroom is then charged the same as full DC despite contributing far less demand, there is no encouragement for smaller residential dwellings. It is important to provide for a range of affordable housings given the changing times. People do not necessarily want a large section in the 3 to 4 bedroom house. Therefore, it is important that council policy is not acting as a disincentive for providing alternative dwelling options. In our opinion, it could be a great opportunity to relook at the policy and consider whether reduction could also be best applied at the creation of smaller lots, which as a permitted activity could only ever build a minor dwelling. We completely recognise if consent was sought for a dwelling larger than minor later down the track, then demand changes and the additional DCs would apply. Therefore, perhaps the DC policy also needs an additional clause to account for this scenario. Finally, we would encourage council to address this matter now, given it can take up to 2 years for land development to occur through to design and consenting of subdivision, then design and construction of dwellings. Any change in this policy adopted on the 1st of October could take up to 2 years to see any physical results for the community. Delaying the matter for a further 3 years defers any actual results in our community for at least 5 years, which is not ideal during a time when housing needs are more important than ever. Overall, Chair wishes to see some technical changes to the policy to improve consistency and clarity, and we'd like to reiterate that we support the continued use for the minor dwelling DC reduction policy. However, thinks this review is a great opportunity to consider how the policy could be better applied to fairly charge based on demand, all while potentially avoiding, excluding or disincentivizing communities' ability to provide alternative affordable housing options. Thank you for this. Questions?
Thank you. That was comprehensive. Any questions?
Thank you for that, and that was very interesting. When you talked about your terminology, you talked about occupancy. You prefer things based on occupancy. How do you think we could determine that?
Some of the other councils nationwide, we saw use bedrooms as a way to capture the actual demand on infrastructure, as opposed to obviously gross floor area. There you have a 2-bedroom that is 100 square metres with a really big lounge versus a 2-bedroom that's a lot smaller. So perhaps we think that would be a better way to capture the demand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Park, then.
Thank you, Hannah, and Pat, nice to see you here today. Can I talk to the minor dwellings? I mean, you may have 2-bedroom house purchased by a person, like you know, to get onto the property ladder or whatnot, versus a 2-bedroom, which may be a parent with a couple of children. And the DCs aren't just about infrastructure, it's about contributing to playgrounds and reserves and whatnot within the neighbourhood. But how do you think we could find a fair balance of who pays for what? I mean, we've got 3 people in our house, and I know you pay DCs once when you build them, but I don't see why I should have to pay more for having a spare room and an office versus a 2-bedroom house with some children who share bunks or whatever and use playground infrastructure. I'm just trying to find, it's all very easy to technically go on size and bedrooms, but I'm just trying to find how it would be fair without discriminating across the how you build a house and how you utilize a house. That's all.
I guess perhaps an option is that the reduction doesn't apply to for the parks and things, for example. We're talking about infrastructure, I guess, in terms of water, wastewater. Those are often the more expensive part of the development contributions. And I think we can all recognise that doesn't matter if you're a 2-bedroom and you've only got 2 people versus 3 people, then perhaps, yes, you are still using those district-wide parks and those aspects just the same, no matter off the occupancy. So perhaps finding a way to make it, the reduction, encourage people to be able to build these houses without it being unfair to other people, I guess, yeah.
Sorry, just to follow up through the chair. So every house needs the same sort of, needs to have fresh water, stormwater, wastewater, all these same sort of infrastructure. So how do we determine that a smaller lot? I mean, the pipes are going to be the same size, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around the technical aspects of how it is fair. That's all.
Sure, I guess if we can clarify that when a development is built, a developer builds the pipes and the roads. DCs is about the larger capacity plants and then ongoing upgrades that are associated with that down the track. So in terms of that initial outlay, it isn't councils, of course, but it is the council's role in terms of the larger infrastructure that is going. I think the other part here is, of course, people, we're just proposing a different thinking around these smaller lots. And we all know that many people pay DCs and then they build a holiday house and they're only here for a very short space of time. Conversely, people pay a DC, which is based on a low occupancy and have very large numbers of people in the house. And some of the examples that Hannah found also said, here's your flat DC, and then if you build bigger houses, you pay more. So there are many ways to skin the cat. And I think when we looked at that, we said, well, this is quite interesting in terms of the range of options. What we're particularly interested in is if we're, for example, on a 500 or 600 square metre property, you can build a 2 to 3 bedroom house. You can also build 2 2-bedrooms. And we've heard a lot in our community, and in the upcoming residential plan change, you will hear a lot about the demand for smaller housing units. And on a 600, you can build 2 2-beddies. But why would a developer, when it costs the same to build a 3-bedroom house? So how are we going to get that that differentiating typology for the needs of our community? And we totally recognise that DCs are only a small portion of that cost, but it could make a difference. But Hannah is right. Certainly, you could look at a differentiating DC for water and wastewater versus, say, reserves if you wanted to. And 0.5 isn't necessarily the only go-to. You'll see in the recommendation, the examples that Hannah found, that some are targeted at 0.3, or there's an incremental 0.7 or 0.8. So there's several ways to look at it. What's interesting is the minor dwelling component came in the previous DC policy, and we were really pleased to see that. But we've moved very quickly into an environment where there are needs for small housing, and the 60 square metre just doesn't seem to fit very well with the needs of our community. So we're not landing on any of those suggestions that we've made, but just to say we're interested in seeing what else could be done in that space to acknowledge the lower demand and I guess, so that then we're not disincentivising people from looking at 2-bedroom houses.
Thank you. Interesting conversation.
Councillor Campbell, you had a question?
Oh, yeah, it's just sort of following on from that just a little bit, but I'm not sure it's adding too much to it. I mean, just classifying it on the number of bedrooms in theory, but I mean, for example, a lot of tight housing goes up in Auckland, and I'm sure a lot of their garages get converted to bedrooms. I'm sure that happens in 3 and 4 bedroom houses as well. But yeah, I just wonder how it operates in practice in terms of demand of people.
Yeah, no, and you can only come up with one definition. You've got to draw a line in the sand somewhere, and then you've got to use the administration. Now, if people are converting their garages, in theory, they should be looking to see if they need building consent, and then it's picked up at building consent. So if people are doing it lawfully, there is a process in many of those policies to say if you're adding on to your bedrooms, if you move from 2 bedroom to 3 bedroom, then you get charged the extra DC, and that's where you do need, the DC policy does need to say if you move from the minor dwelling or the small definition out of one classification to the next, that you're then captured by paying the additional. And the current DC policy doesn't have that sort of provision in it at the current point in time.
Quick question from me. So just test my thinking here. I picked up through reading your submission and what you've just presented, Hannah. This is a combined, excuse me, DC's policy and district plan conversation. And am I getting it? You want alignment in terminology between the two? And are we looking at district plan as well as DC policy here?
I'll let Hannah finish, but the point was that you've come up with a definition of minor dwelling in one policy that isn't consistent with the other. And we're just making that point that makes it quite confusing. How that's resolved, not quite sure, but certainly the minor dwelling provision in the rural plan change was provided for people to be able to provide housing for whānau, or grandparents, young people, young couples starting out, farm workers, etc., and was clearly shown to be a minor, and it's got to be associated with the building. And by definition, that means it is a minor component. Inherently, that tells us that it's not deemed to be the same as the main building and therefore has a lesser demand. But the measure in there is up to 100 square metres. And so there's some inconsistency between the two that poses some challenges in explaining it to our community. Do you have anything to add to that?
So I guess
sorry, we're not suggesting a change to the district plan. That is what it is. But we are able to suggest a change to the DC policy for you to reflect on at this point.
So the changes you're recommending to the DC policy, that would align it more closely with what we've already done with the district plan and unlikely to have any consequential changes required. We change DC policy, is it then going to have some unintended consequences further down the track?
Yes, that's for your team to advise the unintended consequences.
Fair comments.
Sorry. No.
That's a local. So I'm the lease expert. Do you envisage, based on your experience with your clients, that they would look at more developments with smaller sections, with smaller houses, if that DC policy could be supporting those sorts of houses as well?
Yeah, I think it would act as more of an encouragement than currently is. I do know in Taupō specifically recently looking at, there is currently one house for sale that it's 2 bedroom and there's nothing else. And so there are people who are looking for smaller houses to get on the property market, but until it's, I guess DCs is only one small component, as we said, but if that is slightly less of a cost, there's more encouragement, I think, for developers to invest in that.
Any other questions? No more questions. Thank you both for your time and for both your comprehensive submissions, plural, and your presentation today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
We certainly have Mr. Wonga on behalf of the. No.
Well, good morning, Deputy Mayor Taylor, councillors and Taupō District Council staff. I'm Ron McPhail, an executive member of the Kinloch Community Association, which represents and advocates on behalf of Kinloch residents and ratepayers. We really appreciate all the work that the Taupō District Council staff have done on the LTP and for the community engagement events that they organised. Much appreciated. At the same time, Kinloch Association members and ratepayers have put considerable thought into providing constructive feedback to the council on the long-term plan. I'm going to cover some of the most significant points of our submission, which was compiled following a recent survey of residents and ratepayers. Robert Hutton did a great job of collating all those responses, and we provided the comments unedited, and they provide a clear direction to council. And please have a look at those if you haven't done so already. They're well worthwhile looking at. Now, firstly, residents and ratepayers would like the Taupō District Council to continue to offer a high level of service with regard to maintaining infrastructure, libraries, parks and reserves. We don't believe that council should get distracted by embarking on projects outside its core functions. So therefore, we don't believe that the council should get into housing development. This is likely to just put more pressure and demand on human resources. And this is a time when I believe council is really looking hard at controlling rate rises. Okay. Your contribution funding policy. We support council's approach to this. It's vital that developers contribute adequate funds to allow provision of infrastructure without putting a burden on existing ratepayers. And following on that, with regard to development, we would like to see the Kinloch Community Structure Plan updated and incorporated into District Council planning rules. This was a very comprehensive document that the Council commissioned in 2004 to guide the sustainable development of Kinloch. Unfortunately, developers have not always followed the guidelines, and Council has conceded to variations. This is putting pressure on vital infrastructure, such as wastewater. I'd like to mention the Kinloch Hall feasibility assessment. It's on TDC's list of what we are proposing over the next 10 years. Due to the exciting proposal from Henry Hall Trust, and we included Henry Hall's letter with our written submission, we recommend that TDC do not undertake this project and the Kinloch Hall continue to be used as at present. The Henry Hall Trust recently advised that the KCA that there is making available land on the Kinloch Road site next to the water treatment plant for a new custom designed multi-purpose hall and extensive off-road parking. Other points covered in our written submission included bags or bins, which is pretty controversial and a difficult decision for council, I can appreciate. Kinloch footpaths, Eastern Beach toilet, lakefront development, stormwater control, Seven Oaks subdivision, and Kinloch Road maintenance. Finally, with regard to our submission on the domain, the Kinloch Community Association wishes to emphasise to Taupō District Council its willingness to work collaboratively with council on projects that benefit the community. Now, we already do a similar sort of thing with the Department of Conservation and in managing the Three Streams trails. And this works really well. And we're very soon to sign a new 10-year agreement with DOC to continue that project. And with the expertise available in our community and volunteers willing to give their time, outcomes could be achieved at promptly and with minimal cost to council and ratepayers. I understand there are some good examples in the Ruapehu district where this sort of thing has been undertaken. And very soon, the Kinloch Community Association will be putting a proposal to council to tidy up the domain We know what the community wants, that is to retain its existing use for recreation and events and for parking cars with boat trailers over the peak summer period. We don't need an expensive consultant's report to say what its use should be and what is required, and wait until 2030 before the work is undertaken. So we hope that this feedback provides both positive reinforcement and constructive criticism of the draft LTP, and will be carefully considered by council and changes made to the LTP if required. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Any questions? Councillor Park.
Thank you, Ron. Passionate Kinloch community is. Just in regards to your submission regarding the Kinloch Families Trust land on which there is a proposed kindergarten to be built, you talk about rezoning as a TDC reserve, and that council purchases the land and turns it into a reserve. Can you just clarify that to me?
Well, we don't, but the community can, it's interesting to look at the submissions from Families Trust and KRG. We're pretty well on the same page, except the KCA does not agree with kindergarten going onto that Seven Oaks subdivision, and the council being asked to pay 500,000.
Can you tell me why?
Well, people generally don't think it's a good site for it. There's concern about safety around that roundabout. There's limited parking up there. We think there's better alternatives.
Thank you.
Councillor Rankin.
Thank you, Ron. And yes, I have read the comments. Thank you very much for that. The only query I had is, can you tell me how many people responded to your survey?
60.
60. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Which we apparently is a pretty good result, isn't it, Robert?
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Ron. Appreciate your time this morning.
Person who we have is Kelly.
Timing. Yes.
Hi guys, my name's Kelly, and I just want to talk about the bin situation. I just want to do it because I'm a bit of a greenie and I've always been a reduce, reuse and recycle sort of person. And I sort of feel that providing everybody with a bin is going to be against that idea. I do like the idea of the fortnightly collections. I think that's a really good idea because we don't need it to be collected every day. I throw out, well, I recycle everything. I also compost, and I also do all my soft plastics and things. One bread bag of rubbish each week. So my rubbish goes out maybe every 2 weeks, maybe every 3, and it then goes out in a plastic bag that might have had the compost for the garden in it, or it might have had something else. I don't buy bags. I just use half the sticker, and I sort of feel that the opposite will happen if people are provided with a big huge bin to use. You've probably discussed this anyway. I just think that the size means it's too easy for people to throw things away. People will do their lawns or whatever and think, oh, great, I've got a big bin, I'll just chuck my grass clippings in there. They won't use a wall sack, which most people could use. Again, with hedges and things like that, people will do their hedges, cut the edges, do their gardening, chuck it all in the big bin that you've given them. Because that makes it easy. Sorry, I did tell that person that my car's getting fixed. I'll just ignore it. And I also think that, there'll be some people who go, okay, I've had the battery in my car changed, but you've given me a big, huge bin here. I'll just chuck the old battery into the bin, whereas that's sort of not a possibility when you've just got a bag. Is there a possibility of doing both? Having bins if they want to have bins, or are you just going to charge everybody for a bin in their rates and we all have to have one at our house? Maybe there's a possibility of having a choice. I think there are a lot of holiday houses in Taupō Do they want a big bin? They might use times a year, and they get left with a big, huge bin that they don't necessarily need to use. I think also with holiday houses, if they've got a bag and they're pretty savvy, if they're leaving at the wrong time, they can just drop it off in another part of town with its sticker on it and have it collected and not have it sitting around. They've got to have people bring their bins back in. Now, most of us, I mean, where I live, got a holiday house on either side of me and across the road. You know, so everybody is then going to have a bin that they don't have to have. The other thing with the food bins, it's a really good idea. I was talking to my sister in Auckland. She said they blow all over the place. She said you get a bit of wind, they're little, they're tiny. Is there a way of having, I think they're a good idea, and if people use them, she said it has made a difference, but she said on a windy day, they're all over the street. They go everywhere, so I don't know whether there's a different kind of container or a weighted container maybe that you could look at. One possible solution that we used, I lived overseas for a while, and they had, rather than having a food bin, they actually had a green bin, and it was a smaller square thing with holes, aerated holes through it, and you could put garden waste or food waste into that. So it was collected fortnightly, and any food waste had to be in a recyclable, in a decompostable bag. So that went into that. But instead of just having just food, I know that then went on to farms rather than going to pigs or something. That went to farms where they used it so that the green waste and the normal waste would be in the same place. But that's really all I want to say. I just feel that having a big bin makes it too easy for people to throw stuff away and not recycle. And well, for me, it's going to take me 10 weeks, maybe longer. I mean, mine will get picked up 5 times a week, but I have to pay the same as a person who's getting theirs picked up 26 times a year. I mean, 5 times a year, 26 times a year. And I've done my best to try and use recyclable things and try and, I mean, I go to Woolworths with all my soft plastics. I have a wool sack, I do my recycling. I just feel that having a big container to put everything in makes it very easy for the person who can't be bothered doing any of those things. So that's really all I had to say. Just one other thing on that. I just received my yellow pages last week. I religiously put the old one in recycling, put the new one in a drawer. It sits there for a year. I never look at it. How many of those are you printing for people that never look at it?
We're not.
You're not.
And I do the same. So.
Whoever's doing that, maybe they should just have them available for people that want them, because the rest of us aren't using them. I mean, it's just a whole pile of, whole pile of places. So that was just yellow pages on the bottom. But that's late to say.
Kelly, thank you. We did receive a significant number of submissions on this issue, and your presentation this morning has pretty much touched all of the high points of what we've heard from others. So I suspect you're speaking on behalf of a large number of people, what you've said. Councillor Park.
Just look at my one bread bag full of rubbish and I think, so easy for people to chuck stuff into.
Now, there may be some questions.
If I can just, are you aware that the food waste bins is actually one of the previous government mandated?
Oh yeah, I don't have any problem with it. All I'm saying is my sister's in Auckland and she said, they're great. She said, we don't use ours because they just get blown. So whether they can provide, I think it's a good idea, but can you put it in a container that either has a weighted lid or something, so that when people do use them, if it's a windy day, they're not going to be all over the street.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So that's the first tranche of submitters. I suggest we just continue. Wait for Nicole to come back in. Nicole, we to carry on. So if you could. No, we're not going to break. We're going to carry on. So if you could arrange that we've got TGLT next. And Tom Lockton.
Hi everyone. So Amanda West, Head of Partnerships and current Acting General Manager of Destination Great Lake Taupo. Also got with me this morning Tom, one of our board members, and we'll share the presentation as we go through. So just wanted to start by acknowledging the substantive efforts of the elected members and staff for our community's decade. Commitment to growth and aspirations of the Taupō District. I'm actually going to start by passing over to Tom.
Well, it's gonna happen because they only give me 1 minute. But, you all know what I'm like, but anyway.
A minute and a half, Tom.
Yeah. But anyway, we're all on the same waka, and Destination Great Lake Taupō District Council. We're all aware of what the industry does to the community and that sort of stuff. So we're all on the same waka. All of our collective efforts. They've all underscored recently adopted destination management plan, the Tūrangi, prioritises all activities and things like that for how we want to go forward with the industry. And we look forward to keeping this thing strong, keep building, keep working the way forward. There's a great team. There's a great team in the office here. A big part of what brings me here is because of the strength of this team and how they perform.
So our written submission highlighted research showing the significant value of tourism to our region. And the efforts of staying within the time allowance, I'll just touch on a few of those statistics. And if anyone needs any data or research, then we're happy to supply that following the hearing. So tourism contributes substantially to Taupo's economy with an annual impact of between 730 million and 1 billion. So it's a return of $800 for every dollar spent on attracting our visitors here. Our website, Love Taupo, ranks 3rd in views among New Zealand's major tourist destinations. And that's effectively down to our marketing efforts that have driven this success. So to sit in the top 3 right across New Zealand. And that's been fairly consistent as well. Over the past 3 years, DGLT has attracted $2.6 million in central government funding, demonstrating our capability to secure substantial external funding. We play a critical role in shaping the visitor experience and economy for the Taupō District. We do acknowledge 20% funding reduction for the 24-25 year and ensure that we'll manage this reduction through prudent financial stewardship and well-managed reserves. However, that prolonged reduction will impact our ability to deliver some key services such as major marketing campaigns, new content creation, and international trade partnerships. So losing the momentum that we've built in the digital space, and we're also at risk of losing our market share with international markets and business events that we've steadily built upon post-COVID. To sustain the momentum, we request that Council restore funding to our current levels from year 2 and 3 of the LTP, just to ensure that future increases will align with inflation as well. We all know everything is increasing. We believe that the Council funding for DGLT should be seen as an investment rather than an expense. The return on that investment is dependent upon many local ratepayers employed in the tourism sector or owning related businesses. DGLT funding directly serves our community economics well-being. Back to you now, Tom.
So we know how critical tourism is to the area, and that we just need to look outside the window there. But it's there's opportunities to keep fostering what we're doing, to keep fostering growth in the industry and that sort of stuff. I think the recent Section 17A review highlighted Taupo's exceptional performance in capturing the visitor expenditure and even surpassing regions like Rotorua and that sort of stuff. So it's punching well above its weight. It's going really well. And I think it's, it's something that needs to be supported. We could, can handle this. We support the 20%. But, it's just, would like to be the first cab off the rank when you fellas change your mind and go the other way.
So in conclusion, while tourism is critical to achieving sustainable growth and economic development, we also support other factors within the LTP, housing development, cultural products, some of the large-scale events and infrastructure improvements. We all know that housing is critical to obviously fostering growth in the tourism sector. In conclusion, so DGLT's structure, expertise and strategic approach ensure that we can effectively navigate future challenges and continue to strive significant returns for our community with the support of Council. We respectfully request that Council restores our funding from year 2 of the LTP, ensuring that we continue to grow and support our thriving tourism sector. We want to continue to lead in the digital space and not only maintain but increase our market share for international markets and business events, which we know bridge those gaps, the shoulder seasons for us, those midweek dips. Without the work that we do, we don't want to be this peaks and troughs. We want to try and flatten that curve, and that's what we do with international markets and business events. And that's all from me. So thank you very, very much. Open to any questions.
Councillor Leonard.
Here's my lack of understanding. How much, what percentage as a levy do?
They don't pay a percentage, so that the only ones that pay is business events. So we have a business event partnership that generates around $13,000 revenue. Outside of that, the operators don't pay. We're not a partnership. We operate, or we effectively promote everybody. There are other regions around the company that have that model, but in Taupō, we've elected not to in the past. Something that obviously can be considered moving forward, but we do for business events. So business events is operated slightly differently.
Okay. Interesting. As a dairy farmer, we have to pay 6% of our income, and sheep and beef have to do the same, to have the same service you have as an industry.
Councillor Williamson, then Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chief. Good. They just acknowledge the role you play in the community, we can do. Just on with the government investment, central government invested 2.6 over the last 3 years. The next, you're anticipating 237,000 over the next 2 years. Why is that? How do you negotiate the funding? Why is it so still really like 10% of that? I mean, over 2% of the funding?
So post-COVID, there was what was called STAP funding. So it was spanned across 3 years. The first one was 800,000, the second was 1 million. So that's what enabled us to create the destination management plan and do some major marketing campaigns that went to market coming straight out of COVID. The smaller amount, so the 237 moving forward, is events funding. So there's also central government funds or little pots that we can dip into that help some of our events to drive interregional visitation. So yeah, so the big millions, that was STAP funding that's now finished, unfortunately.
Yeah, just express that this $1 for every $800 return. I spouted a few times. I must admit my scepticism, and I know it's calculated. I suppose the implication is that we've shaved off a couple 100,000, so therefore we've shaved off, I just did 160 million off the local economy, which I have some doubts.
Oh, is there a question in here rather than a comment? We're here.
Oh, no, I'll just make a point.
Question, please.
Oh, well, I'll make the point that it is quite hard. I think it's quite hard for outsiders of your organisation to appreciate. It's actually quite hard because it's hard to exactly measure. But I don't think it was one of your submission, but there was a mention of the example of given in Colorado, which totally chopped off its.
Sorry. Hang on. You need to phrase it. I'm going to stop you. Phrase it as a question, please.
Yes, my question is. My apologies, Chief, is I'm just trying to acknowledge. I question the dollar spent on 800. Certainly, I question that, but I'm also saying at the same time, it's not an easy thing.
Sorry, through the chair.
No, I get it. Hang on. I'm going to stop you. As I said right at the very beginning, this is a hearing. We're here to listen, not to make statements. That will come when we do deliberations at the end of the week. If you have a question, please ask it. Otherwise, I'm going to go to Councillor Greenslade. Thank you, Councillor Greenslade.
Thank you, Amanda and Tom. I love the Lift Up by Group Like 2. I refer people to it all the time. Fantastic. This morning on the radio, I heard that Auckland is down 10% on their pre-COVID figures for tourism.
So,
I
so
wonder-
I'm going to stop you as well. If you have a
The
question,
question-
yeah, okay,
question
come to the
is-
question.
We've got those figures as well on our pre-COVID and post-COVID figures.
We do, so we've actually just changed, so data has been quite hard to crack over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, so the way the government tracked their data and statistics has changed. We however have now moving into a new financial year secured some really reliable data sources which will help us track that a little further. So I think we are slightly down, maybe about 14%, but not across everything. So some sectors are up, exceeding what we were in 2019, and other parts of tourism are down. So I think collectively overall slightly down on 2019, but dollar spend is up, numbers down. It's a little bit of a balancing game. So international tourists are generally coming for longer and spending more than what they were pre-COVID, but there is less of them.
So following on from that, Amanda, what sort of effect is the 20% cut going to have on you for this next year?
So knowing that we are going into, we've had a bit of a brand review with destination management plan, knowing that our website is 5 years old. So over the last 2 to 3 years, we've actually set aside, and then obviously having the additional stat funding from central government, we've been a little prudent with our council funding and set some of that aside to allow us to do that website build. So that's what we're saying. So the 20% reduction in year one, we have got enough. Well, there'll be a few little things shaved off, but we've got enough that we can do the website rebuild that we need to do to stay ahead of technology and keep most of these other projects ticking along. Year one, we acknowledge that everyone is in a hard situation. We need to get through that. But that's where we're saying years 2 and 3, we won't have that nest egg anymore. It will be gone. And I don't see any big pockets of funding coming from central government, but we'll wait and see. Fingers crossed on that one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Appreciate your time and your submission.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Suppose we keep going. Here's Nicole. Yeah, back to you. Morning and welcome to both of you.
Good morning. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Jo Bransgrove. I'm the chair of Amplify. I have with me our chair, Jane, who I think you all know over here. I have Rick, our CEO, which you also know. And we have our fabulous team back here. I just ask them to stand up, please. We've got Sarah, Jo, Monique and Bryn. So we've got a team approach. We're all together. And it's a pleasure to be with you today. As the region's economic development agency, we'd like to recognise the challenges you guys have here and business organisations as they face increased costs and increased demands. And as we implement our plans for the future, these cost increases will contribute additional pressure on businesses and industry. We're really going to encourage you to continue to invest in Amplify and have long-term view developing infrastructure to reduce future barriers to growth. We're supportive of the user pay system to recover reasonable costs where appropriate. However, this must be fair and equitable. Additional costs to the commercial sector will increase the costs to do business in the district and put additional pressures on SMEs in particular. And ideally, where possible, focus on efficiency and processes will obviously help minimise the overall costs to comply. The Amplify team has worked tirelessly to support and grow businesses throughout the recent COVID and recessionary challenges. As a result, post-COVID, Taupo is now one of the leading regions for economic growth. So we're very proud, and you would have seen these indicators through the information reports you get. However, the challenges and constraints for growth include housing, schooling, accessibility, and the anticipated shortage in the premium accommodation market. So firstly, housing. We strongly support the housing development that the council have been working on, as this has been a real barrier to growth in businesses in Taupo. And so we welcome your work in that area. However, the growth of the non-regulated short-term accommodation market has impacted heavily on the availability of the long-term housing, as well as limiting growth and investment in the commercial accommodation sector. Schooling. This is also a barrier to attracting more businesses, and we amplifies looking at the viability of additional schooling, including the possibility of private schooling provider. Accessibility to our region, obviously by air and road. We had recently commissioned a report into the airport, which we have provided to the council, in particular looking at the provision and working with partners to getting more flights in and out of the airport. And we'll keep continuing our work in that area. We're also advocating very strongly for the alternate roading route from Turangi to Taupō, and we ask for your council support in advocating for that. Regarding commercial accommodation, we've recently commissioned a hotel report, and again, it's available for council, into the short-term accommodation sector. And obviously it identifies a shortage in the 4+ star market for Taupō. We're working hard to attract investment in this area, and I know you're aware of this as well. However, we'll just point out that all players must be on a level playing field. We urge the council to consider regulating the short-term accommodation sector. This will not only provide more desperately needed long-term housing for the area, but it will encourage commercial providers to invest in upgrading existing stock, as well as to providing more 4+ accommodation, new accommodation for the short-term sector. And the plus side too, it will also provide additional revenue to the council. Thank you for the continued and valuable support from both councillors and council staff in Amplify, especially in helping us complete our 3-year strategic plan. It was a robust process trying to balance resourcing and delivery, and we feel we've landed in a place that set us up for success for the next 3 years. Through the process, we have cemented our key activities, especially around business support and growth, energy, and widening our focus to additional industries in the Taupō business and tourism areas. With this current funding cut, we're very similar to DGLT in that we will manage and we will keep delivering. And our region-wide services. We have new activities which we're also planning on, such as producing a 6-monthly business sentiment survey, working on accessibility and schooling options, and also obviously in the accommodation market. In addition, we'd like to provide further support to the Southern Lakes area. We will continue to work with the reduction in income for this financial year. However, a reduction in funding going forward will have a serious impact. We respectfully ask Council that any reduction in the operational budget for economic development be limited to just the 1 year or less, and that budget's been reinstated to the 100% going forward with the CPI increase. Amplify would like to ensure funding reflects the investment and ambition for economic growth that is a productive, growing and sustainable economy, and is always front of mind in long-term planning and consideration for the Taupō District. Finally, thank you very much for your support and for hearing us today, and we look forward to serving the Taupō area and the council going forward. So thank you very much. Happy for any questions.
Okay. Councillor Park.
Thank you, Joe and Rick and the wider team. Just Joe, the short-term accommodation or the Airbnb market is, it is an issue. Have you got any sort of thoughts around solution, like of what council might do to help limit that?
Well, I've got to just put in here, I previously had invested heavily in the commercial accommodation area, so there's a slight, but I don't currently have any investment in the Taupō area, so I just want to say that. So I just think you need to be on a level playing field. So if you've got the non-regulated Airbnb plus other providers providing accommodation that doesn't have any commercial consequences whatsoever in terms of rating, inspections, and all the other costs that the commercial sector fund, it's hard for the current providers to upgrade and invest. It's hard for them You just need to go and have a talk to them at the moment. And whereas there's been such a massive growth in the non-regulated, and it's meant that people can't rent houses because it's come off. People have taken the houses, as you know. I mean, I'm sure you know this. They've taken the houses out of the long-term sector and put them on the short-term, and they're making a lot more money.
Sorry, I should probably clarify. What I meant was how we might regulate that sector. Like, have you got a solution or an idea of how council might put something in place to impede that?
Well, as I'm sure your people within council will know, that several councils have already implemented. So when you get over doing your short-term accommodation more than a certain days, and whether that be 28 or 60 days per annum, that then becomes commercial, and you pay, and your property gets commercially rated. That's probably the biggest one that council can do. Obviously, you've got the GST is coming in across EMB, so that's gonna help even the field, and insurance is the other major cost. So yes, I think anything that anybody who's in the business, who's providing a business of short-term accommodation, it should be rated as a commercial business.
Okay, so basically to employ more people to implement a system.
Hang on, no, that.
Sorry.
No,
I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Well, I don't think it should cost more myself, but that's, you know, yeah, okay.
Turning into conversation is really
Sorry.
the hearing, so thank you. Councillor Greenslade, then Councillor Campbell.
Councillor Park asked a question that I was going to ask, and Joe's given an answer, so I just want to acknowledge that and the huge work that you do in the district, and it's lovely to see your whole team there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Yes, on that B&B thing, you call it short-term accommodation. Yes, acknowledged. We've tossed this around a couple of times and coming up with something which actually gives more benefit than it costs. It seems to be an issue, but I suggest that Rotorua seems to be trialling something. They're throwing something in there. Yeah. Well, if you can put a compelling case proving how it works and how it works and showing that it can be done this way and it's the best way, go for it.
Councillor, so you have a response?
It doesn't seem fair to commercial providers that it's too hard so you don't do it. And so it makes it not competitive.
Williamson.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, through the Chair. Thanks, Joe and Rick. I think you just mentioned earlier about was the reduction in funding, which is going to have some serious impacts. As you mentioned, obviously, operating budget will be reduced, and you get a few business support and development programs like mentoring. Obviously, with existing businesses, what about just something having to prioritise, like with new businesses coming to town? That's a challenge, having to prioritise that, or is that impacting new businesses coming to town? Getting support, or?
Yes, we have an active attraction program, and where we're trying to get new businesses come to town, and we're there to support. We get contacted quite often to assist, and we try and unblock any roadblocks that they might have. So we'll assist them with industry knowledge, even down to accommodating their business and their families where possible. So we're here to support, and we have our team support new businesses coming in and encouraging new businesses.
Yeah, again, thank you for your presentation. I read every word, and I take your point on the short-term accommodation. I do wonder, have you lobbied central government through our local MP?
Yes.
Good, because we need legislation with teeth to be able to do anything effective for this episode. The next question is, have you noticed or have you had reason to step in the CBD, particularly with businesses that are currently struggling? And if so, what are the areas that they're struggling with the most?
I'll pass over to Rick for more detail, but obviously, as I said before, many of the sectors have been doing well overall. But the biggest struggle, and I think it's not just with Taupō, but it's also nationally, is in the retail sector. That would be the biggest area. And plus in some areas, the commercial office space, because with the move post-COVID to working from home, to people only working in the office 2 to 3 days a week, less commercial space.
Yeah, so definitely we work really closely with SMEs in our business growth support space. And at the end of summer, there was definitely a big pickup in retail, especially, and hospitality around the struggles that they were finding. We stepped in to try and help them either exit that space or change the way that they operate, know their numbers a little bit better so that they can get through. That has flattened off a little bit at the moment. In conjunction with that, we've just completed an internal database on all leasable properties across the district, and there has been an increase in available leases, especially within the CBD. But now we've covered everything, so I can share that information with you. So we're at about there's about 5% vacant properties and about 5% that are just not operating at the moment. So we're at about 90% full.
This is not just the CBD, obviously in the southern region as well.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. So is it primarily a financial thing at the moment, or is it?
Yeah, the businesses that were struggling the most were probably not, were probably the businesses that were on a knife edge for the last 3 years and have sort of survived because we've had a really vibrant economy in the district. So trying to get them to operate better has been our focus.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Appreciate your time. Thank you both. I suggest we keep going. Another couple of submitters before we have a break. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tēnā koutou councillors. Thank you for having us today. I'm Angus Judge, the General Manager of Operations for Genesis Energy, and this is Alice Barnett, our Environmental Policy Manager. So many of you know Genesis operates the Tongariro power scheme in the southern part of the district, collecting water from around the central plateau and generating 360 megawatts of renewable energy into the grid. And we're very proud and active members of the Taupō community. We give back to several community environmental and mana whenua initiatives. And we recognise the challenge the council's working through in its long-term plan on trying to juggle budgets and rates and provide for the people of the district. Thank you for allowing us to come today. We are here to speak to the rating differential that's being applied, the proposed differential being applied to the generation asset facilities, which would take it to a 1.8 differential from the current of 1 to align us with commercial and industrial activities around the district. And we will take our submission as read in the time we've got, but we just wanted to make a couple of key points around the unique differences of power generation assets relative to other commercial and industrial. Power generation assets typically tend to be very high in capital value, so there's a lot of high precision turbines and generators across the scheme. We've got canals, intake structures, gates. They all add up in capital value to something in the order of $440 million for the Tongariro scheme alone. But the unique aspect of that is despite the high CV of those assets, the burden on council facility or council services is relatively low. For the power station we have at Takanu, we have a small potable water connection, but other than that, we're completely self-contained in terms of wastewater disposal, stormwater disposal, and a lot of our assets are on the national Wakakotahi roading network and don't place a burden on the local council roading network. So a rating differential of 1.8 would impose an 84% rate increase on Genesis activities this year. In real terms, that would take our rating value from $845,000 to $1.6 million, which is a significant increase when you consider the service burden hasn't changed and isn't large, and it feels like it's just been attracted by virtue of the high CV of that scheme. So our opposition to that rating differential of 1.8 is that it doesn't feel equitable. The scheme, we're really proud of what it does for nationally, but also the district. It's a lifeline utility. It provides an essential service in terms of electricity supply to the district and nationally. And it's one we can't move. Those assets are long-standing. They are where the renewable assets are. And as I say, we're proud to be in the district and happy to be a ratepayer. We recognise we have to pay our way. We just think a more equitable outcome would be to leave us at a rating differential of 1, which would bring us more proportionate with the average rate rise across the district of 11.6%. And we would, I guess out of this, we would welcome an opportunity to meet with council technical staff and talk them through the intricacies of things like the CV, the assets, the services we have, so that in consultation with the technical staff, we could work through these and come to an outcome where we didn't have to do it through this process, which is an opportunity we weren't really given in the lead up to this. So thank you very much. We thought we'd be brief and allow plenty of time for questions if you had any.
Thank you, and we have read your submission as the other electricity generators have submitted also. Any questions, team? Campbell.
Oh, just in terms of this rating differential around the country, I'm sure it varies. You must have it all over the place. Is this normal in your eyes? Is this exceptional, normal?
It's exceptional. All councils are under pressure, we get that. The average seems to be around, as would be proposed in a differential of 1, it's all in that sort of 10 to 12 to 15 type percentage increased rates across the nationally. We've got assets nationally. 84% is significantly out of kilter with what we're seeing anywhere else.
And my other point, I suppose, I mean, the question of equity comes up all the time. I mean, rural landowners all the time complain about the same thing, but yeah, I get it.
And I could rephrase that question. What differentials do power generators face in other parts of the country that you're aware of?
It varies right across the country. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I guess where we've come from, or Taupō District, is we weren't consulted before. We saw the minutes from the, I think, November 2013 council hui with the direction to engage over and above with electricity generators. We believe we were sent a letter in February, and that was the only correspondence we had with Taupō District on this matter. So that was what we would hope we could talk about with council staff from a technical perspective about the differentials, because it does vary across the country for us.
Okay, so if we were to do research on that, you would be comfortable with us looking at what the differentials are nationwide?
Yeah, totally. And I guess that's the point. We'd really love to talk to council staff and have a kōrero about differentials. It is not just differentials across the country, because obviously there's a distinction between general rates and specific rates as well. So it's quite a mixture and takes a bit of time to delve into.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate your time and thank you for your submission. And you've covered a lot of ground in your written submission. I appreciate that. So there was a lot to think about.
Thank you.
Let's keep going. Brian, the floor is yours.
Okay, councillors, thank you very much for your time and listening to myself and Pete today, but we won't introduce ourselves. I will note that we have got a very short one-page PowerPoint today. As a rule, I'm not allowed to present PowerPoints by Pete, but it was like that on interpretive dance and nobody wants to see that. So we'll take our submission as read, and we just wanted to focus on a couple of key points. So I'll start, then Pete will jump in and correct me. Currently at the moment, we get $65,000 a year from council, which is really appreciated. And we're very much aware of the pressures everyone's under at the moment. So we're not seeking any more and we're not seeking any less. But I guess this is a good opportunity to say, well, actually, what does that $65,000 result in for the district and the community? So what's essentially as a council's return on investment for that funding? So if we look at last year and looking at our kind of the new kaupapa, which we're kind of working to, which is trails, traps, trees and tamariki. So from trails, we've got 240 k's of trails throughout the district, which we manage and maintain. So they're in Taupō, Turangi, Kinloch, Mangakino, Western Bays and the Northern Kaimanawa. They're used by over 100,000 people a year, both locals and also manuhiri from throughout the country and also globally, and people such as Sammy Maxwell from Taupō, who got 8th in her first ever Olympic event this morning, which is fantastic. We also hold 9 events on our trails, which is quite significant. No walking events, running events. Almost 1,000 people competed on the possum event this year, which is fantastic to see. We've also got a pretty significant trapping operation on the Great Lake Trails at craters and up and down the Waikato River. There's 579 traps, all managed by volunteers. And last year they killed over 4,000 rats, stoats, mice, hedgehogs, etc. You name it, cats, they've got it. And that's creating significant environmental gains there as well. Pete, the team planted over 3,000 native trees around our trails, which is great for maintenance, great for biodiversity as well. We've got Kath sitting down the back, who runs the Kids Bike Tow Ball program. So that's our tamariki aspect. So last year she had 11,367 kids on bikes through her system. 336 of those were first-time pedalers. I think it's really important to note that she visited 38 schools, kohanga, early childhood centres in Kura, in Mangakino, Mokai, Turangi, Kuratau, Taupo, Rangataki, basically Reparoa, all parts of the district. So we operate throughout the whole place. She also runs 120 after-school sessions for people that just kind of come out and ride, and also maintains the community bike shed which we've got going. So we've got, I guess, a lot of social, environmental, physical fitness type of benefits as well. Last year, we commissioned a report with the assistance of Council, EGRT and DGRT to see actually how much is off-road trails worth for this district, and it came out as $20 million. So that's based on the spend from visitors, locals, events. That's not an insignificant portion for $65,000 worth of investment. So while we can't claim all of those trails, we can claim about 85% of them. So, that's about $300 to the dollar invested, which is not bad. That's 175 jobs directly and indirectly throughout the district. And also from are people getting value from AIM? Actually, 60% of people think it's a 90% hit rate. The next tranche down underneath that was about 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. So I think what we're delivering is pretty good. So biking and off-road trail use is a significant part of the district. We as a community organisation deliver that in a very lean and effective way with the community, with the volunteers, and with council staff support and financial support from the council as well. Also just like to acknowledge the actual expenditure or investment councils get looking to do on cycling infrastructure around the town. That's listed in our submission. I'd like to specifically make note of the works at Norman Smith Street and Control Gates Bridge, which we've been working with council for a number of years on. Acknowledge that NZTA has pulled their funding for that. We did have a good solid commitment from council that work's going to carry on. I'd like to see that carry on. Hey.
Surprised I'm allowed to say. No, I won't add, just answer any questions, probably it's easy.
Thank you both. Councillor Park, your question?
Yes, firstly, thank you. Like Taupō exceeds the 65 grand and what you achieved. Can I just ask you about your relationship with Waikato River Trails? And I had, like, you talk about the 85% tracks, and I know that Waikato River Trails comes to us for funding as well. Do you both work in collaboration?
We communicate with them. So obviously the Waikato River Trails is one of the 22 Great Rights. The Great Lake Trails is one of the 22 Great Rights. So we've got a network with all the other trails around the country. So we do kind of catch up and swap notes occasionally. Pete and I think another Pete went and helped scoping out some of the new trails which I've developed out around Atiamuri and obviously and up to Awakuri. So we kind of lend a hand occasionally on that side of things. Pete's also on the New Zealand Cycle Trails board, and so obviously he's got a relationship again with the Waikato River Trails from a governance perspective too.
I think it's fair to say most of the trails operate pretty well independently. We help each other, but that's really where it stops. We maintain the Arataki track, which goes up through to Poriora, which is part of the Tūrangi-Tongariro route. So we keep that open. We stepped in to help Doc in that area.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I've got a question at the end of this, but my perception of bike Taupo is it's mostly focused on recreational off-road stuff per se, and I noticed you do throw in there about concern about safety of cyclists urban. I mean, I've been like, for example, contrast Cycle Action Auckland is all about, well, that's a city, so it's all about on roads. Do you plan to have much of a, do you have people in there who are road cyclists and look at that very much? Because, yeah.
So is your question about urban cycling?
I'm really questioning the emphasis. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the emphasis of bike Taupo is mostly recreational off-road mountain bike.
So you read our submission?
Yes, yeah.
There's a strong focus on safety improvements for urban riding in there. And we are an advocacy group. We're a voice of cyclists. We're based around a bunch of volunteers, and our voice reflects those volunteers who are around the table. We do Kids Bike Taupo. It's strong focus about improving the skills of people riding. Most of those are kids who ride urbanly. Improving the visibility of cycling and getting more people on the road as well, which grows, I guess, our ability to advocate locally. We do get involved in trying to improve safety on specific issues. We're actively involved in the transport strategy development. We're actively involved in the Nukaho plan change, which is where the improvements to the control gates bridge area came out. So where there's an opportunity, we're pretty active in that discussion. We've got really good relationships with Claire and her team, and they ring us up constantly to kind of get involved. We're currently having a discussion with them about EUL lands and how we can get cycle safety things. So yes, we are. The trails is a big part of us. It just kind of shows that that's where we've come from over the 20 years. But we are as active as we can be, as a bunch of volunteers can be in this space.
And a lot of emphasis of the trails is to shift the people off the roads onto a safer area. So if you go back 23 years, the Rotary Ride coming from town to Hooker Falls was one of the major influences on the way we've operated to get people off the roads.
Thank you. Councillor Leonard and then Councillor Greenslade.
Thank you for everything you do for our community. Absolutely incredible. I was just interested in hearing how Craters of the Moon's going post. Yeah, just like, 65 grand when you've had that thing pretty much smashed apart.
Was smashed here. It's pretty well up and running now. It was $270,000 to rebuild. So just about sums it up.
Thank you, guys. I mean, you're well known across the whole day. Two questions. Can you tell me, do you work with all the schools in the Turangi region? And as far as the trails are concerned, do you have a relationship with DOC? Because they're responsible for the trails around there as well.
You go. Other thing, I was in the dock office this morning, turned to Ian McNichol, who's one of the rangers there, and so with us on the upgrade like the Aotearoa Trail. And it's a really good relationship. I mean, outside of dock, I've worked with a lot of trails around the country, and the relationship with dock is very, very different depending on where you go. Here, it's working well. I think that's based on 20 years of good working relationships.
I'm specifically thinking of that region though, in the Turangi region.
Yeah, no, it's the same office. It's the same office. So we own half of the Tongariro River Trail. They own the other half. We work together we're totally focused on the outcome of the user. We don't really care who has to pay. We're just interested in the user. So we work really well together with them. Yep. They've got constraints, we've got constraints, but.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your presentation this morning. Can I suggest we go to the end of group 2 and we'll take a short break.
Thanks, guys.
Wait for Nicole to come back in. Okay. Nicole, we'll go to the end of group 2 of the submitters and we'll take a short break. Thank you.
Good morning, team. I submitted to the rubbish collection proposals of the long-term plan. Perspective when I moved to the district from the Capital Coast, that house from Mangakino Road, plucked around Bully Point to Pukawa and put it down with exactly 180 degrees different outlook. That 180 degrees different outlook seems to be causing issues. Myself and many others flabbergasted that council proposed a one solution fits all for the rubbish collection for the district. And I'd like to point out what I hope is an unintended consequence of that. And that currently, with the rubbish bag system, the community spirit of the Pukawa and Morikurita villages deals with the dogs that occasionally tear them apart and people pick it up and put it all back together. It deals with the people who are short-term stayers and all of our accommodation in houses around the areas, and the generosity of many of the permanent residents. Deals with making sure that rubbish bags are out, correctly placed. In many cases, in particular where I live, with a whole lot of long access ways, which are right of ways, rather than requiring the rubbish bag truck to come to every gateway and pick them all up, we will drop them off at the corner of Kowhai Drive, that they can pick it all up in one place. That goodwill is what's made the system work. I'm afraid that council's assumption that one solution will fit all, the proposed collection systems under the long-term plan, has pretty much eroded all of that goodwill. I just want to point out that my expectation is that wheelie bins will not be treated with the same kindness and the same enthusiasm to make the system work. And my prediction is that, in fact, the worst predictions of mine and everybody else's written submissions that you've been forced to read will probably be what comes true. I've been through this once before. As I said, I moved here from the Kapiti Coast. We were very lucky in that situation that to have a population base and a council that saw what we needed. We had a choice of private contractor that we could pay to collect our rubbish tins. There was in my particular case, there was a choice of 3, but so in that case, we had the option of opting out or selecting our provider for our rubbish collection. That was a satisfactory transition from bags to the wheelie bin. Many people opted out. As if I was in the situation and offered those choices where I live, in Pukawa, I would do exactly that, because I frequently, my rubbish output is so small that it is no problem for me to dispose of it myself at the transfer stations. I'm spoiled for choices. I have two locally in Turatau and in Turangi. Right, your schedule's busy. That's all I have to say. Please treat us kindly down that end of the lake.
Thank you. Any questions, team? Sandra.
It's a real hard one. Do you see any advantages in the wheelie bin system for the community in that area of the lake?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
What do you think?
You know, and everybody else has submitted to that. You know, you're all well aware of the problem. We have the look, you've got more information on it than we have. You know how much rubbish is collected, what days it's collected from. Waste reduction officer Rachel turns up where I work at Kuratau School and goes through our rubbish and looks at what's in it, analyzes, and I'm quite sure that you have data like that on rubbish that's come from various. I mean, you couldn't make the decisions that you have to make without having that data. So, you know, how to deal with it. I don't have all of that information. I've seen this, as I said, I've seen this operation managed successfully in the Kapiti Coast, and I can't see the proposals of the long-term plan. I can't see being successful for the villages of Southern Lakes.
Thank you for your time, your submission, and your business this morning. Appreciate that.
It was necessary because just like everybody else, I wrote my submission, push send, and then thought of what I should have said.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, the floor is yours.
Ti hei mauri ora. Mi ana au. Ki te koro mātua tuarua. I ngā kai kaunihera. Me ngā kai mahi o Taupō District Council. Ki te honga katoa I tai mai nei tēnei rā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. To the Deputy Mayor, Councillors, thank you for your time and consideration. And to everyone else that has turned up here today, particularly my fellow speakers, I thank you all for your time and effort that you've put into this. My name is Matt Andrews, and I will be presenting the submission of the Kinloch Representative Group on behalf of the community of Kinloch. I'll be looking to try and summarise what we can agree on, because I think you guys will have to deal with quite a lot of kōrero about Kinloch today. So I'll try and bring all the positive things that we want to talk about and the things that we consider is really important to Kinloch. With regard to the district-wide proposals, the Kinloch community fully supports the Turangi and North Taupō wastewater options. The Kinloch community also feels that in terms of the housing options, there needs to be a little bit more discussion and consideration regarding what the council was proposing in the long-term plan. As you've probably heard multiple times today, the community has strong opposition to the bins versus bags debate, kōrero. This is based on the unique properties of both Kinloch and our wider, more remote communities around our Great Lake. Kinloch itself has many holiday properties that makes it impractical for bins to be put out on a regular basis, where the bags, as people have talked about, can be put out and around in other places or taken directly to the refuse station. We also have lots of long private roads that not only affects Kinloch, but also our more remote communities, particularly on the western side of the lake. It's for these reasons that the community opposes the bins proposal at this stage, and at the very least would want you to consider something that's not a one-size-fits-all proposal. In terms of the ward-specific information or projects in the LTP, the community actually supports the majority of what's in the LTP for Kinloch, particularly things like the Marina footbridge, which is iconic around the whole district, and proposed maintenance. There is agreement on the footpaths that you've talked about getting done in the long-term plan in Kinloch. However, the community would like to have more input into ones that need to be added and some of the repair work that needs to be done on some of those footpaths that we currently have. There's also a lot of comment about easing the congestion into Taupō. The community absolutely understands the need for it. But the thoughts from that perspective are that it doesn't necessarily have to be a bridge. Is there other options that can be done? So it's more about considering other options rather than just a bridge solve. Finally, the community in the long-term plan, it talks about an assessment being done on the Kinloch Hall. The community opposes that as there is already an assessment that has been done, and this could be done, used instead, saving the council some putia there. In terms of Kinloch itself, there's several pressing issues that need to be dealt with. We've heard already this morning from Ron, talked about the Eastern Beach toilet. This has been an ongoing issue. Kinloch itself doesn't have like supplementary public toilets such as businesses that have their own toilets in them that people can use. So when people are on the Eastern Beach at Kinloch there, when they need to go, they're actually going onto private land. It's obviously very important to me because I whakapapa to that land. And so people defecating on stuff is a source of pain for me personally. The toilets at Eastern Beach are essential, they're overdue, and establishing a permanent facility on that side needs to be done urgently. Also, what is agreed within the community is the flooding of the domain. This is something that was identified as an issue in a 2007 TDC reserves plan. Currently, we've got that remediation booked in for 2030. This needs to be brought forward. And as you've heard from Ron this morning, the community stands ready to assist, provide expertise and resources if required. So the community sees that as a potential for providing a good collaborative project between TDC and the community itself. Finally, the scheduled beachfront recreation area that's or restoration work and further extensions that are being talked about. Again, the community feels that needs to be brought forward. We've got the continual growth of the community, and you've also got increasing pressure during the summer months that require things like further parking and things like disability access for people to be able to get to the beach as well. In conclusion, I extend our gratitude to the TDC for an exceptional communication and engagement opportunities that you've provided during this long-term plan. And we look forward to working collaboratively to realise our community's vision and addressing our pressing needs effectively. Ngā mihi anō, o tō koutou wā, me tō koutou whakaaro, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Greenslade.
Thank you very much, and really good to read your submission from another representative group in our area and the things that you're talking about. I wonder if you're able to elaborate a little bit on the further discussion that you think we should have around the housing. What was the representative group's thoughts about that?
So that comes down to obviously balancing the need for further housing in the area, and more importantly, cost-effective housing versus potential risks that the council may be taking on in terms of being a bigger part of that development. So that's why the community overall would like further discussion around it.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. A number of us here attended the community consultation meetings at Kinloch, and I'd have to say the engagement there was outstanding. It was really good to talk, and looking around the room, there are a few behind you that were at some of those meetings, and it was actually really good to hear the views of the community out there. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Team, we've gone just over 2 hours. Can I suggest we take 10 minutes? Can we enough? Take a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you to those. Apologize, you have to wait a few extra minutes. We'll be back at 11:22.
Sorry, I do that for David if that's annoying.
No, it's not. It's fine. I'm trying to.
Yeah, no.
I know I'm upset. I'm using my.
I know, but you're trying to do lots of things. So
that's good.
Yeah.
That's it.
Maybe.
Sarah, I didn't want to embarrass.
No, it's still recording. Yeah. And we'll follow it up over a sandwich. Yeah. I'll text you about what I think you're going to ask you. Oh, let's record it.
I don't worry, I'll review it down here.
Then you got to,
That's what you're going
We got points.
Yeah, I'm at. Been very wonderful. No, I drank alcohol from my. I know.
It's a polar blast. It hasn't finished yet. It's coming up the country.
Which I'm not sitting down yet. I'm gonna be sitting down for another time, just stand up for a while.
I had to drive so many times around the block trying to find a car park this morning.
Oh, really?
That's why I walked in bang on 9 o'clock.
Well, then, when I drove down, I don't know. Hello.
I went round quite a few times thinking I'm sure to get, eventually I parked over that way, round, but. Well, I do normally as well. If it is, I see, boy, it didn't take me. White van.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, there you go. Alrighty. Just on that. We can't. No.
Well, look at all the rest of the load. Ah, I can't remember what it was, so you can just like that, but yeah, the point is, with previous. We have strong reason a little bit. Yes, it was a lead, I think that's coming back, you chose not to engage it, not. Not that that's.
Yeah, but my, our perception.
So, good job. So what they were paying at the start is not, so. I mean. Well, yeah. It has been quite strong in our favour in the last few years on. We don't.
They've got, I mean, if you're the staff and the directors, you've got an obligation to your shareholders, so you're gonna.
One minute, continue. That's right, Harry's gonna. But I'm wearing this. So. Jump ahead. I'm getting to Eric, and it would be a perfect.
Oh, I guess you did. Well, we're back.
Yeah. Completion tender, not. You say simple as that. Yeah. That's right. I'm finding out.
Well, thanks, everyone. We'll reconvene. It's just gone 23 minutes after. Nicole, who have we got next?
Yep.
John. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to my written submission, which is, I think, number 1196 on the council's long-term plan. I'll consider the submission as read. Obviously, you don't want me to go through it all again, and just focus on a couple of the key points. And I should add that this first part is supported by the Taupō branch of Forest and Bird. And the first section that I want to speak about is cat management. And it's a bit daunting to present a coherent proposal on what for some might be a bit of a left field topic from the council's long-term plan. And I understand that, but I have provided a selection of reputable evidence in the attachments to my original submission with links for anybody that wants to delve a bit deeper into the issue. But there is a growing awareness in the country of the need to manage cats in our communities, and the social licence for this is now a well-established majority. And it's supported by a consensus of reputable authorities, which are listed in the attachments and links that I've provided, on all sides of the issue, and that's as varied as SPCA, Companion Animals New Zealand, veterinarians, Department of Conservation, Fish and Bird, numerous other organisations. So this should be by a combination of central government, cat management should be by a combination of central government action via a National Cat Management Act, and that's perhaps akin to the Dog Control Act that councils administered today, and by local government through policies and bylaws. So the thrust of my submission is for the council to commit during this long-term plan to adopt policies and bylaws to manage cats. This will provide a platform to implement those measures as support and direction becomes available from central government. I want to be very clear that the submission is not anti-cat. Cats are valued household pets and companion animals for many, but cats of all stripes, owned, wild or feral, create serious problems if their numbers, range and behaviour are not managed. Primary impacts are from predation on native wildlife, including extinction. At least 2 species have become extinct in New Zealand from cat predation. The spread of human and livestock diseases with subsequent economic and biodiversity consequences, and the intrusion on the health, welfare and quiet enjoyment of neighbours through spraying, defecating and fighting on their properties. Objective supporting evidence, as I said, was provided with my written submission, so I won't go into the detail again. Now, all of these impacts can be managed for owned cats with varying degrees of difficulty. Primary actions include microchipping and desexing, registration of ownership, and limiting the number of cats per household. And at the far end of the spectrum could be a requirement for all cats to be retained on their owners' properties. This is actually well established in many other countries, including Australia, and is gaining traction in New Zealand. Many local authorities already require some of these measures through their bylaws, despite the current lack of national direction through legislation. And given the recommendations of the National Cat Management Strategy Working Group, it's reasonable to expect that such direction and support will be forthcoming in the life of this long-term plan. A further measure would be the prohibition of cat ownership in sensitive areas in proximity to locations of significant biodiversity, such as our urban gullies, the lakeshore and the botanical reserve. I certainly wouldn't advocate for that in urban places where people have already settled without restriction on cat ownership. But it's certainly a powerful and practical environmental tool in the development of new subdivisions. And such prohibitions have been actively applied elsewhere through developers' covenants in subdivisions and by direction of the Environment Court in at least 2 cases, one being the very large Peacock subdivision in Hamilton and another recent one in Kerikeri. So it's my submission that the council should join the vanguard of other enlightened local authorities and introduce similar bans in new subdivisions. It's somewhat disappointing that the official response to these concepts has been along the lines that, given funding constraints, implementing registration of cats is not a priority at this time, unquote. But I would think that surely the whole point of a long-term plan is to decide what is a priority and not just promote the status quo. So I would hope that more in-depth consideration be given to the issue than just focusing on the one element that was identified, and that was registration and its subsequent costs, and ignoring the other useful tools that are being proposed. The second topic I would like to speak to is the Taupō East urban lands. And I speak as a close neighbour and a 35-year resident adjoining the EUL land. The Waipahihi Gully borders the northern side of this development and is a significant site for biodiversity, recreation and community wellbeing. Over the last 15 years, community volunteers with the endorsement and practical and financial support of both Taupō District Council and Waikato Regional Council have voluntarily undertaken weed and pest control and native tree planting in the gully. And this commitment has spread to include the likes of Kids Greeting Taupo and the Waipahihi School. So there's little doubt that the community treasures this gully, and it's crucial that they're involved in its rehabilitation and ongoing management as the various adjacent developments proceed, and that's Kokamea, the EUL, Richmond Terraces, and whatever may follow. I ask the council to commit to providing resources to maintain the ongoing restoration and care of the gully, with the view of recreating a biodiversity and recreational hotspot and engaging the community in this. Costs for weed and pest control are likely to be minimal because of the volunteer input, but commitment is essential to ensure that gains from the initial work are not lost over time. In particular, the council's preferred role in the development of the EUL leaves it perfectly positioned to institute a ban on cat ownership in its proposed subdivision. This can be readily achieved by covenants on the titles and bylaws if necessary to underpin it. This will ensure that the restored gully will improve as a habitat and refuge for native biodiversity and support community engagement and effort in maintaining it. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Campbell.
Cat containment, I'm just interested in the questions around public awareness, because honestly, the only time I've really come across this is being on council. I mean, because I suggest that any council in New Zealand, if they tried to impose cat containment policies, they'd just get rejected out of hand, just because there's not much, that's my impression, there's not much awareness. And have you looked at places like you mentioned, Australia, where it's been, how did it come about there? Because
it came about in Australia because cats were having a massive impact on native biodiversity. Australia obviously having a much more varied suite of animals than we do, particularly reptiles, birds, obviously, and small mammals. And they were being massively impacted by cats in various parts of the country. And some states and local authorities have now instituted requirements for cats to be contained within the owner's property in urban areas. Yes, in urban areas. So it's, I guess, developing out of necessity, but also of a growing awareness. And there's a growing awareness in New Zealand, and I think a growing acceptance of the need to manage cats through containment. I've just recently seen some articles a couple of days ago where cat owners have developed their own catios, as they're called, which are basically confined areas where cats can play and enjoy their life, but without leaving the owner's property. It is a relatively new concept. I fully understand that, and I'm sure it's going to take time to get real traction with the public generally. But the other measures, such as microchipping and desexing in particular, restriction of the number of cats per household, pretty mainstream. And in fact, one survey has showed that, an independent survey, 3/4 of New Zealanders who were surveyed support compulsory microchipping of cats. So we were well past the days of Gareth Morgan 20 years ago when this was a controversial, highly controversial topic. It's very much mainstream, and it's got a great deal of support nationally.
Well, I was interested to read in there about the old cat bell doesn't work.
So I need to move this on. John, are there any other comments?
That's all I have.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. And the National Cat Strategy, which you've attached. It's a comprehensive document, I have to say.
I'm pleased that you've seen it.
Please.
Thank you.
He's known as Mayor Mark. You didn't hear me.
Morning, Mark. Welcome.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, Mr. Deputy Mayor and councillors. It's a very important part of democracy for us to come along and have a bit of a chat. And so thank you for that opportunity. We have a reasonably active little group out there at Mangakino in the Pouakani area. and I've been involved with that group for a number of years. I seem to get this job each annual hardy, but or hardy annual. And that's the wrong submission, but that's okay. That's another submission for another job. I get a few of these work out. Mangakino-Pouakani, we actually think that we should be sticking to our knitting, do the basics and do them well, particularly in these difficult times of financial restraints that everybody's finding themselves under. And we don't envy people at all because we all want something. Nobody wants to pay the bill. So let's, we support you doing the essentials and continue on a steady ship. We also support that the Turangi wastewater, we do support that, and the Taupō North wastewater issue. The bag it or bin it created a bit of a debate. Yeah, we sort of do support it, but we have difficulties with the rural collection, whereas we're into the yellow bags there. And I don't think the bins are going to work at all well in a rural situation, which is a bit disappointing because right now it's a good system that's going, and with recycling as well. And, you know, both the collection of rubbish and recycling will be at risk. The housing one, yes, we do support council's approach to housing. However, we think that perhaps you should look a little bit further afield than just Taupo and perhaps consider Mangakino or Aotearoa Māori for further housing suitable for affordable housing. The capitalist part of myself is a little concerned that if council was to perhaps flood the market with houses, there's a lot of homeowners that would actually lose equity because it's a supply and demand thing. And so I'm not so sure that council should perhaps be getting into it. Banks and other homeowners probably won't thank you for it. But we do need more affordable housing. There's a list of projects that you've got in the long-term plan, and they're pretty good sort of projects that you've got. There's the shared path on Lake Road. It's at Mangakino. Yes, we need that. Transfer station upgrade. Yep, beauty. Lake Maraetai Lakefront Development Plan. That's a continuation, and we do know there's issues there. We still haven't established ownership there with Linds, and there's quite a few issues there. The water treatment improvements, that's great. The wastewater plant, of course, everywhere's wastewater problems, and so the Mangakino is no less. We have some road safety bits and pieces around the Mokai Marae, pretty good. Yep, that's excellent, because that Marae can be pretty busy. And of course, that intersection, which you've spent some money on in the last few years, yeah, you could have done it better with all the money that you spent there. You could have done it better, but anyway, what we've got is what we've got. And of course, you've got Miraka Dairy Factory just down the road from Marae, so there's a lot of trucks in and out to that. You've got the big glass houses there, so again, there's lots of trucks coming and going for that. And repairs and maintenance of the power stations that are there also, not to mention the worm farm and native nursery that's down there also. I'm not sure where the rural berm drainage and improvements are, but anything that does help our rural roads is always welcome. And the Tūrangi road improvements, that'll be pretty good too. There's some tram tracks here that have been causing problems for years. The flood mitigation too, I'd have to say I don't know where that's taking place. I understand it's in Mangakino Township, but I don't really know where. There's a footpath that's going into Aotearoa, which is great. That's to get people in and out around the boat ramp better. The Turangi water treatment upgrade, well, and there's also the Waihaha schemes. We have a bit of an issue there because we think that we need to have better consultation. Certainly the Turangi residents are not too happy with council on the water scheme and unacceptable letters that have been sent from council to some of our farmer and small lifestyle owners. Totally unacceptable. So you've got a bit of work there to do. So yeah, I think you need to do a lot more work in that area. And I know Waihaha would like consultation with you also. And we could do it together. I mean, both schemes are schemes, so we could join forces and have this consultation. The Artamuri wastewater treatment plant, well, unfortunately, if you drink it, you've got to get rid of it somewhere. And so you've always got a problem with it. And so yes, it needs to be upgraded. So let's go ahead and do it. So we do support all your suggestions. Let's steady as you go. It's the essential stuff. Good stuff.
On the bill.
What it's all about, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks very much. Any questions, team? Pretty comprehensive submission, as you've covered.
Well, it's only one page, but I can add things as I go along.
It's all right. That's fine. No questions. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, Senator.
Also. Enjoy your afternoon. I don't envy you one little bit. I'm going to go back to pet some calves.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Morning, gentlemen.
My name's Scott Hubbard, Piers Brown. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you regarding our submission for the council's 10-year plan. We represent the Pukaka Crescent residents group. We're a group of people, residents in Pukaka Crescent, some with permanent residents like myself, and others with holiday homes. But we all have a strong and common enduring interest in Seacom Park Reserve. Members of the group enjoyed a liaison with the council for many years and worked with the council in the development of the 2011 Seacom Park Vegetation Management Plan, to which we have made many references to in our submission, including good references into the submission that we put forward to you. On this note, we would just like to say that we really do appreciate the relationship that we have developed between us and Andrew Moore and his team from Parks and Reserve over the last few years. It's been really fantastic. They've been doing some really great work in Seacom Park, maintaining some trees and doing some really outstanding work on improving the northern bank along Pukaka Crescent. We're very grateful for that, and we're very aware of the sheer scale of and demands that are placed on that team in the district with all the parks and reserves that are around. So it's a huge job, and I do appreciate that it's requires a lot of funding to do that. So we're very grateful. So thank you. Andrews have recommended that we make a submission to you as to the future management of the park to assist them in their work to enable them to continue to look after the park. Our aim is to improve the beauty and amenity of Seacom Park for all users, and believe that this can be achieved over time, and have made a number of specific recommendations in our submission. As residents, we view the park on a daily basis, and we have an especially high invested interest in achieving really good outcomes for the park. The 2011 Seacom Park Vegetation Management Plan for the park resulted from combined liaison between council and residents, and was a comprehensive plan setting out a way ahead for the coming years, covering ways to improve vegetation in the park and also to develop and preserve new shafts through and over the park of the Great Lake. Our request today is to request that the 2011 Seacom Park Management Plan is updated in a collaborative manner. The council allocate budget towards the implementation of the outcomes of a revised plan and the ongoing maintenance of the revised plan over the years ahead. This is to ensure that we have some clear objectives set and achieved in reasonable time and cost benefiting all those associated with the park, users of the park. We do acknowledge that this suggestion was not included in our actual submission, but we believe it to be a more practical way to deal with these issues rather than to try and incorporate the degree of detail that we went to in our submission today in front of you. It's just going to be a little bit too much for this forum. So
No, that's fine. You,
yeah,
no issue with you.
so, yeah, so we just really thank you for the opportunity to come and sit here in front of you today and happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Any questions, team? Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I live in Waka. I didn't know there was a Pukaka Crescent residents group. And just a question, something you didn't mention in your submission though, is illicit drivers doing burnouts a thing that you're concerned about? No mention, so.
Our view is the council's very kindly gone and built a nice skid pan for the young kids, i.e. the boat car park where the boat ramp is. And to be fair, look, the kids come down, they'll do a quick burnout. There's only one way in and out. They're there for a very short time. And in the 20 years that I've lived there, no damage has been done from them doing that. I think it's a lot better option that they do it there than they're doing it on residential streets, which is one thing. What we do have, what we do as a group have a problem with is when they start doing the burnouts on the grass and ripping all that up. And I think that's something that that needs to be looked at somehow. I mean, that whole area down the bottom where the boat ramp is when you get that really busy period over the Christmas New Year period where the boat ramp's getting hit really hard. A lot of people park, like they use the grass areas for extra parking. So it's good that you can access your cars for that, but it is a pity that these kids tend to feel the need to go and burn out on the grass when you can just go and do it on a sealed area and it doesn't hurt anyone and then they're gone. So,
yeah, it's interesting your perspective on that one.
Yeah.
Any other questions, team?
I need a score out of my deck. Sometimes, 9 out of 10. Yeah.
Like containing aberrant behaviour.
It gives them a good outlet to do it in a relatively safe place, is my view. And if they're for such a short time, such
Thank you both for your time and for your submission. It was detailed. We have read it. Appreciate your input.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Over to you. Pat, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity. As you'll be aware, I've already had quite a lot of input into the KRG submission that so eloquently crystallised, and I'm very pleased with what he's presented. I have to start with a bit of an apology because in doing my written submission, the whole system crashed as I was doing it. And so I did another one and two ended up merged and you've got a whole lot of repetition. So you had enough to read and mine looked like a dog's breakfast. So
thank you for your confession. We were looking for who crashed the system.
Yeah. So I felt very embarrassed about that. But anyway, put that aside. Why I've chosen to take this opportunity on my own behalf is that my involvement with community engagement in Kinloch goes back to 2017, which mightn't be a long time, but was an active engagement. Belinda Walker organised initially in 2017 community meeting where we identified the issues. And then every month through that year was another meeting to drill down and have workshops basically. And they were very well attended. There were 30 odd people, but most of them. I attended all of them, and the priorities came to the surface quite clearly. The number one was a community hub. So we set about seeing how we could implement that, and got a lotteries. We secured lotteries funding for a feasibility study, which was carried out, and that was all very well, but then we couldn't proceed from there. So we moved on to the next priority, which was the kindergarten. And both of these, of course, are aimed at bringing the community together. So I feel I've got quite a good grasp of community response. In a nutshell, really, it's Kinloch's a community looking to mature, and both physically and in terms of socially. Physically, Matt has highlighted 2 or 3 very important things. One, the toilets. That's obviously got to be done, and also the domain. And yeah, you and I had to walk around there, and I think we've got a very good understanding of what's needed there. I just want to focus though mainly today on the opportunity that exists at present with the development contributions. As I said, I don't have a lot of experience with allocation of development contributions, but I'm just looking at it from the outside. I can see if well applied, this can be a great lever for Kinloch. Firstly, the 12.5% that's allocated, I understand, for a bridge in the future. I recognise that it's opportune for the council to grab that money and from the other 2 big areas where development's happening, and to put that aside. There's another opportunity though, and that is to fund these things that Matt outlined, the toilets and the things that need doing immediately in the local area. And I would ask you to consider redistributing that money, at least in part, towards resolving those things once and for all, because they've been carrying on for a long time. And it can be done possibly with no impact on rates at all, because this money is actually manna from heaven. It's just money that arrives and available. The 2.5% for reserves, again, I agree that that's excellent. Where the major development's happening up on the hill in Kinloch, there's a lot of activity at the children's playground that's there, and there's an opportunity to extend that, enhance it, not just with the kindergarten / community centre, but with other things. So at the moment, we've got up there that playground, and it's very, very well used. I'm really surprised how well used it is, to be honest. My thinking was it's a little bit out on a limb, but it actually doesn't seem to be. At the moment, there's a terrain bike park being developed by the developers just nearby, just around the corner from the proposed kindy site, and that's about half an acre. And the developers themselves have rolled out their sleeves and joining with the kids and building this.
But I don't want to cut into your time, but you're about to ring the bell on your 5
sorry,
minutes. Final concluding comments, and then I'll cut to questions.
Just want to say that to capture, we've got a community garden going to be done up there. People are asking for a shared workspace for people working at home, gym, and for consultation space and so on. there's an opportunity to create a real destination there. Sorry to go on.
No, don't apologise. You're fine. We're here to listen. So are there any questions? Thank you for your presentation and for your submission. Appreciate your time.
Morning, everyone.
Well, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to say something. I've only been in the village a very short time, but in that time I've been pretty happy with what they've done there. Regarding the healthy home upgrades and so forth. In response to the rent increase in the 10-year plan, we found it fairly excessive, to say the least, and we saw it. We realised the council has got to increase the rent to a certain extent, what it is, and with the economic conditions changing the way they are, hopefully the government will be sorting out the inflation rates sooner than later. That might change things a bit, hopefully. But you've had submissions from the quite a few of the people, and I'm not going to reiterate some of the things they put there. But one of the things that I did feel was that we as a whole rely on the superannuation fund to fund our lives. And over the previous year, the superannuation department have done very well in upgrading us with catch-ups with the cost of living. And that's helped us a lot. But this increase has virtually nullified this. But we felt that a fairer way to deal with this is to, rather than a 25% increase, which is rather large for the elderly, we felt a 15% increase and $155 per week being a little more reasonable, which means that the council still gets an increase, and we felt we get a fairer price for our rent. We're concerned, or most of us were concerned, that this won't be a one-off occurrence by the council, and has been unsettling for us, thinking that maybe in the future that this might be a common occurrence, not knowing what the conditions ahead mean. But we just felt that perhaps some closer consultation with us as to these type of things. We just got a leaflet in the mail out of the blue saying this is what we're proposing. And so we would like to propose that a 15% increase would be more reasonable to us. Have you got anything more to add to that, Dave?
No, we both agree on the information that you've received from Mr. Giles, that it's something that we feel is fair for all parties involved, and so I won't have to really speak on this because I don't be repeating myself. So I'm endorsing what he's saying, has said, and hope that this can be taken on board by the council. As a deep understanding of our plight. Because as the taxation department informs us, our money is not mentioned as pension money, it's earnings. And the government pays us a pension. So they call it a pension. And therefore, when the government gives us a rise at the beginning of the year, of each year, or thereabouts, it's a very small amount. And then if the council comes along later and takes that away from us, we neither get further ahead in being able to afford anything that we need to purchase, medicines, whatever, then we go backwards. And myself, I've never heard or read of any of these sort of increases in the past for pensioners throughout the country. And I've been a travelling salesperson in times past. And I've had a lot of interactions with people, pensioners, and they all seem reasonably happy. But this is, to me, is a big upset for them, for us. Thank you.
Just one question I'd like to ask the council, and I'm not familiar whether this is right or not, but the council is a landlord, as far as I can understand, of these flats. And in being so, are they going to be part of the government's huge tax relief for landlords in the near future? And whether that's been investigated by the council as to whether you're able to take part in that act that has been passed.
Well, that's that partial. It's not really part of the long-term plan, but as my understanding, that relates to interest payments on mortgages related to rental properties. That does not apply here.
Not apply to you. I just thought I'd bring that up because I wasn't actually sure.
So no, if there is a perception that council are about to receive a massive windfall courtesy of policy change from Parliament, the answer is no. Councillor Truman.
So sorry, just in regards to the submission where it said the MSD was able to supply, was able to give an extra $28 a week. So if
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you, dear.
So if the increase was kept to $28 a week or less, would people be able to get that extra income from MSD?
We can apply for it, yes. It depends how we're geared already. Like some people have got loans, some people haven't, some people already got debts with them, as well as other deductions of their superannuation. So some might be able to. You're right.
Thank you. Just through the chair, thank you, gentlemen, for coming along. Are you aware of the rates rebate scheme where the Department of Internal Affairs have a scheme where you can actually apply and get approximately $600 back a year if you're on low incomes or just on super? Are you aware of the scheme?
No, I'm not.
They're not.
These are
No.
Perhaps we can get some details off you for that.
I think it actually applies if you own the home. So
Oh, yeah, no.
We could get some help from WINS, but it's only based on what you've got in savings. If you've got a wee bit too much, they won't help us to pay the increase of the 25%. So we're really in a tight spot.
That's the best way. We need to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you tell me what percentage of your government pension this will be for say a single person? What percentage? Is it a third, a half? And what will the rent be in a percentage? What would I find out?
I'd have to work that way out. Yeah, no.
Yes, I thought you might have that figure.
Yeah, because a lot of the amounts that each of us pay are slightly varied to their conditions here.
Jill, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
What I can tell you is we are acutely aware of the predicament you're in. We have read the submission, and it will be, I'm sure, debated at length. We have no desire to penalise the more vulnerable in our community. And that is not an indication of an outcome. It's just an indication that we take it very seriously.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon now. Welcome.
Tēnei au katoa ake, keimu ia koutou George Pātena, he uri tēnei o Ngāti Tūwhareto. Tēnei te mihi atu ki ngā karanga hapu mai te mātāpuna tainua atu ki te hikuwai. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou hoki ngā mimo te kaunihura ārohe o Taupō Moana. Tēnei te mihi nui atu ki a koutou, ki a koe hoki e te paumatua, e Julie, tēnei te mihi nui ki a koe. Kua hara mai au ki te waihoa mātou nei whakaro keimu ia koutou e tēnei rā. Kei konei au hei ringa roipa, hei kai kawe kōrero o Ngāti Tūwhareto. No reira I nui e tira, tēnei te mihi atu, kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora,
thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of coming here today. I came, as I said in my brief little speech there, as the hands that do the work and he who carries the words of his people. So I am here on behalf of 26 hapu of Ngāti Tūwhareto, underneath the guise of Te Kotahitanga o Ngāti Tūwhareto. I am the Pou Whakaruruhau, or the operations manager that's currently sitting in the seat at TKNT. And as such, I was directed by our hapu to make a submission on quite a few of the detail that was in the LTP. A lot of it I'm not necessarily passionate about, but our people most certainly were, and it went through everything from waste management, infrastructure, all the way through to having presence within the built environment. One of the significant areas of concern for Ngāti Tūwhareto whānui, or the entire collective, is affordable housing. They're seeking clarity from the council on what you consider as a council affordable housing. Taupo's median house price currently sits at $800,000. This raises the question, is this considered affordable? The definition of affordability must be realistic and reflective of the income levels and economic conditions of our community. We urge the council to conduct a thorough review of its affordable housing strategy, ensuring it includes provisions of lower income families and considers alternate housing models such as community land trusts and cooperative housing. Addressing the housing crisis requires a bold and innovative solutions that prioritise the needs of all residents, particularly those who are our most vulnerable. An area of concern for Ngāti Tūwhareto that was also highlighted was around the climate. And when I speak to the climate, through some of the hui that I attended, the conversation that came from them was, we have read the climate strategies and the climate outline for Taupō District Council, but it fully seems aspirational. The people said that they see the things that you say as a council that you wish to achieve for the climate as purely being aspirational because they couldn't see any tangible targets that were falling out of it on the ground. So from that perspective, the iwi were asking, what are the tangible outcomes you as council are seeking so that you can demonstrate to the wider community that you are committed to a truly climate innovative council? And when I'm speaking about environment, I also need to acknowledge there is a notable absence of reference to Te Kopua Kanapanapa and its implementation by TDC. This is a critical oversight as the plan outlines key environmental and cultural strategies essential to Ngāti Tūwhareto. Similarly, Te Piringa is not referenced, which is concerning as it underscores the need for collaborative governance and partnership between the council and iwi. Successful integration of these frameworks into the LTP would ensure that the council's strategies are not only environmentally and culturally responsive, but they will also start to align with the values and aspirations of your iwi, Ngāti Tūwhareto. By recognising and embedding these strategies into the LTP, the council can demonstrate a genuine commitment to honouring the principles of partnership and co-governance with Tūwhareto. Integrating Te Kopua Kanapanapa and Te Piringa into the LTP also enhances the council's ability to address environmental and cultural challenges in a more holistic and effective manner. These frameworks provide a blueprint for sustainable development and resource management that respects our cultural heritage and promotes environmental stewardship. By adopting these strategies, the Council can ensure that its plans and actions are aligned with the values and aspirations of Ngāti Whare, fostering a more inclusive and sustainable future for not only us as iwi, but for our entire Taupō Moana community. That segues into partnership. You've done an exceptional job in the last 2 years in extending yourselves into the iwi hapu relationship space and the partnerships that you've established in there. The partnership that we have between TDC and Ngāti Whare is not just a matter of legal obligation, but one of mutual respect and shared responsibility. Our current LTP falls short of iwi and hapu expectations in terms of genuine partnership and genuine engagement. There is a clear need for proactive identification of opportunities for hapu and council to strengthen and promote the significant relationship. Establishing a dedicated forum or a working group, including representatives from all relevant hapu, would ensure continuous and meaningful dialogue on all aspects of the LTP and other council initiatives. This approach will benefit the entire community, fostering trust, collaboration, and shared goals. Māori Wards is a very, very big, horrible conversation that has been generated by central government that obviously has flowed through to local government and obviously into our wider communities. And because of the fact that you as a council have been very direct in supporting the mana whakahono, there was concern from Ngāti Whare whānui that there may be some changes ahead for us in regards to Māori Wards. There is a profound concern regarding the recent legislative developments concerning Māori Wards, as outlined in the local government amendment bill, which has passed its first reading in Parliament. These changes represent a critical setback in local governance, potentially eroding equity for us as Māori and reaffirming a governance structure where a majority, a white population, dictates the direction of the Māori community. The bill effectively reinstates the requirement for local communities to hold binding referendums and establish or in continuation of Māori Wards. Reversing the progress made towards equitable representation, the shift will undermine Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles of partnership, participation and protection, and it will also perpetuate historical injustices by placing Indigenous representation at the mercy of non-Indigenous majority sentiment. It is imperative that the Taupō District Council continue to recognise and mitigate these impacts within your long-term plan to uphold the fairness and inclusivity of local decision-making or true democracy. In conclusion, Taupō District's long-term plan requires significant improvement for us as Ngāti Whare to meet our need and our expectation, and that of your wider communities. The submission that we presented to you highlights the critical areas of concern and provides recommendation for a more inclusive, sustainable and culturally aligned approach. Council needs to recognise the importance of early and ongoing engagement with hapu, ongoing being the key. The community, with hapu and community, and to ensure that the voices of these communities are heard and their needs are addressed. Fostering a genuine partnership with us at Ngāti Whare, you, the council, can develop a plan that not only meets the needs of our immediate district, but also secures a prosperous and resilient future for all of your inhabitants. The principles of kaitiakitanga and manaakitanga, which we hear bandied about daily, are not just words. These should be at the forefront of your decision-making and your processes, guiding the development and implementation of the LTP. By embracing these values and working collaboratively with Ngāti Whare, the Council can and will continue to strengthen and create a plan that reflects our shared commitment to our environment, its sustainability, our cultural integrity, our social equity. We look forward to seeing concrete actions that uphold our shared values and aspirations for a fair and representative democracy that is Taupō District Council. We also look forward to working closer with you, the Council, to ensure our voices are heard and our values are respected in your final LTP. Ultimately, what we say to you today benefits not only Ngāti Whare or Ngāi Tātou Iwi Māori, it benefits all of the residents residing around Lake Taupō. Nō reira, e rongi tira, tēnei te mihi nunui kia koutou council. And with that, I say thank you very much for the opportunity of presenting to you here today.
Thank you.
Questions? No ones.
Kia ora, George, and thank you. It's been keeping an eye on your movements and in all your different interests. Just just in regards to collaboration and cultural representation, do you not agree that we're making some really good steps forward, particularly with the transformation project, and showing our cultural identity and telling our story better?
What I meant by that is this, and I didn't read that part out, but it was about physical representation within the built environment, and absolutely they have seen this development that has occurred over the last 5 years within Taupō Central. It has been absolutely amazing to see yourself reflected in that space. However, the conversation that has come back to me is, once I leave the confines of Taupō, where am I? If I go to the western bays of what you consider to be one of the most beautiful, pristine places in Taupō, to go and do rock climbing, etc., and enjoy the water and the beaches that are on the western bays, what is the presence there? Who are the people who actually resided there pre-European times? Where are the narratives of the stories of the hapu that you engage with on an ongoing basis? Where are they in the footpaths that you walk upon? When you go down to Tūwhare, to the Mātāpuna or the Turangi end of the lake, where is the representation of Turangi Tukua and the Mātāpuna hapu inside the footpaths that you tread upon? Where are the narratives of some of the important spaces that you walk past on a daily basis? And I bring that up because someone had actually reflected on the fact that here in Taupō is a really wonderful little sign that everybody stops and looks at, and it's called Horomatangi. A really, really great piece of history that is detrimental to Ngāti Tūwhare and also to the Taupō area, considering you have the Horomatangi Reef. But we don't have any of those narratives sitting at the other end of the lake that can speak to Pihanga, the only female mountain in this whole entire area, the Ruruhau for Ngāti Tūwhare at that end of the lake, nor do we have any conversation about the narratives around the gateway to the greatest park in this island, namely the National Park, with our great mountain, Tongariro, that all of Ngāti Tūwhare hono to. That was the point of the conversation, and I'm sorry I did not bring that up, Anna. The built environment is lacking. Here in Taupō, it is absolutely wonderful and they can see themselves represented. But if you do not belong to the hikuwai of Ngāti Tūwhare, you don't see yourself represented in any other part of Taupō. So very coming back in regards to the built environment. But we are wholly grateful to you all for the demonstrated work that you have done here that we can see ourselves reflected in.
George. Danny. Thank you, George. Just one question for me. So oh my gosh, my brain's just gone. In terms of the co-governance arrangements that you guys have with District Council and Regional Council, Kupua Kanapinapa, have you had the engagement in terms of the long-term plan at that table? Because I'm mindful that that's part of what was negotiated by the iwi was to create that vehicle to do a bit more work in terms of these plans and everything else, and that was. So I'm just wondering if your thoughts on that.
We're currently at that process. I'm hoping everyone is aware of that, but with the Kupua Kanapinapa, TTC and WRC are currently at the point where we are implementing the framework. So it's an implementation framework. We've gone past the point of, talking. We're now at the point where we need to develop on those plans that you're speaking to. But in saying that also, the concern that are coming from the ground, that's not from the executive, from the ground, is that we can't see ourselves reflected in the information that you are purporting to be delivering on Te Kupua Kanapinapa. So from that perspective, when I did reflect on the implementation plans, yes, it is wholly for people like ourselves. It's an executive level document, and it would be very difficult for individuals to see themselves in it on the ground. But that's the role of us to bring that conversation and the plan to fruition by engaging those individuals on the ground and then go back up. Goodbye.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and your comprehensive submission on behalf of Ngāti Tūwhare. One more before we break, is it, Nicole? Sarah, Bruce, welcome.
Bruce, going to be doing the sleeping and just,
To you.
Thank you. Good morning. Is it still morning? Good afternoon, everybody. Look, thanks very much for the opportunity to talk. Sarah completed our submission and you probably read that, but I'd like to talk about some broader issues today. Our CEO, Phil Riley, is out of the country at the moment, so I got the the talking stick, and Sarah's with us here to ask any sticky questions that might come up. So without further ado, it seems with Kinloch, there's been plenty of action about Kinloch this morning and still to come. You're probably thinking Kinloch is a hotbed of trouble, but no, I think it's a lovely place, and it is now the largest urban population in the district. So you would expect that there'll be a bit of activity coming from there. Now, building communities is a collaborative effort between the public and the private sectors. And of course, with Seven Oaks Limited, we're very involved in that building of communities. So how we roll at Seven Oaks is we focus on the three bottom lines. The three bottom line. Normal businesses have a one bottom line, which is financial outcomes. But in our case, we also have community outcomes and environmental outcomes. And we focus hard on getting all of these three things to work properly. Examples of community outcomes would be the Seven Oaks project has gifted a complete section worth $500,000 to the Kinloch Families Trust to house a new community building with the kindergarten as the main tenant. We also delivered playgrounds, basketball courts, bike tracks, and a terrain park. And Seven Oaks is happy to provide sponsorship of the Kinloch Families Trust to deliver very many community events. Examples of environmental outcomes would include substantial native replanting programs in and around our developments. We work closely with DOC to protect the native reserve and provide access links into that. And we've delivered a wetland restoration of the Kaya stream. Examples of financial outcomes would be the DCs. The private sector is the normal engine of physical community growth, and that comes with DCs that are allocated in these various percentages. Seven Oaks, we're quite willing to pay our share of these costs via these DCs. This DC, as Pat Kane put it, is mana for the in order to meet a budgetary requirement. It doesn't come from rates, it comes from the growth. So the growth is a good thing in supporting our communities and building our communities. Now, you do come across people who say, well, we don't want any more people and we don't want any more development. Some people even don't want kindergartens. But the same people do want better roads and better schools and better hospitals and a fully serviced community. And the two have to go together. So for this kindy project, which might come up in discussions, Seven Oaks has gifted a large chunk of the money. The community is raising further money, and our DCs will make a further contribution. So that project doesn't need any community money. In fact, Seven Oaks is the ones providing it. But we need to be working with the council as the conduit for those funds. If we keep working together, the community will receive the benefit. And that's where my page ran out. So if you have any questions, now would be the time.
Any questions so far? I think you've been pretty clear for us.
Alrighty. Off the hook.
Was that it? I thought that was part one. Hey, look, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and appreciate both your submission and your presentation this morning. We have read it. In fact, I've got it up in front of me right now.
Thank you.
We are 23 minutes past our break time. I propose we take a 20-minute rather than 30-minute break, if that's okay with everyone. For those in the public gallery, we're due to stop at midday. We're now obviously past midday. We will reconvene at, someone will correct my math, 1:45. 12:45. We will be back. Thank you for your attendance. My apologies, we're a bit late. We are now adjourned. 20 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We'll start the afternoon session. Just a couple of quick housekeeping matters. Given it's raining outside, for those, when you have finished giving your submission and going down the stairs, apparently they're wet and slippery, so please be careful. Consider that a health and safety advisory. Don't want anyone to get hurt on the way out. In terms of process, those that are presenting, Nicole, where's Nicole? Oh, so Dana's doing it this afternoon. Thank you. So Dana will call you up, come up, grab a seat, the microphone will be on. There'll be 5 minutes, at which time, there we go. The bell will ring and then there'll be time for questions. While you're seated there, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
You, Ross, is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm Ross George. I'm the president of the Taupō Tennis Club for this current term. I've done several submissions, but I was specifically going to comment on the Taupō Tennis Club. So our organisation turns 100 years this year, so it's quite an event for us and the Taupo community. So we're physically based on the North Tongariro Reserve at 18 Redoubt Road. We've presented a bit of a left field idea really in relation to, we think that having covered courts, particularly on courts 1, 2 and 3, would add quite a lot of use to the community, not just exclusive use for the tennis club, because there's a lot of activities that happen on Tongariro Reserve. Currently, we've got, as a bit of background for the tennis club, 8 all-weather courts with lighting facilities. We've just completed a renovation of $270,000 for a pavilion, and we have leasehold land from the council, and our next renewal date is in 2030. We've got no debt. We've got 120 senior members and about 70 junior members. Plus, we have casual court hireage through our website. So when visitors come to Taupo, they can book courts. So, you know, we're open to the wider community, basically. We run multiple tournaments over the course of the year. And during those events, yes, we get squeezed for court space, but a lot of the time during the rest of the year, we've actually got spare capacity. So our submission really is in relation to what can we do with our facility in conjunction with other sporting facilities in the council. So the concept of having a covered sport facility in the central area of Taupo would offer many benefits to many organisations. The classic situation is like this afternoon, it's raining. So, you know, for our sort of sporting area, it means we can't actually use the asset, and it minimises the use for it, basically. So Taupo's got a lot of multi-sport sort of activities. So having a central area could be used effectively as a event centre within the CBD and take off a lot of the pressure that Tongariro North Domain currently has, where marquees are going up and down all the time. And it's like, well, we could actually have a centralised area that would offer 12-month facilities to a wider range of sporting and cultural activities. So as an example, you know, we've just had the Winter Festival where we've had marquees up, we had the Bike Challenge, the Ironman, home and garden shows, you know, all these events sort of cause conflict within the area, and we sort of think that our facility would be open to discussions, you know, to use for a wider range of activities. You know, even the presentations that you're looking at today, you know, there's a lot of ideas and other supports and other uses and other sports, you know, netball, futsal, pickleball, you know, arts and crafts markets, boot camps, hockey. You know, there's a lot of area that we would like to be involved in, and we realise that we'd perhaps give up exclusivity in relation to what our facility currently allows us to do. But in the bigger picture, you know, there's a lot of good things that could happen. So a covered, guaranteed venue, you know, isn't available for a lot of activities in Taupo at the moment. So having a facility or a venue would anchor a lot of things in the CBD area. You know, parking's there, got a lot of open spaces. So we've had an estimate done by an engineering company, and they believe it would cost about $800,000 to cover 3 tennis courts. And, you know, in the 10-year scale of your budgetary process, we just like to submit that as a potential idea, and we'd be open to discussions, not only the council, but other organisations to use a lovely facility that we've created. That's my submission. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, George. Just to clarify, it's Ross George, isn't it?
Yes.
So I'm just looking at your submission, which is about Kinloch.
So I did a separate submission in
you
relation
did,
to the
okay.
tennis club as well as the Kinloch sort of
thank
side
you.
of things. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi there. Hi, how's it going? Thank you for presenting today. I too was looking at the submission, getting a bit confused because it was your personal submission. Have you spoken to some of these other clubs you're speaking of about the possibility of hubbing? And are you aware that there are other clubs who have quite advanced in their planning in that regard?
Yes, so you know, with the squash club and other sports clubs, but you know, we're a little bit unique because we're down in our particular area, you know, and so we're isolated from a lot of other clubs. So we have had discussions with them, but it basically means we can't really move 8 tennis clubs up to where they're looking at doing something. So we do have a lot of cross sort of membership and things like that, but specifically no in what they're proposing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just showing there. My kids used to belong to the tennis club there, and we came from Auckland too, where it was actually mostly a summer sport. Where I was going to say I'm quite impressed how many people play tennis all through the year here, and I think that the absence of rain, compared to say up north, helps quite a lot. But I'm interested that yes, covered facility obviously would be better. But yes, it's not a question, but yeah, observation.
Yeah. So I suppose, you know, as a club, we're sort of like, well, you know, like this afternoon with it being drizzly and stuff like that, although we do have all weather courts, Astro surface, it's still very limiting. And, you know, we just like to open our facility to a wider range of people, really, you know. There's a lot of other racket sports that are being introduced in the world, but our facility doesn't really cater for that at the moment, really. So, you know, we're open for discussion and we'd like to be involved in the tent, if you like, really. Yeah.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate your time and your submission.
Well, I also comment on the Kinloch side of things that I've still got my 5 minutes. All right, done. Is that all right?
Really quickly. Yeah, really quickly, because we are behind time.
Okay. So within Kinloch, you know, there's a lot of open public spaces and stuff like that, but there's not actually a lot of facilities. So that was my principal sort of idea of the things of, you know, like the Tonk Court and just collaboratively sort of tying in with other facilities in that area. You know, there is an increasing sort of population out there, but there's green open spaces, but there's not a lot of activities along the waterfront, for example, where it's quite shabby, to be honest, you know. So there's a lot of positive area, there's a lot of available space. So, you know, there's a lot of good opportunities to actually do things. But thank you.
Thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Dana, who have we got next?
Your heating on.
We have one more person with your group who's out the back with a baby, is that right? Yep. Grab another chair for her to join you if you like. Okay, that's fine.
No, it's all good. I just, there's apologies, that was from me. There was just, I knew there was someone with you and I was just getting them from the back. Apologies. Apologies, Anne.
Yep, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, I've sent my submissions in quite a bit of detail, so I obviously can't go over that again today because time will not allow. So I've just done a brief point on each one, and then I've got a tally up of how much you can save in budget. I did some maths on this as well last night, and I'm still missing some figures. If you want more detailed figure, then I need more input, okay? Right, so the main points are scam number 1, paying $1 million for carbon credit fee is a total scam. The whole global warming story is a total lie. I've got plenty of research on that. If you want some, email me. That's your first $1 million saving. 2, make sure Taupō District Council still stays out of the LGNZ. It would be another waste of $70,000 of ratepayers' money. Another credit. Any wise person can see through the LGFA scam. You must have all read the documentation by now. To encourage you to spend what you don't have and to make their lot 10% guaranteed profit, while local council sinks deeper and deeper into debt. In a short time, they will lay claim to council and residential properties as it's quickly becoming unsustainable to repay. It's obviously another land grab. Most important, we need to cap the rates increase at something sensible, like 5 or 6% tops. It's already too high, and I'll proceed to show you how you can cut it back. To cut it back, you can use all the credits. You've got the $1 million from the carbon scam, 70,000 from LGFA, halve the water pipe budget over 10 years and do what you can afford, not just open slather spend-a-thon. That's another 33 million saved and another credit. I'm also still waiting for someone to get back from me from the last meeting with your spend on fluoridation. So I've estimated that into the total about 30,000 a year. Rudely, no one's come back with a reply. It would have been helpful to have the figures. Our water is not up to clean drinking standards. It's deplorable and it's making everybody sick. You've seen the science on that. I've got bucket loads. If you want more, put your hand up, email me. I've got a box full of it. Our water is not up to drinking standards. We've done it. Now, the Director General's lawyer, that's Diane Safati, if that's how you say her name, has now publicly stated she has no intentions of fining any councils for not poisoning the water. Have you all registered that in the last few weeks? They will not be charging any councils, any fines, any costs whatsoever for not poisoning the water with hydrofluorosilicic acid. She realises it's in breach of the Bill of Rights, Civil Rights, Nuremberg Code, etc. We are also now not paying, we are also all seriously considering, or pretty much made our minds up, that we're going to stop paying for the water part of our rates and perhaps just hold our rates completely until we get the drinking water at least cleaned up. We've had enough. Can't spend every month coming in here asking for the same thing. If someone really wants it, they can fluoridate through toothpaste or tablets, or even ask some of the dentists that aren't up to speed. It should be personal choice. If someone believes it works to reduce cavities, they can do their own thing. Now, not proceeding with the 23-litre plastic bins is another good idea for household waste. The wheelie bins are obviously too expensive. Anyone with looked at the figures will be able to see that. Utilising the waste minimisation fund, seeing it's there, and not including roosters, as Waikato Council have ruled them not allowed in town. You can still offer 2 or 3 chooks per household, and that is much better and healthier than having smelly compost bins which attract flies and rats. You can save another 34 million there. Now, in addition, this saves further costs in having to increase the area of the landfill. The processing part of the landfill is going to be looked at wasting more money there. You're going to have less rubbish to put in the landfill, then you're not going to have to extend it, are you? More costs and credits. Another idea that I've thought of, I think I put it in my longer one, is people with flats and units and apartments don't have room for chooks. And then some people are so jolly fussy they wouldn't want to have a chook on their property. They could then have the option of having incinerators, which are very inexpensive and very practical to put in your home. Okay, do you get that? It's not everyone's cup of tea. Now, quickly on the other subjects, so you can see where I got the figures from. The timber recycling into wood pallets gives you another profit, at least 250,000 a year to get it started. Another second time around building shop, possibly at the dump site. I don't know. I've had no feedback on my letters. Provide you with more credits. Turangi could use natural resources like the shingle from the side of the river to clean up their wastewater. I can't see that anyone's even looked at that option yet. Northern subdivision Hindmarsh areas, you could pipe the water straight up the same side of the road and into the barren land. I don't know where someone's got hung up with piping the water over the river. I don't get that. That saves you more money. You need costs on a 3rd lane over the bridge or a bypass or an alternative bridge. I did that in more detail in my full submission. But without prices, it's pointless taking it to public meeting because you need some budget figures and options, do a round of public meetings at night preferably, like the rest of the country does, and get people's approval and input, and then add it in as a UAGC on the rates, which is always a great way to budget out big increases on people's rates. When the Taupō District Council, where are you on the three waters? I have asked, I've got no reply on that either. It would be unwise to accept funds from government in exchange for what Taupō District Council people and ratepayers already own.
You've got about 30 seconds and your 5 minutes is up.
Well, once you've handed over, council's never going to be able to afford to have it back. Ratepayers, money down the toilet. Is this to do with this done well waters? And there's a lot of new government legislation pushed through in July 24. I'm busy reading through that at home at the moment. Now, it would be very odd to spend 15 million on a fake climate change agenda. So there's another 15 million. I'll cut through the housing. You can read that in my submission. Income from rental units will provide income for council going forward. And I'm happy to discuss that further. Please note too that we will never agree to fluoridating the water. The 5G towers are our next project. They've got to go. And please don't go down the track of planning to put water meters on our homes on the pretense that it shows up water leaks. That's absolutely hilarious. And remember, you're contaminating Lake Taupō water so bad that we won't even have tourists to come here and swim and dress fish and do it, because it's just getting worse and worse every month with all the chemical being poured around the big circle. So just final line, appreciate it.
Well over your time.
Yeah, I realise that. I'm guesstimating you're going to spend about 30,000 a year at least on the fluoridation, though nobody's given me a figure, which would have been more helpful. So tallying up the savings so far, I've got 85,210,000. Okay. That's how much you can save just with practical changes. And like I've said in my major submission, I will cut it off, but you can't just go spending because you want this and spending because you want that. If the money's not there, you can't spend it. And if the government are putting pressure on you, which I can see what the legislation is coming through, fight back. You guys, government want this, well, you give us bloody money to do it. Okay.
Any questions, team?
Questions, please.
Campbell.
Well, the question on the fluoridation, the Director General, I'm aware of those comments that they wouldn't go prosecuting. I thought, I mean, that comment was mostly directed at those councils which had been directed but were not going to deciding not to. The ones that, so yeah, I mean, by anyone would think that implies that a council already fluoridating, choosing to not fluoridate, you'd think that would apply to them, but the way lawyers think, I'm not sure.
The question?
The question is, do you know if that that comment about
The comment is to cover all councils.
Yes.
Essentially, what her wording is, she will not charge any councils in New Zealand if they choose not to fluoridate and poison the water supply.
Right.
All councils. So you guys aren't exempt just because you already had water in the chemical in the water before they push the next round of legislation through. Most of which I still maintain is illegal anyway. Not ratified. It's not gazetted. It's just all amendments sitting in the air.
Any other questions, team? Thank you. It's a comprehensive submission. I've read it.
Yes.
So it took me a while to get through it. So I can confirm I have read it all. Yep. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Wise.
Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
My name is Ed Wise. My submission is mostly about proposed changes to the art grants and also speaking as somebody with disabilities. Brief background, I was born in Taupo and have lived here most of my life. With my disabilities, I have mental injury, psychiatric diagnosis, mood disorder. And at my lowest point, I returned to New Zealand. I was living in Australia for a time with nothing, and I couldn't speak or write a coherent sentence, fill out a basic form, or even do something like cook a scrambled egg, because my disabilities so traumatized. I see a ridiculous goal of an art exhibition because I couldn't think coherently, but I could push paint around. It was a ridiculous goal because perhaps nobody would be behind it, but painting made me feel like I wasn't a waste of space. I had a few people get behind this, and I was recommended to go and apply for an arts grant. I applied for just a small amount. You know, I had no job, no money, nothing. I applied for $500, which I was awarded for the art exhibition. I didn't know how it was going to happen, but parents who was the exhibitions mentored me, and I didn't have the exhibition with the council, but she did give me some contacts to have the exhibition take place. Now, my art was pretty messy. I called it art as therapy, and I had quite a lot of people visit. It's out at the Red Rock Gallery. Now, I exhibited, but because I didn't feel good enough, and if you were to judge my art at that time, you'd probably think what a mess, but it was still therapeutic. And the $500 paid for art materials and exhibition fees, because I was painting with just old garage paint, bits of cardboard and anything I could find. Now, my concerns about the proposed changes to the art grants is that apparently the arts and sports are going to be merged with the same figure. And what if people have a sports bias, don't value the arts? The arts are very, very therapeutic and helpful for mental health in the community, even those without psychiatric diagnoses. There may be other vulnerable people in the community who have mental health struggles, trauma, disabilities, like myself, that won't get the sponsorship that is listed as part of the new criteria, that aren't really commercial, but these are disadvantaged people, feel isolated. Speaking to have someone else, I have had the grant twice. I had two exhibitions about 2 years apart. It can actually make the literal difference between life and death, because I felt like I had no reason to keep going. So it made a difference to my life, and I now have a hobby art business, and my art skills have improved, and that it actually gets commented on by professional artists, both New Zealand and overseas. I don't make much money from it, but it is still something that gives me a meaning and purpose. My other small comment to do with the as a person with disabilities is to do with increasing the rates. You know, there's all this stuff about wheelie bins, etc. Costs a lot of money. Now, someone like myself, I don't own a house. I have no hope of owning one. The rates are passed on by the landlords. It's very hard to find a place to live. I currently live in a room, which is also my art studio, which is damp, there's mold, it's cold, the house is unheated. And when I went looking at places, I was openly discriminated against. And I think you need to remember that not everyone is on good incomes. I earn well under the minimum wage, a full-time minimum wage. So I would like to consider that some of us don't have much. Any questions?
Before I open up for questions, just a brief comment. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your bravery. I appreciate it takes some courage to sit in front of a group of complete strangers. I'm assuming you don't know many of us, and with a group of strangers behind you. So I commend you for coming in and for speaking to your submission. Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Parr.
You said, if I can just reiterate what the Deputy Mayor said, thank you so much, so brave of you, and you've done so well. I never would have guessed if you hadn't mentioned your personal circumstance. Where can you view your art?
Well, I have a website, Soar Purpose, SOAR Purpose, .nz is mainly the art, but .com is more generalized personal expression as well, like writing. It took me 7 years to write a book about mental health challenges. My psychiatrist actually even bought a copy. So I've got 2 books which are based on relationships with disabilities based on my experience diagnosed by a severe form of bipolar disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. So I can't work full time, but I do the art and the writing, even though it was hard to construct a sentence and try to make a paragraph and everything to write a book. Even my psychiatrist couldn't believe it. So I don't plan to exhibit because it's not very stressful for me, like maybe group things. But I did it as a personal growth experience. And Andrew Welsh, I hear that he's passed away now, but he came to both my exhibitions. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'll check out your website.
Thank you very much.
The green flag.
Thank you, Zancy. It certainly is intimidating being on that side of the desk. I do know how that feels.
I was mute as a child, so
well done.
And I have social anxiety as well. So.
Well done. I just wanted to, and you might be interested to know that a number of people have also put in submissions similar to yours. You say that annually is too infrequent. What sort of time frame do you think would be better?
I think that I believe it's 6 monthly at the moment.
Right. Well, it sort of depends.
It's just that with the arts, and somebody else commented as well, with a different form of arts, drama, I believe, annually can be such a long way away. I think that if you have 6 months, yeah, you can kind of have something a little bit more of a feasible goal to work towards. Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Your submission touches on one of the more difficult conversations we need to have, and it's around the community grants, and conscious that whatever we decide, we are supporting mainly volunteer groups in the community. So, yeah, we do have some work in front of us, but thank you for your contribution to that.
And for the next 2 speakers of us, yes, so we've got Rachel Thompson from Turangi-Tongariro, and that's pretty cool.
Well, that preempts the question I was going to ask, whether they would like to combine, so well done. Cool.
No.
Dance.
So the others can bring all the chairs up and join you if you want. All the merrier. And the floor is yours.
Yeah. Kia ora, Deputy Mayor, Kevin Taylor and Councillor. I'm Robin from Predator Free Taupō and Greening Taupō, along with Kids Greening Taupō. We are all separate projects within the ecosystem of Project Tongariro, our parent organisation. We have a governance board of passionate and knowledgeable volunteers from within and outside our district. Greening Taupō's mission is to improve the Taupō environment for people and native wildlife. Since 2014, we have planted 250,000 trees across 52 hectares of land with the help of 18,500 community volunteers, not only improving the environment, biodiversity, water, climate, but also improving the health of our people and keeping our community connected.
Kia koutou. I'm Rachel from Kids Greening Taupō. We connect tamariki with the work of Greening Taupō, predator-free Taupō, getting them out in nature, engaging them in authentic conservation work and teaching them about native biodiversity. We work with over 40 schools and early childhood education centres around Taupō and Turangi that have restoration plantings on site or on neighbouring TDC land. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Oh, change slides, sorry. Change slides. Oh, we just actually scroll down. Sorry, I was wanting to click through. Okay. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to our submissions on the long-term plan. Although we both submitted separately to the long-term plan, we've decided to merge our two slots and present together. We work really closely together. We share the same values and the same feedback. It helps you, saves you having to hear both, same thing twice, really. Our vision aligns with TDC in wanting to have a district of connected communities who thrive. I'd like to quote Mayor David in the introduction to the draft plan. We all want a safe, stable place to live, a healthy environment, a thriving economy, and a community where people care about each other and feel connected and valued. We share this vision. We have connected local schools and ECE centres, businesses, and the general public to many TDC sites. By having them plant in local gullies and reserves, we build a sense of belonging, connectedness, and care for our local environment, along with a shared community vision for what our place could look like in the future.
It is vital that our public money is invested well. Please consider the added value that community groups can bring and view us as investment in economic and social benefits, along with the obvious environmental benefits. Investing in community groups will reduce overall spending in the long term. A report in a community conservation group by Ian Hardy Boys in 2010 showed that for every dollar of government money invested, there was a return of $3 to $4 along with increase in community participation. Our organisations are great examples of this. Last year, over 10,000 people contributed their time to our projects, amassing 35,000 hours. This is equivalent to 17 full-time people. As the Right Honourable MP Louise Upson said at a recent Volunteers Expo event, the Taupo region has some of the highest rates of volunteering in the country, and we can attest to that. In economically tough times, investing wisely in community groups has never been more important. Community groups can bring significant multi-stakeholder engagement, which has great value. This is a great example. Supercars put money back into the Taupo environment through our collaboration with Total Sport on the Trail Festival. This allowed us to replant an area that was devastated by Cyclone Gabrielle.
Community groups such as ours have developed a strong and positive profile and are trusted organisations. We take pride in our ability to work in multiple partnerships across the public and private sectors. Another example of successful collaboration is our support of the Tauhara Collective, a group of Māori trusts working to restore Mount Tauhara. We recently worked together to hold 2 community planting days, involving over 1,000 people planting 7,500 trees on the maunga. We agree with the draft long-term plan and also feel that it is vital that Council continues to provide essential services. Particular areas of relevance to us are the maintenance of parks, reserves and stormwater gullies, especially those that have native plantings. On page 11 of the draft long-term plan, it asks the question about whether we would support reduced services such as weeding as a way to cut costs. We feel strongly that cutting costs by reducing weed control would be unwise. We have learned through experience that weed control is important to save money in the long term. If woody weeds and blackberry are not kept on top of, they can take over an area of planting. This would put newer plantings and many years of community mahi at risk. We support more money going to on-the-ground maintenance of restoration plantings in the first few years, with the knowledge that having those green spaces planted out successfully will save money long-term when mowing costs are reduced.
Greening initiatives also bring numerous other benefits, for example, resilience, climate change, increased native biodiversity, prevention of soil erosion, improvement of air quality, health benefits, and community well-being. There is a wealth of evidence out there today that highlights the importance and benefits of greening initiatives in urban green spaces. We live in a beautiful town. This has been acknowledged nationally, with Taupō being given the Supreme Award at the Keep New Zealand Beautiful Awards. The council acknowledged greening Taupō's role in this achievement. Anyone that walks or mountain bikes in our parks, reserves, gullies or trails can see the impact of urban restoration. We don't view seeding of parks, reserves and gullies as a nice to have, but it is a crucial part of the green infrastructure of our town. New housing development. Whichever way TDC decides to go with the proposed policies to help the current housing crisis, we would like to submit the following feedback on the new housing developments. It is important that new developments have policies in place that include the requirement to plant native species in green spaces and rules regarding the exclusion of exotic weedy species. We believe TDC should also support predator control in neighbouring gullies and introduce bylaws for cats, including rules requiring microchipping, desexing and registering them. Multiple councils across New Zealand have introduced or are considering these types of policies.
Kids Greening Taupō has over 100 students from schools all across town on our student leadership team. In the draft long-term plan, TDC repeatedly asks us to tell them what is important to us. We have two of our students here to tell you what is important to them.
I'm Angela and this is Kyrie and we go to Toho.
Why is nature important? Well, growing up, I've come to see it as it is good to be in nature for your mental well-being. When I found it when I'm down, I go outside to listen to a cool breeze and the whispering winds. And it helps me clear my inner thoughts and calm my mind. And whenever I'm feeling down, it's the best way for me to calm myself down.
Connection is important to me and planting days connect community together and to the land, which becomes a special place, which needs taken care of.
Feeling a connection to a place is important to a well-being. It's for being outside and feeling that connection to be calm and have your well-being up.
Our school has an area of council land, which we plant on, and I would love to come back and see it when I finish school in the future and find it thriving instead of overgrown by weeds and blackberry. Thank you for hearing us.
When it comes to what's important to us, many of our answers align with those of TDC in the long-term plan. We value living in a vibrant place with accessible green spaces, flourishing environment and native biodiversity. We would like connected communities working in partnership and a thriving economy. Money needs to be invested wisely, focusing on projects which have multiple benefits for our community.
Over the past 10 years, Greening Taupō and Kids Greening Taupō have worked closely with Taupō District Council. We've received funding and in-kind donations for collaborative projects that have achieved common goals. We are very appreciative of this support and we hope that over the next 10 years we can continue to work alongside each other to improve our environment and strengthen our community, making Taupō a great place to live. That's it from us. Yeah. Do you have any questions?
Questions?
Thank you, and thank you, ladies from Tauhara College, for coming along. It's great to see some rangatahi in the room. Just in regards to the funds, can you just help me remember what we give Greening Taupō and Kids Greening Taupō a year? So at the moment,
with the partnership agreement, we've been it's 40,000 for each year for 3 years.
For both Kids Greening Taupō?
Just for the Greening Taupō coordinator.
Yeah. For Kids Greening Taupō, we don't currently receive any funding from Taupō District Council, but we are really appreciative of the in-kind support we get. So we work closely with the Parks and Reserves team. For example, as the girls talked about, one of the examples is planting their plantation reserve near Tauhara College. So we worked with the council. The council provided the plants and support to go and plant that, and we brought in the students. And we have received grants, such as one of the arts grants to do a mural in one of our projects at Taupō Intermediate School.
Can I just, sorry, quickly just commend you on the plantings that you do. I attended the planting day of Tahara Road a couple of months ago, and it's overwhelmingly amazing that community support. So well done.
Thank you. And I attended what I thought was a consultation meeting at Wairak and found myself on the end of some loppers down in the gully. But well done. Appreciate your time, all of you, for attending. I know. Oh, welcome.
Kia ora, everybody. Thank you, Miguel. I just want to reiterate the amazing work that Greening Taupō and Kids Greening Taupō do in our community. As a parent of the rangatahi here today, particularly positive is the native restoration, as you've acknowledged, in our community, the predator control, the weed minimisation, and the clearing of the blackberry is very important still to continue as well alongside the greening. So yeah, I would like you to consider funding for kids greening Taupō apart from the greening side. The coordinators are amazing and have provided my children with amazing leadership opportunities and growth, personal development, aside from the greening side. It's an amazing organisation that really affes the young people in our community. The Indigenous planting on Tauhara Manga was amazing. I would like to see more of those in our community. The second point I would just like to speak to very briefly is about our water supply in Motuapa. So I moved to Turangi 17 years ago and really enjoyed the water in Turangi. So thank you for that. Then been living in Motuapa now for about 16 years. But unfortunately, the drinking water supply hasn't caught up with the quality of the Taupō water supply. So I just want to give a push for Motuapa to say that I'm still watching all of the statistics that I've been looking at for close to 2 decades now, and I'm very grateful to see that in the long-term plan, the council are going to address the upgrade of the Motuapa water supply there in the long-term plan infrastructure strategy to 2034. So just to reiterate, point 10 on page 3 of that strategy plan, council has agreed we must prioritise alcohol services, providing safe drinking water, protecting our environment and looking after our infrastructure so our children and their children aren't unnecessarily burdened in the future. So I think we're on the same page there. The Motuapa water plant upgrade. Currently, the arsenic level doesn't comply with the standards. And I see that the council are completing upgrades to drinking water treatment to meet the new standards. Points 65 to 68 on the Taupō District Council long-term plan infrastructure strategy. So the drinking water standard limit 0.01 mgs per litre, but the last time I looked at the statistics, Motuapa was double Taupō's supply figure. So just want to give a plug to say that that's still on the radar, and I thank you for your attention to that.
Thank you for your submission. Any questions? Councillor Greenslade.
Hi, Dale. I just wanted to, I think you probably know that the fibre is underway, and you just have to go onto their website, put your address in, and they'll give you a date on when you're going to be connected.
Fantastic. Is it
So
free or is it not part of the national
It's
rollout?
absolutely free. It's free if you do it now.
Yeah.
If you reject it, it will be a charge later on, quite considerable, I understand. So yeah, just make sure. My concern would be the holiday people there, that they, you know, they don't connect up with it. So
Yeah.
get that word out in the community.
I will do. Thank you for your pushing on that.
Yeah, no,
Much appreciated.
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dana. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Did you get my timer out so I can step my time?
You don't want to, you want the bell to self-manage.
Yes, please. Thank you for taking the time to hear my submission today. I know you've got a big day today and tomorrow. I want to submit on 3 items today on the long-term plan, the fees and charges, and the development contributions policy. Please just realise these are my submissions on my behalf. They relate to my opinions only and have nothing to do with any of the customers I represent. So this is my time to be here. In terms of the long-term plan, as you know, New Zealand's going through a cost of living crisis. Everyone is struggling at the moment with costs. And one of the biggest people in our community that are struggling are young people that can't afford to buy a house. And we can see that in the numbers of people shipping to Australia. In my recent trip to Perth, I can see why they're going, to be honest. There's more money to be made, cheaper housing, and just the lifestyle is completely different. And one of the big things that's happening at the moment, as we know, is central government's trying to reset how us as a country are going to move forward. And one of the big things is about getting inflation under control, getting the cost of living crisis under control. Pardon me. And one of the big things we've seen in central government is a reduction across all of the ministries. They've got to work with the same amount of money or less and deliver the same amount of frontline services. And we're now starting to see that across the Ministry of Health as well, with the latest director who's replaced the board there saying there is more than enough money. We just need to be more efficient and make sure it gets those frontline services. And that's what we need to see from councils as well. The increase in rates for the next 3 years, when you look at them, when they're all added up, it's quite horrendous, particularly for some of those younger people that are struggling and elderly people that are also on fixed incomes. When I look at the 2021 LTP and look back to where we should have been and where our direction was from that, we were predicting rates increases in the year 2029 to only go up to 99.44 million. That was a predicted cost. Over this long-term plan, that same time frame now, we're looking at $145 million of rates. That's like a 46% increase in rates. Staff costs. Back in 2021, the total staff cost of council was $22.4 million. That's projected now to grow in 2024, in the current year, sorry, it is 30.3 million and 33 million by 2026. It's a 36% increase just in staff costs alone. Council now has more FTEs than it ever has in the history of council, and yet we're still delivering the same level of service. Our fees and charges over that same time period are also looking to triple by the time we go through the long-term plan. So not only are ratepayers getting stung with increased rates, those people who are actually doing development in this community and actually engaging with council when it comes to fees and charges are getting a double whammy. So while I can understand and I support council on your long-term plan and what you're trying to do, I think we need to get back to the basics of delivering good quality infrastructure, being a good quality regulatory body, and looking at the rest of those things and seeing where we can deliver savings. And I don't mean by cutting services, I just mean doing things smarter, more efficiently, like most businesses in the country have to do. Fees and charges. So fees and charges, as you know, I work in the development industry. I lodge about 25 to 30% of all consents in this town, and I've worked on both sides. So I spent 14 years working for council on the regulatory side. And what I can say is the development community here is huge, and they have a huge impact on this town in terms of its economic development and also bringing new people into this town that drive your increase in rates. The 25% increase in fees and charges has got to be the highest rate increase of any council ever, particularly this council. That 25% has been purely just the direction from the managers of council to staff. I can tell you that because I've been talking to staff who've had this direction. One of the requirements of council is to provide fees and charges based on actual cost of delivering services. And one of your requirements under your finance and revenue policy is to consider Section 103 of the Local Government Act in terms of who benefits from those. Are we providing the most cost-efficient delivery of services? Your hourly rates now that you're projecting to charge our community are higher than anyone in the private sector. $300 for an engineer now to review a consent that isn't even a CP engineer. And that's not a critique on your staff because you have really good quality staff here. But those fees and charges and those hourly rates are horrendous. The purpose of local government, as you all know, is about providing local authorities to provide a broad role in promoting the social, economic and cultural wellbeing for communities with a sustainable approach to development. Now, I would not consider a 25% increase in fees and charges as meeting those requirements that you're obliged to under the Local Government Act. One of the biggest impacts, just to give you an idea of what this means on the actual ground, just for your building inspection fees for an average house, the fees are going to go up by 69%. Because not only are you increasing the hourly rate, you're increasing the rate from 45 minutes to 1 hour. Again, there's no justification of why you have to increase that rate to 1 hour. Most building inspections aren't an hour. And when you think about that across a single house, that adds around about $1,500 just in building consent fee increases. That doesn't include the processing fees. This council is trying to provide more affordable housing, but on the other hand, you're increasing all the fees and charges for how you deliver that. Okay. Do you want me to, one minute?
One more point, yeah. Yep.
I'll just quickly go into this. The fees for the second bridge. Now, I've been involved in the last 3 development contributions policies. I was an executive of the Development Contribution Working Group across New Zealand, and I provided development contribution advice across multiple councils in this country. Now, this growth component, 85% for the second bridge, is so far out of whack with every other project that you have in the development contributions policy. The fact that you're actually charging this just across Tūrangi, just across Taupo and Kinloch is also completely inconsistent with every other roading project that's in the development contributions policy. If you look at the ETA and how that was funded, which provides basically another second bridge across, provides for increased demand and growth, that growth rate is about 10% and is fairly put across the entire district. How can you charge people across the entire district for Poipi Road widening and safety improvements that doesn't have any impact on Turangi, and yet you're going to say a second bridge that actually provides a crucial roading link into our town is only going to be limited to a small group of people that are going to pay $12,000 in development contributions for roading alone? I've run out of time, but I could talk for ages.
We've read your submission, both your letters and your third letter. So, thank you. Any questions on the team? Councillor Campbell.
What a quick one. I mean, maybe it was in there, but you said, the 85% for the bridge is way out of whack. So as in.
So what that means is that when you open that bridge, 85% of all demand is expected to be new people that have come and paid for development. The other thing to consider when you're talking about where you collect this money from is you can't collect that money from people that are already part of the community if you're saying that's for growth. So by the time this project comes in, and development contributions are charged when you lodge your resource consent. Now, if you think about for the next 10 years where all the big growth projects are, Kinloch is already all consented, so you won't collect any of that money from Kinloch. Most of the growth around the Taupō District is already consented in terms of subdivisions that are going to be rolled out over the next few years. So you're talking about a huge amount of money that you're expecting to collect over a huge amount of growth in the next few years that actually just is not going to occur, let alone the fact that the issue that 85% of that bridge is not catering for growth going forward. Most of that demand is from the existing bridge that is not meeting current levels of service.
Oh, so you're suggesting that, well, we wouldn't get the money we're expecting to anyway, but also that 85% figure is way too high.
Huge. If you look at every other roading project in your district, your roads, particularly for a second bridge, we've already got an existing bridge that is over capacity. The only reason you need a second bridge is because the existing bridge is already over capacity. If it wasn't, you wouldn't need a second bridge. Simple as that. There's some really good case law, the North Shore City Council with the bus lanes. That is the guiding principle for development contributions. And North Shore City Council ended up paying $20 million back on the bus lane that runs along the side of the motorway there for exactly the same reason. The council came out and said, this is a big growth project, it should be all paid for by developers. Developers turned around and said, you prove it, it's under capacity already, and they end up forking back millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, so that reference in your submission. Thank you. Councillor Park.
Thanks, Scott. Just in regards to, we should have been cash funding depreciation on the bridge. You're aware that we don't own that bridge, that Mercury owns, don't you?
Yeah, but it's still, yes, there's a challenge around who owns the infrastructure. But if you know that you've got a replacement bridge to replace it, then you should still be working that as part of your finance policy. So, but it's almost a side fact to the fact in terms of how the growth model is being projected, in terms of who pays for that growth and how that's funded across the district.
Thanks, Scott. You've given us quite a bit to think about. and
Sorry
deliver.
for talking so fast, but it's very short time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a lot to say, so that's fine.
Yeah.
And you didn't need the bell, so you're all good.
Cool, thank you very much.
Appreciate that. That's the end of group 4. We're going to move into group 5. Can I just suggest we take a 2-minute break? That's 2 minutes only, and then we'll commence with the next group. Thank you.
See, it didn't turn up, yeah.
You give me that. And they went to put on charge.
So, like, I was like, great.
Push. That's why I'm looking at Sarah.
So we're just saying that 85% of the.
It's new though. The only way we can. Well, see, I actually believe that I don't think that would be a particular it is a good point. Benefits everybody. It is a good point. You know, like school.
People coming into, yeah.
Yeah. Outside. That other side of the road should be everybody. Well, I don't agree.
It does say in their policy, covering everything off the bridge. Nothing that side.
I think everyone. Yeah, I think to be everybody. I don't, it's a rate payer.
As well, I think total tax, but not Tūrangi.
Yeah, well, then I don't want to pay money towards a benefit or anything in Tūrangi. So. I know, but do you know what I mean? Like. And I.
That's why we
have to think that if he files 25 to 30%, then you've got but right, I don't think it's very high.
Now we got full on.
Donut because I'm going to be sitting all afternoon.
Right, ring the bell. 2 minutes.
Do you want me to ring it?
Time, gentlemen, ladies.
Like the script, and then I'll get a cup of tea. I'll roll some. It's quite interesting.
Todd, they all sound surprisingly similar. Except for your operation, they're almost. It's almost identical.
We get everyone to come back. We'll begin now.
PowerPoint?
No. It's tasty. That'd be good. Also, inside voice. Okay.
Yeah, you said it. You didn't think.
Don't care. Right, welcome back, everybody. Todd, The floor is yours. Welcome.
Just to the chair, I just had a comment from the back that they can't hear us. The back there. I don't know if that means we all have to put our mouths a bit closer to the microphone.
We can all speak well into our microphones then. That would help. Yep. Thank you for that.
Katoa, ko Todd Waldman, Toko Whenua. I'm the environmental manager at Mercury. I'm also a long-time resident in the Taupō District, having lived in Taupō for over 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity for Mercury to submit on the draft Taupō District long-term plan. Mercury supports Taupō District Council's vision to be a district of connected communities who would thrive and embrace opportunities. Mercury and its predecessors have a long history in the Taupō District, dating back as far as 1941 with the construction of control gates. Mercury's presence in the Taupō District continues to this day, now operating 10 renewable power stations within the district and supporting the employment of many skilled workers and their families. You would have read in our submission the significant contribution that Mercury makes within the district through supporting numerous community events, initiatives and sponsorships. This includes sponsorship of the Taupō Ironman volunteers, as well as significant investment into the ecological health of southern Taupō wetlands through the Waikato Catchment Ecological Enhancement Trust. Mercury continues to enjoy being a partner to both the council and our communities, and these activities play a key part of us fulfilling our purpose of taking care of tomorrow and connecting people in place today. Our submission primarily focuses on two issues. That's our desire for Taupō District Council's ongoing and explicit support of the Lake Taupō erosion and flood strategy, and our strong opposition to a near 84% increase in the general rate for electricity generators. Regarding the first point, Mercury supports TDC's development and ongoing implementation of the Lake Taupō Foreshore Works Program, with the Regional Council has described within the 2009 erosion and flood strategy and subsequent annual work programs. This program is very important to ensure long-term resilience to high inflow weather events and strong wind events within the Lake Taupō catchment, which is a known risk highlighted in your LGP infrastructure strategy. The erosion and flood strategy and associated works programs extend beyond the life of successive long-term plans. And as such, we can't lose sight of the requirement for such a strategy. Although this program is not specifically referenced within the LGP, we understand that TDC intend to remain committed to this program. Mercury seeks TDC's continued commitment to the Lake Taupō Foreshore Works Program is expressly referenced in the LTP and annual budgets. Mercury has also submitted on the proposal to alter the rates differential for energy generators within the district. In effect, this change to the differential results in a near 84% increase in Mercury's rates bill. The proposal to align the rates differential for electricity generators with industrial and commercial properties completely fails to recognise the sector's unique operations, which should be treated as unique in the council's rating policies. Electricity generation activities are not the same as commercial or industrial activities and do not draw on council services in the same way. Mercury's generation activities have also not placed increased demand on council services, such as could be the case for other rated activities. Majority of our generation assets do not rely heavily on public service infrastructure. In addition, most sites are relatively self-reliant on services such as water and wastewater, and as such do not benefit from connection to council services. In most cases, our assets are accessed from state highways or even private roads, again not placing significant demand on council roading infrastructure. It should be noted that renewable electricity generation assets and operations provide lifeline utility infrastructure which serves both the Taupō District and the country as a whole. This is not the case for most commercial or industrial activities. Renewable electricity generation is also inherently capital intensive, resulting in high CV values on which the rates are based. Power stations are, by their nature, a very expensive thing to develop and maintain when compared to something like a building. Therefore, changes to the rates differential can make a large and disproportionate change to the final rates bill for a generation asset owner. Last year, Mercury paid around $2 million in Taupō District rates. This proposal will result in a near 84% increase in the rates, or an additional $1.8 million. This proposed increase is neither fair nor reasonable, and council should not expect any business, regardless of size or perceived profitability, to be able to absorb that kind of cost increase from one year to the next. In our view, the current differential of 1 provides a fair and equitable rating policy reflecting the limited benefits received while still providing a significant contribution to the overall rates take. Thank you for your opportunity to provide feedback on the draft long-term plan, and we hope Council consider the feedback from Mercury and the other generators.
Thanks, Todd. Are there any questions, team? Mr. Campbell.
Should this rating go ahead as proposed, I mean, Mercury, being a business, how would it expect to recoup?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, we're a generator and a retailer, and ultimately any cost increases get passed on to customers. In the day, we do our best to, we recognise the cost of living crisis and the increases in electricity, and we do our best to make sure we keep those costs down as low as we can. So these sort of costs get passed on.
I'll ask you the same question I asked earlier from a submitter. In terms of the electricity generation cohort nationally, are you aware of what differentials are applied elsewhere in the country?
Not specifically, but we generally, because I guess every district has a different rating set up. So I can't really comment on those other districts at the moment, but certainly nothing as high as 1.8 as a differential.
I concede it's a loaded question. Thank you. Councillor Leonard.
Supplementary to that, is it commercial rates that are paid in other districts? Comparatively.
Other districts. Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Appreciate your time and thank you for your submission. We have read it and we'll take on board your comments. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Up next is again. I promise I'm only coming back once more after this. I'm here to present a submission on behalf of Breeder Investment Limited and EF Deadman Limited. They are owners of multiple properties within Taupō, and as such have a strong interest in the continued funding for improvements to council assets within the area that help encourage growth. Therefore, Breeder and Deadman specifically support the proposed funding allocated for the Marpra water supply capacity upgrade and the second bridge crossing. They consider that these projects are essential to enable better growth opportunities in northwestern Taupō, as they will help to relieve the existing and future capacity pressures that are constraining future development on the side of the bridge. Just further to Mr. Devonport's comments, I'll just say that this submission does not make any comment on the DC charges pertaining to the bridge specifically at this time. As significant future development and growth is likely to occur in these areas, with various subdivision consents being granted in the Marpra area, proposed development in Kanukanukaho, in the future rural lifestyle subdivision in the northwestern area of Taupō. Breeder and Deadman support the need for improved connectivity and reduced traffic congestion in the northern area of town to the benefit of business, industry and livability in Taupō. A long-term view of asset development is needed in their view for the future of the district. Similarly, Breeder and Deadman are pleased to see the draft LTP recognises the need for the Marpra water supply scheme to be upgraded. As mentioned above, particularly in the Marpra area, there's been significant growth has occurred within this area, and as such, the demand for reticulated water has grown, with the system not managing the demand efficiently. To ensure a continuity of supply and future growth can occur, it is paramount that water capacity is increased and the system operates efficiently to support ongoing residential development in the area. So they do ask these projects continue to be included in the adopted LTP, and we look forward to the future discussion about development contributions on those projects and those catchments. Thank you.
Questions?
Wonderful.
Very succinct. I appreciate your time.
See you soon.
Welcome.
My submission actually seems quite petty compared to some of the things I've been hearing. My name is Joy Toombs. I'm a permanent resident of Taupō. I have been moved to speak today in opposition to the proposed change to the town's refuse collections and charges. And while I'm not totally against wheelie bins, I am against the proposed blanket charge to facilitate them and also question the convenience of use for many people. I refer to the letter from Mr. Fred Beckers in the Taupo Times dated the 28th of June 2024. He and his wife are in their 80s and produce very little waste. They only use one orange sticker on a 60-litre bag once a fortnight and make use of their recycle bins at the same time. He composts his vegetable scraps and never has any food waste as meals are planned and eaten. Oh my goodness, I thought. He could be writing about us, except we don't fall into the 80s category just yet. However, we too plan our meals usually around food that is fresh and quite often on offer at the local supermarket. And we grow quite a lot of our own vegetables and we buy whole fish rather than processed fillets. My husband then fillets it, I boil the carcass and process it, and all the residual meat goes to the dog and we get the stock for future meals. The only waste, bones. The same goes for whole chickens, lamb joints, just about everything. As a test, I placed a 2-litre ice cream container on the bench top in the kitchen, and in the week from the 22nd to the 29th of June, we did manage to fill it with bones from a chicken and a ham bone, not exactly worthy of a 23-litre food bin. In the past week, we have produced no food waste. Eggshells get crushed and spread in the garden. Coffee grounds go the same way. Veg scraps get boiled to make vegetable stock before being added to the compost heap, and any fresh scraps go to the worm farm. So our costs are pretty much on a par with Mr. Becker's. One orange sticker per fortnight, sometimes every 3 weeks, plus the cost of the black bag, approximately $62 a year, plus the refuse disposal rate on our rates bill, currently of $143.53. We are, like many people these days, on a budget, and we're supposedly being encouraged to create less waste. And I do not see how charging people for collection of waste that has not been produced is going to help when those who are creating masses of rubbish are still going to be paying the same amount. In our immediate area, there are many older couples, single people, and holiday homes. None of these will be filling their bins, but will be paying for collection regardless. I've spoken to a number of our friends and neighbours, and we all agree that refuse collection should be on a user pays basis. We work hard to save money on our food bills and indeed other aspects of our lives, and yet suddenly we're going to be expected to pay a great deal more for a service that we will not be utilising any more than we have in the past. I accept that there are many things that are paid for by council from our rates that many people never use, but could, as they are available, including library, children's play areas, etc. And we pay our rates without question. However, household waste is one thing we can control, and I do not believe that putting a blanket charge on wheelie bin collection or food bin collection is going to encourage people to change their ways. I'm under no illusion that council has already determined to introduce wheelie bins, but maybe the charges can be reviewed so that people like us and Mr. Beckers and many other people in our district who are very low waste producers do not feel we are being penalised for doing the right thing and trying to be green. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If I just pick up on 2 things. No, it's not a trivial thing. It's important to you. We're here to listen. And finally, no, we haven't made up our mind. A decision has not been made at all. We will be deliberating later this week on that, so I can give you that quite firm reassurance. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Linda, welcome. You're going to take us back to Kinloch.
So tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you have an almighty job this week. I would like to introduce Bridget Eddy as my fellow Kinloch Families Trust trustee, and also supported by Bruce Bartley, our other trustee, as we stand. So I want to take you through a really brief presentation of our key points. So when we are ready to go, we're good. Fantastic. So I just want to take a very quick moment to introduce you to us, because I feel quite strongly this is our third anniversary, because Kinloch Families Trust began because of the last long-term plan round, because the then CEO of the TDC said, share Kinloch's priorities. What is it around your range? And I'm really proud to say, you know, we are focused on that. We always survey that. We have done since that time, and so I'm going to take you through that journey with us now. And we've grown from 360 members of what was Kinloch Mums that I started some time before that, and as of Friday we are just short of 1900 members of the Kinloch Families Facebook group, and that is the group that we surveyed for the purposes of this. But we haven't just surveyed this month, last month. We surveyed in April last year when we did the annual plan. We piggyback that with a plan of what are you thinking? Admittedly, there were only 62 respondents to that, but it was just indicative. Then we surveyed in December 2023, when we were starting to really look forward to this process. We had 145 respondents to that, and our survey that we've run just recently was 100 respondents. And so we're getting an idea of what is people wanting to do. We'd also really like to acknowledge the partnership with TDC for consultation. We created a Matariki Family Fun Day event to support the excellent work that the TDC engagement teams have done towards looking for the youth engagement. And we would like to acknowledge that we think it was the best consultation process to date, thanks to that team. So well done. Items we'd like to talk about. Kinloch Reserves Plan. The Kinloch Reserves Plan was last updated in 2007. So we offered in our consultation, we've been talking with the TDC staff team since September last year regarding our Kinloch kindergarten project. Along the way, we discovered that the reserves plan was somewhat in need of update. We offered help, and we made a commitment of $12,000 to generate the APR report. We've made that available. We've done a lot of work. We feel that's showing extraordinary commitment from a community group, and we've made that available to our community and TDC feedback. Public toilets, you've heard a lot about Eastern Beach Toilet. I'm just going to leave that up there and say thank you for the trial last year. Appreciate it, and we would really like to make that permanent. We'd like to highlight that the Seven Oaks playground requires a playground. It's an awesome playground, but it needs public toilets, and you could ask Warwick for his family experience up there.
Yeah, thanks for the mention. That's my 5-year-old, not me.
You need to go, and they're little, they need to go now, not trying to get down the hill. And you know, also it's essential for our new mums and those mini mums suffering support issues, as well as kids and grandparents. This was raised as an issue by Dr. Melissa Davidson, who is in Kinloch, and she's a specialist physiotherapist in pelvic health. So that's the beautiful playground, and we just need little facilities. You've also heard about our lakefront and domain remedial work. These are urgent. I took those photos this morning. It hasn't even rained there yet. Wait till it does. Those holes will be full. But really, please, we need that work done. Road and bus safety improvements. This has been one of our top priorities consistently from all these surveys I've been running since 2017, when we were doing the monthly workshops. It's one of our top priorities. We fully support the proposed improvements, but I ask you, the Whangamata Road and Poihipi Road, it still needs more, because would you be happy with a loved one cycling down there? Completing the kindergarten and the community building. We were encouraged when we talked with the staff back in September to think more than just a kindergarten. What else can it do for the community? And we've expanded that vision to a community building. You've talked about it. We've had excellent private donations and totaling nearly 600,000. We need that collaboration and support from the TDC for the completion of this building and this facility for Kinloch. I would like to acknowledge the very sad loss to our community of Jack Jenkins. He would be here today. He was our chair of this group. He was the driver of this project, and we are very much committed in his memory to pursue it, and we just need your help. We don't need your ratepayers' money, but we need your support. And so to summarise, our key focuses for Kinloch: completing this community building in kindergarten, continuing with those road and bus safety improvements, sorting out the lakefront, the store parking and the main remedial work, getting our toilet facilities in place, and adopting this reserves plan that we have shared today. So I thank you for your time and welcome any questions you have.
Hi, Belinda. Hello, and thank you. Always love how positive and forward thinking that Kinloch is. Just with the different, like there's 3 different groups with similar messages. But for me as a councillor, I just want to clarify. We have a representative group with members of the community and council. So is that the main group that council should be collaborating with?
Well, yes, Mark, and it's nice to see you for our 3rd go round on this. I was reflecting who was still at the table, to be honest, and I thought it was yourself and John. There are different groups and there's different views. I really respect that Matt, and I was here to support him this morning. He is representing a view that was the agreed view at the table, and there wasn't full agreement on a number of other items. So he presented what was agreed. So they do present one voice in that aspect, and then there are 2 other voices that you've heard come to the table. So there are different groups, they have a voice, and that's why we're taking advantage of being here in the democratic process of it. As a councillor, that's your choice to make as to the different aspects that you hear from it. And I think that's healthy to show that it's a growing Kinloch community, and there are different aspects to the community now.
Thank you. And just to follow up, with the a KCA submission, they talked about a trust that comes to the party who are going to build a community facility. Has that altered the sort of the holistic view of the community building in kindergarten at all?
Oh, well, so far that we've had direct conversation with that trust, and the commitment to a building was only land, not anything further that we're aware of.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Thanks, Belinda. Appreciate
That was good.
your input.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Next, this one is the Jess.
Oh, geez.
Hi, I'm Sarah Hunt. Got nominated by the Taupō Business Chamber to present our submission.
Sarah, welcome.
So the Taupō Business Chamber represents about 319 members who employ over 1,500 staff. The key theme of our submission was making business easier. So we acknowledge cost increases. All our businesses are dealing with the same issues, so we get it. We strongly support the second bridge crossing. Anything that helps goods and services be distributed more easily and quickly is great for business, and also brings customers to town. That's great. As a group, obviously there's different opinions in a big group, but we support affordable housing because more housing helps accommodate staff, and there's been a significant shortage for staff housing. There's a difference of opinion about whether council should be involved in housing or not, but overall we support more affordable housing. We want to enhance the town centre vitality. The council's done a great job and ticked off lots of the tasks in the town centre plan now, and now we're wondering, well, what next? And with a few big moves on the way with the new council to Wharetoa building, Pack and Save moving, Bunnings moving out, Countdown coming in, what's the vision for the town centre going to be, and how can we participate in that vision? And then also we like a business friendly approach to council processes. So often for processing consents and licenses, if an approach was taken where it's kind of collaborative and easy, that would definitely help us. At the moment, lots of people get an email with a further information request, which delays, response and costs time and money. But if it was pick up a phone call and say, hey, can you just do this? That would actually save a lot of time and money and get things done a lot more efficiently. And then lastly, we fully support improving council's digital infrastructure. Anything that can be done digitally makes it quicker and easier to do work. And yeah, that's a great thing. So we support the funding to continue improving the council digital infrastructure. Yeah, those are our points.
Thank you very much. Questions? You've clearly filled all the gaps in our understanding. Thank you very much. Wait for Dana to come back in.
I haven't seen him.
David's not here.
Did Fredega?
I think we have Fredega.
Mai tuatai ki te whaina ki Rongorawa, te deputy, tēnā koe, councillors, te kaunihiri arohi o te Taupō Atia, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Dominic Bowden taku ingoa, he chair of Nukuhau Pā, just here in support of Fredega and our submission today. Tēnā tātou.
Koutou, welcome to all three of you. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Māku ka pāna mihi a timataka ke au ki taku rangatira mau e whāreki he ina mihi ki a koutou. O te rā e nā rangatira o te kaunihiri nei nā mihi ki a koutou, ko whawai ki te whakanong ki a mātou e tēnei rā. Ko ai mātou e tatu nei ke mui a koutou tēnei rā. Ko nā paumanga tumariro ki te tonga, ko te whare o te heuhiu tatu o te rā ki tauhara, te pātu watawata o te kip, o te raki, wā nā te tūwhare tō e kia nei, ko nā te tūruna, ko nā te rauhoto e tūmai ki mua i au koutou e tēnei rā, nō reira nā mihi ki au koutou. Just acknowledgements to everyone today. I know it's been a long day and you've got us in front of you for these next few moments. The submissions made today that we're speaking to, I'm going to try and keep them high level because I know, well, I actually hope that these submissions won't be as confronting as some of the other we've already heard today, but it's our joint submission made on behalf of our hapu members of our Taupō Wastewater North Steering Committee. So it's Nukuhau Pā, Ngāti Rauhoto, Ngāti Tūrunga, Turangi-Tongariro, Ngāti Ruangārangi, and Oronui Marae Te Kapo Turangita. So we've got a joint submission that we've made here today. Then we've also got our marae and hapu submission from Ngāti Rauhoto, Ngāti Tūrunga from Nukuhau Pā here as well. So talking high level to the interconnectivity between these two submissions here. So hopefully it means it's a bit of a faster day for you guys, but we can just get some messages across. Also joined by Chair Dom to my left, and also my whanaunga and our main comms man for Nukuhau Bronson to my right too. If I were to start with a few opening comments, overall, very supportive of council and looking forward to the future and planning what it looks like. Very much want to acknowledge council for the work that's happened already in the past, work closely with its tangata whenua partners, acknowledging the work that's already done through the Wastewater North Treatment Steering Group, the Waikato our CIA that we discussed earlier on this year that was presented to council at the start of the year. Equally so, also acknowledging council's position on Māori wards as well, and really want to commend council for taking that position, because I think for us as tangata whenua, we're here to build these futures together. We're here to look forward together, and we're here to get these joint outcomes for our whole community that can come from a strong foundation of partnership, participation, and protection of those were the 3 P's of utility. And if we want to put it to what we mean by what that means to us in terms of expectation, good engagement, and enablement and empowerment. And if we then put that back to the long-term plan, certainly from the view of tangata whenua, locally led, regionally coordinated, and nationally enabled approaches to long-term planning for major infrastructure projects, definitely we would like to go with this money. taking a look back at Waikato with CIA, I suppose if we were to take this a high level and not get too much into details, I take it both the submissions have been read to some extent, right? If we've taken it just at a high level, we'd like to, I suppose, really want to push the idea that achieving different solutions requires a different way of looking at things. And a different way of looking at things takes a little bit of a look back of where we come from to then help us then paint what the future could be or reimagine what the future could be. Some of the key issues, I suppose, that jumped out to us is very much from equity lens on behalf of tangata whenua. I think when we spoke a couple of months back, we talked about our history and how we've come to be, and all of our beautiful, rich place names that we'd like to bring back to be a part of the way we're living today. With that comes with knowledge and tikanga, which helps guide that. Development then, if we take that looking back to look forward position, should actually be, what does development look like and who is development serving? I know we've heard about second bridges, we've heard about urban expansion, and we've heard about growing urban areas because we've got to have housing crisis in front of us. If we're building communities first, then we put that at the centre along with our taio, and wanting to make sure that all of our special taonga around us are protected for future generations. When we're building community means, do we actually need more development, or does development need to be at the same time that we don't have the right infrastructure to service it? So can we look at, so changing our focus and incorporating these different principles can help actually get us to a position where we'd be able to look after and service everyone in the space in the right way. Building community, we're building communities that are low carbon emitting, that all the services are provided for them, and that all of a sudden our travel needs might not be as hard or as stringent. If I reflect back at a different example where I think it was is it Michael Cordell, one of the council wastewater managers. I remember a discussion a couple of years ago where the town population had increased, but at that time the pressure on the wastewater treatment plant hadn't exponentially increased because of the new technology and flushing mechanisms and toilets, for example. So one example then, if we're building better ideas in terms of the policies that we set and what developments look like, our race to mass develop actually might not be as stringent, and we can actually phase it. And so we're putting the right checks and balances in place with one sort of buzzwords right now. That so we're progressing in a place that actually acknowledges these principles that we've highlighted in the CIA. Someone's going to give me like a 1 or 2 minute.
You've got a double slot, so we'll let you know. Yeah, about 4 minutes.
3 4 minutes, all right. Well, I'm deliberately talking faster, and I think if I'm just connecting to the same point, and again, trying to keep this high level, trying to make sure we get good messages here. We've heard a little bit about waste management, and there was an option between option A and option B, along with the same message of reimagining what that looks like. A lot of our whānau, particularly some of our whānau from the Marae, have been big advocates for parakore. And while that's an NGO that looks to minimise or reduce waste completely, where we've gone with our thinking is, can we imagine a taupo where we might not need a dump? There are places and examples around the world, for example, where having the right policies, the right culture, the right protocols and ways of being in place where waste usage and production is actually very minimal, and then we can sort of think about ways of then how we're turning that waste into opportunities. And I know that we hear things like that, you think, oh, cost and able to do that. This is, I suppose, a bit of the point of wanting to encourage and empower, I suppose, some tough conversations when we look at examples, I suppose, like in Japan, where there was this one city that was referenced in the submission, where the local representatives encouraged local businesses with certain policies and protocols where waste was minimised, but then equally so, people were given their time to make sure they do as best as possible. So what has been produced is then being recycled, and then what is eventually finding its way to fill is actually very minimal. I know it's blue sky thinking, I know it's like sunshines and rainbows, but I think in a space where you've got a set of tikanga that says toi tū te mana o ngā atua, toi tū te mana whakahaere o Ngāti Tūwhare Toa, toi tū te kaitiaki o ngā hapu o te hiko a Ngāti Tūwhare Toa. What I think we'll be going with this is, let's continue on this path together. Let's continue with our discussions in the steering group. Let's bring the capability in through hapu and iwi that we have to have these discussions, and then let's reimagine what the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years looks like for our region. Creating Taupō in here before, our hapu and iwi entities have worked closely with them when we're trying to do our Māori restoration plantings of the river, of the lake, most recently our Matariki plantings up Tauhara. These are all taonga that our tupuna gave to us, and that whether in our capacity as hapu or our capacity as major and significant landowners in the district that we've shared with everyone, we want to really buy into this future together, that what we can co-design can be good for everyone, and we want to honour all these tupuna or these areas around us that sustain us. So looking to my left and looking to my right, please any other comments? Okay.
Right on time, and I'm not going to take a show of hands on who would like to accompany you to Kamikatsu, who's the town you referred to in Japan, for a exploratory visit, but any questions? Can I just commend you on a thorough submission, the letter, I've got it in front of me here. Appreciate your input and your reference to the CIA river. I've read that as well. Appreciate our ongoing engagement for the hapu, not just north of the bridge, which I know you got right around for here. Good, thank you.
Ngā mati o te wā, ki ana ti ngā kau i ki. Kei tapu ara ki ino ana nei hei whakuru hei kuro wai aroha mō tātou ki tēnei wā. Paere nei te wā, e riri ana koro pipu tēnā ki. E ngā rangatira mā o te kauna. Kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te hunga ora, kiri mai ana ki te kakofutua. Nō reira tēnā tātou katoa.
Peter, welcome. We look forward to hearing from you.
So I'm Pete Shepherd, I'm the Natural Resources Manager for the Te Whare Māori Trust Board, here to talk briefly to our submission that we put forward earlier. And firstly, just want to acknowledge this council and district council staff for their efforts to get this draft LTP into this part of the process. And just especially in this current economic climate and political climate that we find ourselves in. Also want to acknowledge the submission that this council also put forward in terms of the local government Māori wards bill. I think it acknowledges the importance of those particular positions and the role that they play within our communities at large, and the value that they provide this council in terms of decision making. Also, just briefly want to acknowledge District Council team, this council, in terms of the engagement in a number of larger infrastructure projects that we've been working alongside. It's that willingness to invest in our marae and our hapu and iwi as an authority, in terms of the engagement in those processes and some considerable investment provided in those spaces. So just also want to acknowledge this council. In particular, that's the Northern Wastewater Pipe Scheme and the Turangi Wastewater Scheme. I think that willingness to invest just shows where this council is hoping to move within the future in terms of building on that partnership that we all hoped to work together within. In terms of our submission, there's 10 submission points. I'm not going to go into them in detail. Again, take it as read. But generally, what I think we are trying to articulate is support to our hapu marae and iwi and our Māori communities in particular. And again, it's just showing that investment into that space, its importance, and in the general sense as a community at large, the benefits and the value are there to support as well. In terms of infrastructure that has some connection to the tile. Again, that's what our submission talks to. And in particular, we're talking about Taupō waters and the Waikato awa. So really, that's all I was hoping to talk to today, and just want to, again, when it comes to building partnerships and relationships for our Māori communities, our hapu, our marae, as a iwi, it is on this council to look to support those communities, and we're looking at early engagement, meaningful engagement as we move forward. Kia ora. Any questions, happy to answer.
Questions from around the table? Danny, you must have one, surely. Oh. Conflicted?
Yeah.
No.
Ka
Your submission is well received. Thank you, Peter. We Thank you. Now we are ahead of time. So we take a 5-minute break, and then those that are here, don't forget either who we've got, and maybe take a 10-minute break.
It's generous. What about
Oh, I might be over generous, right? 2-minute break then. Let's take 5 minutes, see how we go, and if we need to take an extra 5, that's fine. We'll just rearrange the schedule for those that are already here, and we'll get to hear you wherever you are in the pecking order.
Karina from Kissing?
Oh, yeah. Multiple hands.
The second
So
page.
we're going to have a break and go get coffee?
No, I'm just saying that. I don't do it.
This is their afternoon break.
Wasn't expecting you to do it. Yeah, that's so I know. Yeah, so let me just see if I can get hold of it.
Hey, I've got coffee cups everywhere too. What do you think?
Please tell me that that's right there. She needs to raise.
You okay? Do you need to go? Are you sure?
Yeah, also Uber gets lost.
That includes, but the only adjustment he has. That was already that. So there was a 486 grant, and we had offset. Oh, that, yes.
It's democracy.
No. Yeah, we just. Right, standing up. We're gonna know how to go great. Yeah, well, like I said, in the 50 grand, yeah, and like I said.
Amazing.
Hiring someone from Deloitte at this stage.
True, true, too true.
Raised leasing vans.
Oh, yeah.
Go, I just got that.
Thing on the spot.
Billy.
Running on the spot, jumping up and down. Oh, yeah.
Hi. And how we navigate off this?
Yep, so what I'll do is I'll plug it into there and it'll come up on the screens and then you can just click the. Well done, you. I'm just hoping the next one. You. No, she has.
Which one? Hey, I wasn't. I did think about it. I was gonna actually just turn my touch.
There.
I'm just gonna miss it. No, didn't want to put him on the spot. Look, the submissions were pretty well put together. No questions for me.
Yeah.
No. I wondered if things had got.
Yeah, no.
Because we've got
15-minute break now.
Yeah.
So should we just do that?
We've got quite a long time.
Dying to say to her, why didn't you?
Break.
Yeah.
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 No, I said you guys are more fashion. They did through marriage, but not.
Oh, that. I look like I keep.
Wait, hang on.
Confused.
Something about it. Yeah, no. Actually, I used to work. I don't know.
The only
No.
the only notes I've made today.
I've made a few.
To Jordan.
Few things here that I've noticed, but
Yes, can I help you, sir?
So this, the lady didn't want to pay her rates.
yeah.
Yeah, it's still selling. Okay. Yep.
Actually, there's two of them still here.
Good.
They come up and tell us.
It's well, we don't. Well, we did them for the last one and we've processed the staff recommended changes. Knowing that we'll reverse them out just to try and get a little bit of pre-work. Yeah, it depends on what comes of the next few days.
Whether you have a not, or not.
Just give me a
No, mate.
Oh, no, but not really trying. Paper? That's, sorry. I almost knocked you over. No, I'm bad at anything. Yeah.
Oh, and I do too. I've done that. That's what it's answer.
I'm struggling.
Just stop.
It's white.
Next word. How about next word?
In the island, just put round.
I just saw that. My friend was
It doesn't actually now for us.
Laughing, you know, how they pick up things around the husband who got upgraded.
Yeah.
And his wife was an economy. He got angry with the next.
No pain, no gain.
That's it. And I am doing the half.
We can.
Toby's very angry. It's just like, why?
But he's doing to you.
Yeah.
We're just about to get the bill report given to the corporate planning reference group. I can't wait.
It's surprised.
Only on a confidential basis, though, Sarah.
I know, that's, I was like, such an
You're gonna say $7 million.
I'm like, I don't think that's on that piece.
Yeah, but I'm getting it shortly too. So.
It's a limited time offer. And we're still being recorded. Carrie can,
We editing it, don't worry, editing it.
Carrie can edit all of this later.
Yeah, it can't
So I
be.
might just,
All those
I'll
people
probably,
that pay.
that's it. I'll probably.
Yeah, we all know where he lives.
Hunt you down.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Walk on Monday.
Mock you.
Definitely you're allowed to. It's my lack of training.
What's the timeline?
Oh, yeah, no, Brian's wasn't it? Yeah. So I put it on the agenda, roughly half an hour.
Yeah.
About how well the couple of them are going, isn't
This is where the new town part. The now part. Yeah, that's what they
Yes,
pay.
Exactly, because they're like the ones.
When children say they don't know.
Exactly. There's a lot of things that we're not gonna be able to do it below it. Number one, yeah. Obviously, I mean, Tracy has been.
I've got to get details. Well, we Moscow can do that.
As long as ABF today, I think.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
The last one.
Come on, one more. Come on.
2 times a jump.
Yeah, just.
Right.
Not to mention the accompanying one.
Right, let's kick off again. Oh, a complete stranger to the presentation desk. Ready? Welcome, Katrina. We're in your hands.
Yeah.
Tēnā koutou katoa. If I could just introduce Michael Allen from Wairarapa Mangakino-Pouakani Trust. Michael is here representing the incorporation rather. Wairarapa Mangakino-Pouakani Incorporation has tangata whenua and mana whenua rights and are kaitiaki and have mana whakahare status over their land in Mangakino District and in Mangakino Township. This occurred because of Crown actions in relation to Wairarapa's Wairarapa lands and is well documented. Wairarapa Moana hold the ownership of all lands adjoining Mangakino Township and the land in the surrounding area. Wairarapa Moana provided Mangakino the land for Pouakani Marae and continue to work closely with the Pouakani Marae Committee and the Pouakani Trust who own land on Wairarapa Moana's southern boundary. Wairarapa Moana continue to work with Taupō District Council for the economic, cultural and social well-being of the Mangakino community. With the Taupō District Council, Wairarapa Moana promotes the sustainable management of the natural and physical resources of the area and have due regard for the well-being, health and safety of the wider Mangakino community. Wairarapa Moana seek to support the continued expenditure by Council in the Mangakino District. Improved facilities and infrastructure are essential to the current and future growth of Mangakino and for this community to thrive in the area. I'd just like to acknowledge council staff, particularly Michael Cordell, in his work on the Wairakō wastewater, the Mangakino wastewater treatment plant over the last year. He's worked closely with Wairakō on that consent, and we've appreciated the involvement in the consent conditions and discussions on that wastewater treatment plant. So the funding for the Mangakino wastewater treatment plant upgrade is definitely needed, and Wairakō considers this upgrade aligns council and Wairakō's aspirations for water quality improvement in the Waikato Awa. Additionally, the increased scope of the wastewater treatment plant upgrade to cater for growth aligns with Wairakō's research into the low but steady residential growth that is and will continue in Mangakino over the next 30 years. Adequate infrastructure is essential to enable growth and economic development in this community. Wairakō encourages a council to ensure that these works are undertaken within the proposed timeframes. Finally, Wairakō is encouraged by council's continued funding for improvements in the existing community spaces, such as the youth play centres, and I hear the basketball courts also, and the community reserves, as these will encourage community growth and prosperity. Such work show and grow araha and whakakiki pride in these areas. Wairakō is encouraged that continued expenditure is invested in Mangakino for continued improvements that will benefit the current and future community. So we ask that these projects, particularly the wastewater treatment plant, are continued to be included in the long-term plan going forward. Thank you. Sorry, if I could just ask Michael, would you like to add?
Really just to say what Katrina has said. Mangakino won't go away. It's going to be there forever. It's a lakeside settlement. It's in an unusual case in that it's Wairapa Moana, together with Pouakani and other iwi, has both mana whenua, tangata whenua, and kaitiaki over it. And Wairapa Moana, in addition, has mana whakahaere, which means it's got the ability to, it's got the power and the ability to deal with the land. And so Wairapa Moana wants Mangakino to succeed, and part of Mangakino's success will be the proposed upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant, both as scheduled in the capital works that that sit under Mangakino in a long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you both. Are there any questions? Submission received. Thank you for your time. John, welcome.
Good afternoon.
You could just turn your microphone on.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
My views to you. I did put the submission on the proposal to bring forward the alterations to the Control Gate Bridge. So I've had a look at what I think are the issues and the potential way forward. And this doesn't have a mouse.
We can organise that for you.
Oh, down there. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. So we're looking at the issues. We've got an origin of a problem, which is the subdivision south and west of the bridge. And the destination is the shops, offices, schools and workplaces. Now, council awarded subdivision approval many years ago. Maybe they didn't think about the transportation issues at the site of the bridge. So purchasers wanted to live in Nukahau, Acacia Bay, Kinloch, Rangatira Park, but they also wanted to travel to town. So the complainants, you could say, caused the problems that they're complaining about. Because there's only one bridge. Get that? There's only one bridge that crosses the main town. And you've got two streams of traffic converging at one point, which is namely the bridge. So then I had a thought about, well, what are the potential solutions to this? Firstly, remove the traffic lights. Again. Separate the southbound converging streams of traffic. Add extra crossing lanes at the bridge. Increase the merge length from towards town after the bridge and add some additional signage. They do it in England quite a lot. Get in lane, stay in lane. And then add some extra signage. Say, left lane, go into Spa Road. And then on the gate coming back out, add extra lane there with some additional signage. Lane east, Norman Smith Drive. So tell people where they've actually got to go. And then I believe the whole thing should be tolled. A user pays system. Want to go across these extra lanes? You pay for it. And then we've got to think about where to build and why to build. Well, the obvious place to me is where the existing bridge is. It's the narrowest point of the river because it was man-made. So the existing channel, I understand, was made in the early 1940s so that they could put the control gate bridging. So there should be no cultural issues here because it was built in 1940 and it was man-made. So it's not interrupting anything that was there before. The other reason why it should be there, the channel is uniform in profile and it's reasonably narrow. You go a bit further down, it widens out. So this is a logical place to put it. And the banks on either side are at similar elevation. The site is where two streams of generating traffic converge. And two lanes already exist in this location. So this should minimize additional road construction works. So then I thought about how you're going to build it. Well, obviously, council is looking at discussing with Mercury Energy the replacement of the actual existing control gate and how that would interrupt with changing the bridge. Those discussions need to be taking place before any design work is even considered. So then I thought about construction options. There are several ways of carrying this out. First one is just usual standard thing, consultant with design, competitive tender, concept design, preliminary design, final design, tender documents, and invite tenders.
John, you've got about a minute left. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're down to less than one.
Okay. There's another alternative, which is design build tenders. And that you can see up there. And another one is a public-private partnership. So the contractor designs, builds, manages, and controls the infrastructure for a period of time. Now, just to help out, I did have a quick look at, now this is a pencil sketch and not to scale, but it is the way that you could separate the traffic coming in and going out. But it is only a pencil sketch. So thank you for looking at that, but there is one other thing. Does it actually need to be done? Have you carried out a destination survey? Have you carried out a congestion survey? What is the difference in time to come in, say, at 11 o'clock in the morning, or 9 o'clock in the morning, or 8 o'clock in the morning? Is it really a congestion problem? Has that survey been carried out? I don't know. Maybe you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I appreciate your time. Are there any questions? Very clear. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yes, good afternoon. Hi there. Thanks for seeing me. I know you've probably had a long day listening to I Want and We Want. It must be a bit weary.
We still have a ways to go, but we're listening. So we have a ways to go, and we are still listening. So you're on.
Okay, thank you. You've got our presentation, so I won't repeat it all. Just to highlight a number of things. Our group essentially represents the more than 300 people that live on our road and a few others in the area, but essentially it's River Road. We're not going to discuss anything to do with the rubbish and recyclables matter. We believe that that has been more than adequately discussed and even possibly decided. So we're bags.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just looking around the room. There are no hyperlinks to addressing staff at the moment. It's being worked on, and as soon as it's done, we'll let you know. So you can go straight. Yep. So we're following your submission online, but they're not all there yet. So when they are, we'll let you know. So carry on. Sorry to interrupt you.
So we essentially just want to carry on with bags. That will suit us down to the ground. Thank you. Another issue that we have decided in our community is not so much decided, but there is substantial concern about the fact that Broadlands Road seems to be becoming a de facto state highway. And certainly the truck traffic between the Port of Napier and the Port of Tauranga is putting a significant level of traffic onto Broadlands Road from heavy vehicles that originate outside the area and are destined for outside the area. It'd be interesting to know what NZTA's contribution to that is, given that it is a county road. Obviously, from our small community into town, we all depend on vehicles at the moment. We don't see any other possibilities, certainly not public transport for the meantime. But what we do seem to have is quite a big concern about regional connections. And we think maybe there's been some work done on it, maybe there's not, but we know that there is considerable interest in people travelling to places like Tauranga and Hamilton particularly, and essentially the only option at the moment is car. The bus system, we believe, could be significantly improved at zero cost by the council, taking a coordination and lobbying role with Intercity, the Waikato Regional Council and other councils along the route. At zero cost, maybe a few man hours, woman hours, but it can be done. That would significantly improve the regional transport links. And we come back to the issue of the bus terminal here and the fact that we see a lot of money being quite well spent on the airport, but the 1,000 seats that come into Taupo and leave Taupo every day on the bus, they're essentially served by 2 little shelters. So the relationship between investment and bums on seats, it hasn't been studied. 1,000 seats come and leave Taupo every day on Intercity. Yeah, those people should be getting off and staying here, or at least spending some of their money in the short time that they're here. Infrastructure is not there. On to another issue relating to we've got it under local security and safety, but I just really want to highlight that in your CapEx plan for years 5 and 6, there's $830,000 put down to a footpath, and that seems to work out at about $415 a lineal metre, which by any carpeting standard is a very expensive carpet. We think that that's a very bad investment, and we think that probably for about 10 or 15% there's a very good option, and that involves correct shaping of the berms and at least some stormwater management. We're country people, we don't mind walking on grass. We don't need a paved highway to walk our dogs or whatever on, but some shaping of the berms would go a long way. Also about the lighting, well, that's another thing. Waters and housing, there's not a lot we can really discuss about that. There is quite some concern within the road about the original River Road potable water system, which was, I believe, inherited from Rotorua. So
was that your time?
It was.
Excellent. Save us ringing the bell. We'll get you to wrap up your comments then.
1 minute? Okay.
I'll give you 1 minute. Thanks.
The one that you're all probably on to, the lubrication that turns all the wheels, and that's finance. Yes, we understand you've got a problem about finances. Every local body in New Zealand has that. What we do here within the street is consistent concern about rates being a driver of domestic inflation. You understand that? We understand that, and we're very concerned about it. We would like to see true cost benefit analysis for all the OPEX and all the CAPEX. And we believe that instead of throwing money at problems, and the footpath's a good example, that some creative solutions can be come up with. A good adage is we haven't got any money, so we have to think. And austerity is the message from all the residents in our street. So things such as supercars subsidy, Skywalker subsidy, and dinosaurs have created a lot of bad optics within the people who are paying rates out there. If you're concerned about optics, it might be a small percentage of your total budget, but it's creating a lot of bad feeling out there. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate your time. Are there any questions? Councillor Park.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time and for your very informative submission. I just wondered if you're aware that the reason there's no bus terminal is because if it wasn't the council, people would just be getting dropped off at BP Wairiki because the bus companies don't want to pay for a terminal. Were you aware of that?
The terminal, you mean in town here?
Yeah, those buses, they are there because council kept the buses in town. If Intercity and the other bus companies had their way, they'd be dropping everyone off at BP Wairiki. Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not, but find another bus company.
Not a job, but thank you.
Yeah, well, I've lived in third world countries half my life, 32 years in fact, and unfortunately we're not even third world here in our bus, we're fourth world. When petrol goes to $10 a litre, then we'll see some action on buses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Welcome.
Next, we got Jeremy Williams from Energy.
For everyone on the tape, if you refresh your diligent link, the hyperlinks are now uploading.
Thank you.
Very welcome. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Jeremy Williams from Contact. I don't have any other information apart from my submission. Obviously here just to talk about our concerns with I think it's approximately 84% increase from year one. So on our well, my calculations on from the website is that we pay 1.8 million currently in rates. That'll increase to 3.3, and that's over 10 years. So it's quite a significant increase impact for us, and something that obviously any company probably won't absorb. They'll have to figure out how they recuperate that cost. I also identified, we've got the 6 power stations. We've currently got one that's just been commissioned and one that's going to start being commissioned. We'll obviously also pay rates on that on the new one to be commissioned, so that 3.3 will be even greater, given the value of that. I guess in part of my submission, I was kind of trying to highlight the fact that I think there was a position from council that it was to realign it with other commercial and industrial activities. I think the power generation utilities sector is different. It operates differently. For example, as I said in my submission, we've got those 8 power stations. Me, the administration staff, HR, all those kind of stuff. We all sit at Wairake. All the other ones are operated remotely from Wairake. So we've put our call centre, our operations centre in there. So essentially, I'm covering 8 power stations. There's not 8 of me out there, so there's not a factor of 8. So it's different in terms of how that operates. I guess if I was to draw an example, it would be council's water treatment plants, heavy capital investment and that type of stuff. Your operations staff will be, well, not your operations staff, but your engineers, administration, all that kind of stuff sits in one office. You'll have operations staffs go out to those sites, but they don't generate that amount of activity the whole time. So it's a kind of a difference from what I'm trying to explain about our activity versus an industrial or commercial activity. And I guess as a result of the nature of the capital intensive nature of establishing these kind of renewable energy plants, they're very expensive, but they don't have that activity associated with it. So I guess there's the fairness around what we're actually generating in terms of from that aspect, in terms of what's required under the general rate. Libraries and all these other things. As I say, it's still a factor that's still based in one place. So I think that the main thing is that, and the other position too, in terms of consultation on it, we received a letter through a property inbox. So got to it a little later, but we did get to it. But we certainly haven't been consulted any further in terms of that 84% increase from year one. So that's pretty much what was in the submission. If there's any questions?
Thanks, Jeremy. Yes, we have read your submission, and for the sake of consistency, I'll ask you the same question I asked the others from the electricity generation cohort. You're asking us to retain a differential of 1. Are you aware of what other councils around the country charge electricity generators?
No, I can get that for you.
Oh, we can get that too. I'm just wondering whether you were aware of that.
No.
Yep. Any other questions? Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, the genuine question here. Capital value of these plants. I'm not an accountant. I'm just thinking like an accountant would think. Perhaps I'm guessing what an accountant would think. I mean, how are these things valued? Is there a consistent, absolute way of doing this, or is that flexible, or what?
No, we're currently working through that with the Tauhara Power Station, and it's they need to go through quite a process of understanding what's in and out in terms of what they can value. So buildings, for instance, Tauhara, turbine, all the cooling tower, electrical buildings, that kind of stuff counts towards the valuation, but they such as pipe work, but you can't, and transmission, but you can't include instrumentation, the turbine, all these other things. So it's a very
subjective,
very difficult process.
Subjective. I mean, one value would get one figure, and one value would get another.
I think council use their valuer is familiar with the power stations in Taupo. So,
okay.
Yeah. But in the valuation guide about how they get their values, there's nothing for power stations. It's transmission, like wastewater, water treatment, that kind of stuff, but not a power station. And there's no one sells power stations, so there's no comparable values in terms of sales.
Oh no, you talking about council's valuation for power stations, but some other councils might have different ways of valuing.
Yeah, I'll let it go for now.
No, I'm just interested, because it's all about CV and valuations and.
So we're here to listen, not to put our 2 pennies worth in. If there's a question, ask it.
No,
Otherwise we'll move on.
Valuation question, that's all.
Any other questions? Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Cheers.
Good afternoon,
welcome
members and staff. I'd like to introduce Tina Jakes, the chair of Waikato River Trails Charitable Trust. And I'd just like to acknowledge Pete Masters, Bike Taupō and New Zealand Cycle Trails board member in the back there. Nice to see you, Pete. Waikato River Trails is proud to be one of New Zealand's 23 great rides. The trail extends, just for those of you who don't know, from Oakuru Road through Atiamuri Village, through Whakamaru Village, through Mangakino Village, up to Arapuni Village. Waikato River Trails management is underpinned by management agreements that we have, management agreement between the Crown and this council, and the Crown and South Waikato District Council. Those management agreements were designed to make sure that the trails were managed into the long term. Those are a 25-year term, and we're at year 12 currently. So 13 years to run on those management agreements. Waikato River Trails Charitable Trust is the agent to deliver management on behalf of this council in the South Waikato. Just wanted to talk about trail use over the last 3 years. 179,000 trail users. You can see we've got counters on 5 sections of trail. More than half of the activity on the trail is in Whakamaru, Maraetai and Waipapa in the Taupō District. And that's fairly, the counter data basically says we have, 57 to 59,000 people a year using the trail. One of the things being a great ride is that we need to get lots of surveys completed by people who use the trail. Those surveys tell us that 53% of the people using the trail are visitors to the area, and 47% identify as locals. So locals being from the Taupō or South Waikato districts. One of the things that we bring to the trail is events. So the Taniwha will be in its 11th year coming up this November. Tua Aotearoa comes through Mangakino. Mangakino is like an oasis to people doing bikepacking, because the last community they would have touched would have probably been Matamata, and so people are hungry, thirsty, and are very welcomed into Mangakino. Kapiko runs east coast to west coast through the Waikato River Trails, and the Rebel Ride is a women's only event that starts in Hamilton and concludes in this community here. The other events we run, we plant about 8,000 native trees a year on the Waikato River Trail, all planted by volunteers out of the community or local schools. And our cumulative count on trees is, I think we've planted over 160,000 so far, all with the support of the Waikato River Authority. The vast majority of businesses thriving on the Waikato River Trails are in Atiamuri, Whakamaru and Mangakino. There's a cluster in each of those communities. Seeing Lake Maraetai Lodge open recently has been fantastic. Just more beds, quality beds for people. But there is a strong cluster of food, beverage and shuttle services and bike hire along the Waikato River Trail. I want to talk about where our money comes from. For our operating budget for the 23-24 financial year, you'll see the lion's share of local authority funding comes from the South Waikato District Council. Half of our operating budget comes from sources outside of council funding. And we have quite a deep pool of funders, including some corporate support from Mercury New Zealand, but many others. I just want to talk about funding going forward. South Waikato District Council has been shouldering the lion's share of financial support. They want a more equitable position in terms of funding split between this council and themselves. South Waikato District Council are in a transitional year this year where they're going to continue providing community funding. We understand, they haven't confirmed this, on the current sort of formula that they've got, working on a new community funding policy going forward. We've talked to both this council and South Waikato District Council. We believe, given that the trails are an infrastructure project and there are long-term management agreements, that perhaps funding for the trail should be in a separate line from community funding. So we've socialised this idea with both this council and South Waikato, as you would with a road or a footpath. So what we're trying to ascertain beyond this year is we need about $200,000 a year to operate the Waikato River Trails Charitable Trust from local authorities. Now, there's been an inequitable split between South Waikato and this council. So this current year, we've applied to both councils for about $240,000 in funding. Beyond that, in year 2 and 3 and beyond, we can sustain the management of the trails, which includes maintenance, safety, signage, marketing, and events for $200,000 in total, split between the two councils. But what we need is a more equitable funding split between this council and South Waikato going forward. And I just wanted to finish with a little snapshot of the kind of partners that we have that make the whole thing tick along as well as it does.
So just to clarify, if you take 200,000 and roughly split it with the kilometres, it's about 120 to 80, 120,000 for South Waikato and 80 for Taupo.
So I was reading through your submission while I'm listening and reading. But that was what I was going to ask, but you just answered, so thank you. Questions? Kirsty?
Yeah, so question that I had, I suppose we're in a really tough financial position right now, as you can well understand. So we have another organisation that also does the trails by Taupo, and you have a good relationship with them. Yeah, so they're sort of doing 200 Ks of track and asking for a lot less. And so, whereas this is 33 Ks. And so we are mindful of that too. And then they're also offering other things. And I just wonder whether, you know, whether that's something that you guys might be looking at doing that might bring some income in for you. Yeah, that's just wondering what other sources of income can you try and source?
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, the Taniwha event that we won't run, we do clip the ticket. So we provide a venue, Total Sport run a wonderful event, and, you know, we get about $10,000 in income from the entry fees from that. Other mechanisms to create revenue directly, we have licensed partners, so all those accommodation providers, shuttle, food and beverage, sign up to a very modest, to be honest, licensing improve it with us. So we get a little bit of income from them as well.
We also are exploring some other corporate funders to see if we can increase our funding and apply to lotteries and all those other organisations to help.
I just want to thank the trails for what they do, because it is a huge significant economic benefit for our area, and I do fully acknowledge that.
We part of the management agreement is we occupy Crown land predominantly, and we can't and won't be charging people to occupy public land. As you can imagine, that'd be nice to have an entry fee. We do ask people for donations, and we do get a number of donations from trail users, but that's kind of where the limit for us, I think, stops, as you can probably understand, occupying that ground.
Any other questions? Danny?
Yeah, just supplementary, it just said further on from Kirsty, obviously you're aware of the financial challenges, but I guess from, we've got quite a few different organisations like Amplify and everything else who all provide quite a good return in terms of the investment that we have. So we're obviously in that challenging time, but I guess this might sound a little bit cynical, but a lot of the trails up and running. So if we put more money in, we're not necessarily going to see significant increases because the work that's done to attract all those people, a lot of that's already been done. So just interested on your thoughts on that. It might be a bit harsh question, but there's a difficult time and got a lot of pressure, not pressure, but a lot of feedback from ratepayers in terms of trying to keep ourselves to keeping those rates down and everything else.
Just to respond to that, thank you for the question. One of the things that ourselves, but all other great rides are responding to at the moment is all the great rides have had a safety audit completed recently. And so there's a number of things that pop up out of that in terms of things we need to do to improve and enhance safety for people. So yeah, you're right, the trails are sort of bedded in, but that's one of the most immediate short term, when I'm saying short term, this is in the next kind of year that we need to deal with. And it's in our interest to do so, to have a safe product, particularly given the demographics of the people who are using the trail, which seems to be getting kind of a bit older and a bit faster on e-bikes. We do need to focus on safety.
A bit more demographic now. Any other questions? Councillor Park.
You thank you, Glenn and Tina. Lovely to have you back in the chamber, albeit on the outside. Just in regards to the operational costs, like it be asked for some money on an ongoing basis, but not to have any financial information. It doesn't feel like you do due diligence on making the right decision and to help demonstrate that the money, of course you need money, but to just help demonstrate. So would those be financial information be available if
Absolutely. We have audited
Yep. Sure.
financial records. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. No more questions. Appreciate your time, both of you. Thanks very much.
Just one other thing, how do we best get those audited financial?
So email them to
Email them through.
to.
Yeah, get email to me and I'll circulate.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you for having me, Glenn. This is my first time participating in such a thing. My submission that I put through, you may have noticed, is very close to George Patina's. The questions that I answered, I was not aware that there were questions that I had to answer, and I was hoping to get into the deadline, so I answered the way I did for various reasons. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I'm no Danny Laughlin, so I'm not really sure how this goes. However, it's nice to know that this process isn't as I had imagined. I'm here mainly to brought to the wastewater problems in Turangi. But there are significant problems in that area, and I'd just like to ask that you consider getting more funding, basically. Our whānau on the other side of the lake are looking at various options and are willing to work together. However, if we do have a suitable place, there seems there is no pūtea, no money to be able to do what needs to be done on that side of the lake. So I think we are quite short in regards to funding, and the so it would be nice for that to be put up there. Do think you guys have made quite a good plan. I don't envy your work at all. Housing sounds quite good. I do hope that in the future we consider possibly catering for our elderly around as they get older. I have 3 points to bring from Ngāti Rongongai. I am the trustee for Ngāti Rongongai, Ngāti of Taitanga or Ngāti Tūwharetua. One, our whānau would like to pass on that we do not want you guys to sell any of your assets, particularly land, in order to do what needs to be done. 2, with the wastewater proposals of what may be happening in the future, we do not want it near our awa. Ngāti Rongongai is by Wātaka awa that makes the lake at a place called Stump Bay. Maybe obviously it's too wide. And we may consider, depending on suitability of the land, supporting wastewater system going into that area. That's pretty much it, sorry.
No,
I do wholeheartedly support George Partners. I would like to acknowledge the dialogue you have with our hapu. I've been to a few meetings over the years where it went from an interesting bike track hui to the first hui with Ngāti Te Rangita with council meetings, to now participating in hui for the Kaimanawa hapu cluster with various council reps. So I'd like to say that I do appreciate the progress that we're making in those spaces, and I hope you continue to listen to what our hapu around the lake ask of you and work with you, and hopefully that will continue on through. Any questions?
thank you. Well, first time up, you've done very well. Are there any questions, team? Councillor Lachlan.
Not really a question. Just to let you know that we're going to be in Turangi tomorrow, and there'll be quite a few more submissions that have further discussion around the Turangi wastewater system. So, yeah.
I assume Tamatapon of whānau will elaborate more, but I just thought I'd try this process and see if asking for more funding to get that moving when we do have the pūtea will impact in a positive way, and then that way I can part of this is to relay back to my whānau how the process is, and whether or not participating in such things does help, and Ngāti Rongongai looks forward to participating in the future.
Hang on. How's it running? We have one more question. Councillor Greenside.
Just before you go, I read through both yours and George's submission. One is just a comment, actually. You've both mentioned about the median house price in Turangi being 800,000, and that is not the figure that council are looking at. Council are looking at a much lower figure than that. So keep an eye on that space, because that actually is for people across the whole district, not just here as well.
Yes, I think there's sometimes is that I did ask him to help me if he figure that out.
Yeah, we're envisaging a much lower figure.
It's still a lot better than nothing, which is great, and it is very positive moving forward for that usual way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Donna.
Next up, we've got Lorraine.
Everyone.
Welcome.
I'm going to read from my notes.
Fine, the floor is yours.
The first matter I would like to speak about is in regard of community, the arts. So that's number one. So I'll put, it's important that Creative Communities does not miss out on sufficient grant funding because of the changing of the previous model.
there is added concern that we may not even get sufficient grant funding. So it is a concern for us when we give out monies to these artists to come and to do projects over there. Will the grant committees be made up of councillors knowledgeable in each area to ensure a fair outcome? Will there be a conflict of interest for that elected councillor within their own portfolio? It's concerning that decisions may be biased by individual councillors because of their interest in other areas other than arts. They might lean towards because their kids play football, nobody does art or whatever. So there. Concern also on how the three funds will be split. Will small players lose out to big ones? Arts may well be seen as a small player, say compared to a sporting project. In this regard, it may be a preferable option to split the arts culture from the sporting activities. Creative communities have submitted suggestions to redress these and other concerns for not just an individual group, but for all cultures in our diverse cultural community. So those matters will be addressed. I'm just supporting the main application from the group. The other concern for me is the wastewater. It appears that this has been ongoing for some time now with costly short-term solutions that we're footing the bill for, and there doesn't seem to be an end in sight that we know of. Perhaps the council needs to look outside the square and bring in an innovative solution. Maybe create a reservoir on existing council land with wastewater. This could be used as a water sport venue, freely available to all ratepayers and maintained by the individual groups using the facility. A park could be created around this lake, catering to walkers, runners and bikers. It could be quite a beautiful area for people for their recreation. And the decisions elected councillors make for the wastewater, you make them on our behalf, and they shouldn't be influenced by any other people or parties with their own agendas, because this is an integral part of our infrastructure. We, the ratepayers, have elected you as our representatives, and you need to honour your position by being well informed, doing your own research and acting with good faith and in our best interests. And as the past efforts haven't worked, then you need to take another direction and be innovative and be guided by your conscience and pursue another way forward, and do this without fear or favour. And I mean, I know it's a complex issue that we don't know the nitty gritty that you obviously are privy to, but that my thing is to pursue it without fear or favour and in the interests of the ratepayer. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission, and thank you for your comments around funding for the arts. I mean, this, I suspect, is going to be a fairly robust and difficult conversation we need to have later this week. So your submission echoes that of several others that we have all read. So thank you for presenting us with a dilemma to resolve.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. I'm conscious there are a number of people still present, but we're also well ahead of time, and we're going to be going for quite a while yet, and it is nearly 3:30. Can I suggest we have not taken the afternoon adjournment, we take a 15-minute break now and refresh so that we can come back and carry on. My apologies to those who've come early expecting to present, but we are ahead of time. I'm going to take a 15-minute break. If we can be back at, say, just after 20 to 4, and we'll reconvene. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. Let's start the next group of submitters. Dana, who've got? Awesome. Donovan, come on up to the desk. Yep.
I'm supporting you. Oh, thanks.
Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Donovan Bixley and I would like to present on the Community Arts Funding Policy. I'm president of the Taupō Concert Band and I'm submitting on behalf of our 27 band members, many of whom are involved in multiple community bands and community music initiatives that support our music tamariki and rangatahi, such as the Taupō School of Music and the Taupō Brass Academy. Now, there's a whole swathe of community music groups that use our facilities and equipment, which includes the Taupō Concert Band, the Brass Band, the Youth Wind Band, the Great Lake Jazz Band, Hot Tub Funk Band, the Youth Orchestra, the Strings Orchestra, to name most of them. The current community arts funding structure works really, really well for us, and we would like to see the benefits of that retained. And we have three main concerns about the proposed changes to the community arts funding policy. So number one is we think it's really essential that funding for community arts, portion of funding for community arts be ring-fenced and separated from sports and social funding. There's a genuine concern among our group that one large pool of community funding may be manipulated into one particular sector of society, depending on who is running or organising those committees. Number two, we think it's absolutely essential that there be more than one funding round per year. The Taupō music community have many opportunities that arise throughout the year, and we need to be able to plan, act and apply for funding on a shorter timescale than yearly funding rounds. And number three, we would like to make sure that community well-being and participation is an overarching philosophy of community arts funding outcomes, not economic profitability, which is a completely separate thing. In particular, that community arts funding is not confused with national or international commercial arts events and outcomes that benefit tourism providers and visitors to our region. The Taupō music groups under the umbrella of the Taupō Concert Band exist to provide musical events within our community for locals to participate in the arts for the sake of social and mental well-being, which help create a vibrant and lively town for us all to live in. And community arts funding is vital in helping us achieve that goal. We would like to see clarity around these arts funding points in the long-term plan. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, team? Can confirm we've read your submission and a number of others along the same line. So thank you for presenting today. Appreciate your time.
Want to say something?
Oh,
You have time.
you're going to say something later. He's just... I'll say something later when it's my turn. But
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's good.
Good afternoon. I'm Joanna Bixley. I'm a committee member of Centre Stage Taupō, and this is Kylie Dumble, who is the president of our committee. And we are here representing Centre Stage Taupō. Just a little bit of history. In 1986, the Taupō Dramatic Society and the Taupō Operatic Society joined together to become Centre Stage Taupō Incorporated. Over the last 38 years, we have strived to provide exciting theatre craft opportunities for everyone in the Central Plateau area. Centre Stage is owned by its members for the benefit of the Taupō community. It is 100% volunteer-run organisation and a registered charity. Any financial surpluses are reinvested in the achievement of our mission. And Kylie would like to take it from here.
Thank you for having us. The current funding model, the arts funding model that we are under at the moment, works very well for us. And frankly, we're a little bit unsure of why we're being faced with changes to those models, because it has worked so well for us in the past. We believe that at the moment, the system is fair, transparent, and gives us a guaranteed pool of arts-only funding. It's distributed by people from our community that understand us and value what we bring to Taupō. Our main concerns with the proposed new model are representation and decision-making. How do we know that people who understand our community and our needs will be a part of decision-making and that we are fairly represented. The proposed community funding policy would encompass such a broad and diverse amount of groups. How can they be compared with each other? Sports versus arts versus social. Moving to once a year is not an acceptable outcome for us. Funding rounds need to be at least twice a year to ensure that we can take advantage of opportunities that come up and pass those opportunities on to our members. Economic outcomes are not in our mandate. There's a difference between tourism arts and community arts. We are here to provide opportunities and resources for our members who live and work in the Taupo area to practice their craft. We're not here to drive economic outcomes and do not want to be pressured into having to tick that box just so we can secure funding to fulfill our actual mandate. There is no mention or reference to the arts and culture plan in the current proposed plan. As an organization, we put a lot of effort into engaging with council to develop the arts and culture plan, and we want to see it implemented. The proposed policies do not obviously demonstrate to us that anything from the Arts and Culture Action Plan will be achieved. The eligibility criteria for the distribution of community funding should be limited to organizations based in our local area. And finally, if the model is to change, we would like to see a minimum amount of money ring fence for the arts that has to be distributed to the arts, because usually it's the arts funding that is cut first. And this way, no matter who ends up on the committees that distribute the funds, we know there will always be dedicated arts funding available.
The future of community funding from council is very important to Centre Stage, and we strongly implore Taupō District Council to consider our concerns in the development of the community funding policies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Message received. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time we get to hear from you.
You may remember me from.
Yes, thank you, Peter.
Just a few quick points. Waste minimisation and the composting thing. Yeah, I just wondered whether the council has spoken to Mainoki about composting. I went to a presentation, Forest and Bird, a couple of years ago, and they had some really good ideas, and he pretty much had
the question you're putting to us. Yes, we have, and we've actually visited the site.
Okay, great.
So,
that's
help you with that.
Yeah, for the waste minimisation, I was just wondering about soft plastic collection points, maybe at the rubbish dump, or whatever it's called now, in Kinloch, or with the district, whether it's within the district council's gambit to actually collect soft plastics, because quite often it's hard for get to Woolworths or wherever they drop it off, but that's quite a big part of trying to reduce waste, and whether the council lobbies central government about packaging and waste minimisation. I don't know, does that happen? There's a question.
Yeah, I've already answered one question. We're more here to receive information than engage in a dialogue, but we're happy to discuss this when we have our deliberations. But suffice to say, council engage with central government on a broad range of issues, most of which impact directly on all of us in this community.
Yeah, okay.
And not always do we agree.
Thanks for that. And then it did say at the end of the submission process, was there any other thing we wanted, any other feedback we wanted to talk about? And I think there was mention of a second bridge, is that right? Yeah. I'd like to suggest that if we can somehow make people or parents and caregivers yeah, anyway, a measure of not drop their kids off to school, basically. Help them walk to school and cycle to school. I know the council does a lot to make pedestrian and cycle movements as safe as possible, but we've got to somehow get kids out of cars and parents dropping their kids off to school, because everyone knows that during the school holidays, traffic congestion is way less than what it is during school times. There's some interesting points in Living Streets Aotearoa, which you're probably aware of, but there's a whole list of benefits from kids walking and cycling to school. So it's just the other point I'd like to make. And that's about it.
Thanks, Chris. Living Streets Aotearoa is a regular distributor of emails.
Yeah.
Any questions from the table? Thanks very much. Appreciate your time. Welcome, Laurie.
Good afternoon. I'm Laurie Smith, and this is personal submission to all my other affiliations. And just firstly, thank you for an easy to read document. It was a pleasure to go through. Just want to first talk about the housing situation in Taupo, and I totally approve of what you're trying to do. I know it needs a bit more work yet, but I will comment, when I first saw that proposal, there was the discussion or the comment that we shouldn't allow too much out at once because we wanted to keep the price up. And I think that's a contradiction. And I've seen that over the years with Taupo not releasing too many sections at once because they want to keep the price up. And I don't think we should do that. I think we should let them out and get the price down. So just a little note about that. The second bridge, no, we've had so many consultants' reports on that bridge over the years. I've been here too long, and again with no bridge. And I don't think you're going to get people walking to work or cycling unless you have a few good traffic jams. Nothing like focusing the mind to get there quicker. And as Peter said, there is no traffic jam in school holidays unless it's a special event. I don't see there's a problem there. I travel that way frequently, different times of the day, it's fine. And I also note that we've got a lot of people, a lot of sections on that side coming up, masses, and I wonder what you're going to do with all those cars when they get into town, because you're just going to create another traffic jam. So I think you need to have a little think about that first. A hardy annual for me is water meters, please, at some stage in the future. I know you're putting some of the infrastructure in place with the new subdivisions and have done for years, but if we really want to save money, we need to have water meters. It's been proven again and again that it does save water, and to me it's the same as electricity. Electricity makes electricity, distributes it. We don't pay an average rate for electricity. Water is the same. We treat it, distribute it. Everyone should have a meter. Person who's piped bust recently, thank you for not charging me. Rubbish, I agree with Mr. Stokes' thoughts in this agenda item for today, that I think we should stay with status quo as a person with a worm farm and who doesn't put out any waste of any sort or compost. In fact, puts out a rubbish container once every 6 weeks or so. And same with the recycling. So, but it's only me, so I can easily reduce my waste. It's not a problem. So, subsidised worm farming, I've just asked Councillor if you still do it. I think you need more publicity. People don't know about that. And the worm farms are so easy. They're kind of a bit fussy about what they eat. Plastic bags are not good. Tea bags neither. Just get off little bits of material all through it all. But yeah, worm farms work really well, so easy. And if you can just get more people using that, you might be able to reduce your waste, your food waste going out. And that's it.
Thank you. Very succinct. Are there any left? Are there any questions, team? Thanks, Laura. Appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Next is response for the wider communities.
Welcome, Chris. Welcome, Val.
Afternoon. Okay, so I'm wearing the Wairoa Community Trust hat today. Val is the deputy chair now, and Yvonne, who's not here, would have a conflict, is
Scotland, yes, we know.
For over 30 years, Wairoa Community Trust has been managing the complex that is now Wairoa. We've been an independent trust supported by Taupō District Council to provide the three outcomes that were in our submission: to manage and provide the facilities for the coordination, education and support of the wide range of community services that support those in need in our community, to provide an affordable space for socially focused organisations to deliver their specific support to the various sectors within our community, and administer for the two above on behalf of TDC the property vested in council known as Wairoa House. From the onset, TDC has supported the trust in what was known as admin grant. A small amount of money enabled the trust to focus on providing the most affordable terms for our tenants. We also cover basic maintenance and the grounds for the council. Past years, we've been able to set the rents at almost 60% less than market value, ensuring the organisations focus on their clients rather than trying to find funding. We have a very strong relationship with council, which was proven in TDC being awarded the Burl Award for excellence in collaborating for results. This award recognises projects that demonstrate successful collaborations with other agencies for community benefit. This collaboration provides the catalyst for the trust to reimagine its role in the future ways of working to better support the needs of the social services sector in the district. In these most difficult of times, it's more imperative that our ongoing relationship with the Taupō District Council continues with a strategic partnership. This will give us certainty for a few years on maintaining the goodwill and the work that we can do for the other organisations. Already we've seen the fallout from these times, with the Taupō Council social services been unsuccessful in surviving. The trust, with the direction of the new building allows, has absorbed the role of TCOS to provide the ongoing coordination of the social services. Our vision is to be the one-stop social service coordinator linking community groups together. To this end, we have revamped us filling vacant trustee spots with community members with specific skill sets to broaden our base. It's early days in the new building, and we thank the council for their support in that. But in less than a year, we have 22 of the 32 desks filled, 38 connection memberships, over 13 tenants, plus over 60 staff working within the complex. But in years to come, we may be self-sufficient, but it's vital we're supported with a strategic partnership for the next 3 years so we can continue to do what we do to support the community.
Wairoa House and people that work there are the glue of our community. Council should be proud that they rebuilt the new building, and you are one of the few councils in New Zealand that have really supported social services, so we thank you for that. Plus the people working in the building, we have hundreds of volunteers that also support those groups.
Both. Barbara.
Thank you, Chris. Can you tell us who some of the social services are that you've got currently in the building?
Okay, starting, we've got age concern, of course. We have financial support services. We have elder abuse. We have neighbourhood support. Various Māori organisations that use their practices, health practices. We have council using the building quite frequently for meetings. Yes, Orena Tamariki are there as tenants at the moment. I think we cover all age groups except Women's Refuge, Food Bank. Yeah, This
You have different charges for different groups. Is the, like if it's a like food bank or something, do they get charged a different rate from?
Two tiers. So you've got the new building, which operates under a membership model,
Yeah.
where they have a book a desk or rent a desk in the open plan office. The two existing buildings still operate in a tenant form where they lease a room, and
Everybody gets charged the same.
Good, thank you very much, thank you.
Other questions from the table? Thank you, guys. Val, I want to acknowledge your long-standing service and support to the Taupo community. I'll do that publicly here.
Wonderful place to be.
Keep it up.
it's been 7 months, and I must say the building is just coming into its own. There's a very good buzz now, and the meeting rooms are I think it's about 8 to 12 uses a day. So
We have a new manager, Gillian Tablin, which I'm sure most of you already know. I think my background. And she's very experienced in coordination roles, so we're very much.
Yeah, just got a question.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Bill and Chris, for all the work you did. I'm just with the, obviously, originally, I think it was 1910 in the old building, wasn't it, the old Warrior House? You've obviously broadened the reach. Some of those wouldn't have gone back in there, so you've obviously broadened the reach within the community quite a bit by the sound of it.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome, gentlemen.
To introduce myself, Tim Ford. I'm the Vice President of the Taupo Master Builders. President can be here with his apologies. And my colleague here, Chris Bell, is also in the Master Builders Committee, runs Placemakers up the hill there. So we'd just like to firstly thank you for the opportunity to come along and share some insight on behalf of the Registered Master Builders. For your long-term plans for 2024 through 2034, and particular focus on the increase in the building and resource consent fees. But a background, Master Builders represents over 3,000 commercial and residential builders across New Zealand, with a large number of those here in Taupo, providing and building quality homes here in the district. The building and construction sector in New Zealand is a vital part of our economy, contributing to over $20 billion annually and employing over 500,000 people throughout the country. This sector supports a wide economic activities, and with every $1 million spent in housing and building generates over $2.5 million in economic benefits. We acknowledge that it's necessary for a robust systems with the council, and are committed to enhancing our capabilities to our members. We do attract quite skilled workers, and our goals are to lead and transform the sector. Regarding your fees for the upcoming time, we understand that we understand that it needs to be these fees, obviously. However, the proposed 25% increase in these fees, going up to 69%, seems excessive. We believe that it could be further burden to homeowners, renters, and people in the building industry. As the Master Builders, we'd like more of a detailed breakdown on these costs, and especially considering with the national inflation rates and the buildings. Sorry, we'll start again there. We'd like more of a breakdown on these 25% fees, considering that the inflation in the country is only around 5%. In conclusion, we support the Taupō District Council needs to cover your fees, and we just urge a reconsideration on your proposed fees for those up to 25% or more. A more balanced approach, maybe like 5% annually instead of a one-hit wonder. And we'd just like to get more of a breakdown on those if possible, please. You just want to say there, Chris?
Yeah, I suppose we respect that fees do go up and services do go up. We sit on a board that represents does represent most of Taupō's key builders, very high-end builders, and it's very much a topic of discussion every time we meet around these fees going up. It'd be good to go back to them just to get a bit of a breakdown of what, if or what they would get for those fees. If they are to go up, as Tim said, 25 to, we're talking increases in there up to 69%. Do times halve? What do they get for that result? And especially in a market in New Zealand at the moment, there's a huge focus on building costs. So from a timing perspective, we just would like for you guys to consider that as well. There's a huge spotlight on pretty much all costs going into housing. Myself built around all of New Zealand. I've only lived here coming up 10 years, and I love this place. And we are renowned for having a very proactive council. Costs are very considerable, and to build a house in town is quite reasonable. And that's me, as I say, building all around New Zealand. So these costs, as Tim said, we just would like you guys to think about maybe staggering the costs going forward rather than just one big lump sum. Because in the end, these costs do have to go back to the homeowner, and it's quite a burden for them.
We can just get probably more, so we can go back to our guys and just so they can talk to their clients and people, and we can just get a slightly better breakdown on what these fees are about, instead of just a big 25%, and we don't know what we're going to tell people that they're going to get for that. Cool. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Questions? That's the green slide.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that it's the big lump that's going to hurt.
Yep.
So if it was spread over the life of the long-term plan in small chunks, you feel that you'd be able to absorb it better.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, slightly a little bit better on everybody, and I think that's a bit of a go about it.
Yeah, 5%, 25% over 5 years sounds a lot better than 25% now.
And also, in your submission, you talked about partnering with a single person for our homes that we're doing. I don't think we're partnering with a single person. We're partnering with more than one. It's not going to be a single provider.
Yep.
We actually recognise exactly what you've said there in your submission.
Yep, take it back to the board.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Choice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So in terms of providing you the information you're seeking today, we can't give you an answer because that's a submission upon which we will deliberate later in the week, and then the outcome of that will be made available to you. So if I was to give you an answer now, it would be my thoughts, not everyone else's, but that's not appropriate.
That's
and we haven't made a decision on what is a proposed fee structure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And great to get a breakdown as well, if we could, just so that we can take it back to the board and in turn 50 on master builders. And
thank you. Message received. Thank you for your time.
thank you for your time.
I think there's Angela about
Should we use the computer? Oh, no, I'll just get another one.
Do you need to use? Yep. Let's see how we do that. Welcome. We'll organise the computer for you.
Let's start the introductions.
No, there's plenty of time. We'll get your technology sorted. So if you're up on the spot, we can do that.
Children in my.
Someone's being the fact.
Yeah. just while we're doing that, Dana, can you just check who's still here in the back, and we'll start going through irrespective of the order. We'll start hearing people as they hear. Thanks. Hey, welcome everybody. The floor is yours.
Ea mana, ina reo, ina matawaka, tēnā koutou katoa. No Wairake Village in Ohoana, ko Jennifer Scotland King aho. Apologies from Angela Bell, who was unwell and unable to speak today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for our long-term plan submission. We are representing the Wairake community group. Speaking to our submission is Rachel Canning, Lena Mendes-Gray, and Rachel's around here. The Wairake Community Group, established in 2023, is a collective of residents within the Wairake village and surrounds, on a journey to be a connected, cohesive, and vibrant village with a sense of identity that connects it to the past, present, and most importantly, to our future. We're building opportunities for the village. This is a big task, so we invite Taupō District Council to support us, whether through funding, advice, support, and advocacy. We thank Gillian Ward and Claire Dredge for their guidance to date. There are several specific priorities for the community, but the most important for us at this moment is being in the unique position of being road-locked by 2 state highways. Personally, I have this to say: as State Highways 1 and 5 get busier, the dangers grow near the roundabout by Wairake Village for those of us leaving or entering the village. This is worse when trucks park either side of the State Highway 1 entrance to the village. Rachel will be handing you some got photos here, changed. The road verges are crumbling, uneven, gravel, tricky to negotiate, young and old alike. As an active senior, I'm getting out there biking or walking. Hope is great for this, but getting to facilities from the village is very scary. My husband and I lift the bikes into our van, drive to a safer entry point to a bike track, and proceed from there. Walking to the Wairake terraces for a soak of weary muscles is also too daunting, though we dislike having to drive there. I value sustainability. I'm handing you over to Rachel Kelly.
Good afternoon. 2 destinations that pedestrian and cycling just want to get to is the BP. Kids want to go on bicycle lollies, parents want to just get out and half and go and get some milk. And the other destination is to go to the Waikato River Trail. At the moment, we can't get there safely, but we can't get out of the village. Because thank you. That photograph there shows my son on State Highway 1, and you actually had to be there on the spot to see how nerve-wracking it was to take that photograph and for him to pose for that photograph. Because the green is actually a ditch which is full of water, so there's just nowhere enough separation between the motorists and the pedestrians. This is the we call it Cushing, it's below the village, State Highway 5, and it's where the road goes between 2 banks. It's incredibly narrow, and it was really nerve-wracking taking this photograph as well. When there's traffic coming both directions, that's my son who's 14 is a strong cyclist. I think if you're a road cyclist, you can confidently time it and cycle through that gap. But imagine if it just terrifies me to think about my young family, our teens now, but when they were, 10, 8 and 7, just going down to the dairy, through them walking down there. It's just a horrible thought. What we're looking at now is the original pedestrian grass accessway from coming down from Taupō Street, State Highway 5, and that was taken on Sunday, and that's awesome when it's in that condition. often it's long grass or blackberry, and people don't want to get their feet wet, and they definitely don't want to encounter blackberry. So the decision is to go through the cutting and risk your life, or otherwise to walk through the blackberry and the long grass. Now, if you're an adult, you're going, okay, well, we're going to take the safe route, but kids on their own are actually inclined to just take the easy way, which is through the cutting. And so part of our submission is that we would like this surface to be made hard and so that people can easily be encouraged to use that as the preferred route. And I'm pretty sure that if that was upgraded, people would not elect to use the road cutting as an option.
Sorry, we didn't have a lot of time to coordinate.
No, you're fine. It's all good.
So sorry, there's it's okay. There's historically there are when the village was first built, power station employees, and so there's actually a really nice historic walk going all the way down to the power station. And sorry, that's where Bear is showing. And so it connects through from where the previous photo was of my son standing on the grass walkway, and then it goes over State Highway 5 and all the way down to the power station. So it would be logical. The roundabout at Wairakei has got quite a lot of traffic calming. It's got about a metre wide strip from the roundabout leading towards the village, and you could put a pedestrian refuge in there, and then that would allow access across the road, across State Highway 5. So then people could go down the stairs and access the Waikato River Trails. The other thing we'd like done is, just let that perfect. The other destination is getting to the BP, and there's historically, there was a footpath there, and there's remnants of it. If you bike trail aside on Wairakei Drive, and you can see the like leftover chemical material. I'm going to say asphalt, and but it's only remnants of it. Over time, it's been dug up and not replaced. So that actually crosses two water courses, and there's already pedestrian infrastructure in place for that. So there's plenty of room. We just actually need the footpath to be constructed between the roundabout and BP. To be reconstructed. So in this submission, we're asking for the council to, we all know there's a cost of living crisis, but if you could do the investigation towards making that link for the village to State Highway 5, and then also making the link between the village and the BP, and then across the road to the Waikato River Trail. Some research to be done to, and also some interaction to be done with Transit New Zealand, because they are obviously a partner in this, and come up with an overall plan to do with accessing the village. But another speaker to talk about vehicle access plans that we've got. And then if the plan is in place, and at least there's a lot of expense already to go through, then maybe when there's a bit more money in the kitty for construction in the future.
Quickly going to touch base on just the entries to Wairakei village. So that we've just some safety concerns around entering the village. So this is the picture here that's entering, turning left onto State Highway 5, and we're often finding that trucks are parking in that area. And so when we're trying to turn right, there's no visibility of cars on approaching on State Highway 1. And also it stops people turning like safely into that bay when they're like turning into the village. And then the second entrance to the village, this is the one I usually mostly. Well, I have real issues with, so you kind of go up a bit of a hill and it's a 100-kilometre zone. It's sort of from the roundabout and everyone's speeding up and we have to slow down to get into the village. And I indicate really early, I pull as far left as possible, but the road is very crumbly there, it drops down, there's not a lot of room to pull left. But there is a lot of scope there to improve the width of the road and introduce like a bay there that we can pull into. So the traffic from behind isn't like coming right up us as we're slowing down and pulling to the area of live. And got part two. So sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Vera and I live in the village and I'm a mum of three. These are my children. And since moving to the village 5 years ago, I've noticed some real challenges with the accessibility within the village. I'm really fortunate to have a school and a playground, but accessing them with footpaths that are in rough shape has been quite annoying. So I've got some pictures, like they're just, because of their age, I mean, they'll be sort of 65 years old, they're just becoming quite rutted, deteriorating holes. We've been fortunate that some sections have been replaced recently because we've had mains power upgrades, but the sort of uneven and the overgrown areas have definitely made it quite challenging for me as a parent to walk with a stroller when my kids were babies, and my kids have tripped over the footpaths where they've been uneven, and my daughter has refused to scooter to school because she says it's too bumpy, and so we would like the council to consider an upgrade for our footpaths or looking at the maintenance of our footpaths in the long-term district plan. I also have some concerns around the safety of the school crossing. So most of the children in our village go to Wairaki Primary School, and as we can see, that's the crossing, and that's the main crossing to school. And for our children, it's quite a confusing crossing. My oldest child is neurodivergent, and so for him, he's very black and white. So he doesn't really understand that sometimes cars stop and sometimes they don't. So I'm advocating for a pedestrian crossing so that I can allow my child to independently walk to school, because at the moment, he just isn't really aware of whether the cars are going to stop. And I would say, like, because I cross with them every day, like it's sort of 50-50 and it's quite busy in the morning. And so, yeah, like we would really like the council to sort of look at improving that crossing to make it more safe for our children. And talking about safe crossings, I also have a lot of issues around crossing to the playground. There's just no real, the playground's like a community favourite. It's very well used by the village children and by the school kids, but it doesn't really have a particularly good entry point. And so it's very tricky for us navigating, crossing the road from Rata Street. There is a sort of an existing crossing point which I make my children use, but then we have to cross the road again. And images there. Okay, it's all right. But like there's no, like you have to kind of hop down curbs and then up curbs to sort of get to the park. And when you have 3 children and you're trying to cross the road, it's quite tricky because they're only like bikes and scooters to go down and then back up. There's no actual sort of go down like ramp. So we had an occasion where this child got stuck, and I was trying to push a stroller up the curb and deal with my toddler, and he was stuck on his bike. And then a bus came and the bus actually had to stop. And then my stroller fell over, and then it was very dramatic, but we got across. But it was just, you know, if there was sort of an easy way to get into the playground, it would make me feel a lot more confident about crossing there. And particularly as you can sort of see at the 3-way corner, there's a lot of speeding that happens around that corner. So potentially looking at speed bumps to slow down the traffic, because there's not a lot of visibility at that existing crossing. And then also I just want to quickly touch base on the playground itself. It's very well used, but it's quite old and tired, and there's limited options for small children, toddlers especially. I struggled to entertain my kids there when they were small. They could do the small slide you see pictured, and there's not even steps up to it. You have to go up the slide to go down the slide. And then a lot of it's very climbing based. And as my oldest child has some physical development delays, a lot of the equipment is centered around climbing, has made it quite challenging for us to enjoy it. And so we're hoping that the council can prioritise our playground improvements and bring forward the renewal date of the playground. And then lastly, so you can see on the right, we're having a community event. So we are fortunate to have tennis courts, which have been recently resurfaced, which has been a great improvement to our community. My kids like to go out there and practice their biking and play with balls. And we've sort of turned that into an area that for our community events. So we're advocating on behalf of our group that's organising some of these events, if we can look into permanent electrical and water connections for running events, possibly a toilet and storage facilities next to the tennis court. So we don't have to keep hiring portaloos and we can store sports equipment. And also, if we just quickly just have a look, so you can see the tennis court, and then that area sort of highlighted in blue is kind of where you can park. And currently it's quite rutted, uneven, because all the school parents are using that as sort of parking, and it's not really, like, it hasn't been set up to be a parking area, and because of that it's quite uneven. So we would like to see some improvements around the car parking in that area. Thank you.
You've done very well.
Yeah.
I was going to say that this is an insight into your world.
Not even distracted.
Yeah. You did extraordinarily well with your children assisting.
Very well.
Yeah, very well. Are there any questions, team?
Give a conclusion.
Be really quick because we're well past your 5 minutes. But go on in.
We're passionate about our community and its future. The connection to the schools, natural surrounds, and Taupo town provides a sense of place and opens opportunities to create a vibrant and connected community that has its unique place, Taupō District. But we do need your recognition, your support, and your advocacy to achieve that aspiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Now, are there any questions on the table? Kylie.
Thank you all, and congratulations on establishing and the funding that you've already received. You guys are just amazing, absolutely incredible. That submission is fantastic, especially around the roading. Have you shared that with Louise Upston as well? I just, you know, like, you've kind of put all this work together, and like you were saying, yes, we need to advocate as well, but I just wondered the merits around sharing that with her. And then I have a second question as well.
As far as we've got is Chris Dawson, who's the footpath engineer. He came out and had that. And so our community engagement officers are really aware of it as well. And we've talked to you, and so been another meeting. We haven't really. I think we need to make a plan and some priorities. I mean, to help council to do that. We take it further.
And I guess my next question. What would be your number one out of the list?
The list.
I think Waka Kotahi relationship and those in and out of the village was our first priority. But that is to some extent out of your hands. So any of those safety issues.
Well, let me jump in here. Yes and no, out of our hands. I'll work with Councillor Leonard, with you within the East Rural Ward. If I sit on the Regional Transport Committee, I'm happy to have those conversations with the NZTA reps that have responsibility. So that's an offline conversation separate to this. So I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. That was very impressive.
Thank you
Sorry,
very
and
much.
gentlemen.
Very much.
Even saw a child nearly run over actually a couple of days ago by the school.
Right. 3 and 3.
We're happy to keep going. We've got members here, so yeah, thank you.
Really kidding. So I'm not put dinner tonight.
There's a fridge out there in there. You're welcome.
Hi, thank you. Should I?
You can sit, you can stand if you, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm definitely a nervous stander.
Dance, probably not. But
I'm doing dancing fly education. I could. I don't want to. No, I don't want to do a preview.
It's late in the day, so whatever you want to present, that's fine.
Thought so. I did have a colleague who was going to come, but he might not be able to make it in time. I told him 4:45, so that's all right. Okay, so should I go? Should I kick off?
Well, if you got someone else that's going to present.
Oh, he's not going to present. He was just here for moral support. And
if you're comfortable, otherwise we can get someone else to jump in ahead of you. It's up to you.
I'm okay.
You sure?
You can do it. You can do it.
I can do it. And if he comes in, then he can answer questions. That's really just in case, because my brain will go to mush. And so he might answer questions if he jumps in. But that's all good. Okay. So, ready?
Go.
Okay. So my name is Ken Harris, and I'm president and founder of the Taupō Disc Golf Club. The guy who's going to come, hopefully, his name is Rich Atkinson. He's our secretary treasurer. So when he does come in, his name's Rich. So we are here to seek approval for 3 initiatives, and it's obviously all around disc golf. So just a bit of background, not everyone might be as familiar with the game and what we've done. But we installed a disc golf course in Spa Park, and that was in April of 2021 when that first came about. Since that time, we've hosted 6 Professional Disc Golf Association sanctioned tournaments. That's our governing body. And that has brought, obviously, competitors to our town. But international media has covered the events. International disc golf professionals, which actually do exist in this world, they've come to our town, as well as their sponsors, which, believe it or not, actually bring some big, cool sponsorship dollars. The course, as a result of, obviously, what we've done with the course and just the beauty of Spa Park as it is, the course is now ranked number 61 in the whole world, and that's out of over 15,000 disc golf courses. It's the first time ever that a disc golf course outside of North America or Europe has been in the top 100. So it's quite an exclusive group to be a part of, and we're very keen to stay there. As an example of how popular the game is getting and how in demand our course is, we have an event coming up in October, which is an amateur-only event. It sold out 116 participants in less than 1 minute. So it was quite an amazing thing to see all of the entries coming in so fast. The next event we have that'll include professionals is in January of next year, and it could become, we're in line for it to become the first Disc Golf Pro Tour event that's ever been played outside of North America or Europe. And that's like having golf's PGA Tour come to town, but obviously with the disc golf equivalent, which again, believe it or not, is highly watched in many other parts of the world. So we're on the global disc golf stage here in Taupō, and we've become a bucket list location for holidaying disc golfers from around the world. But obviously we do more than just have the course and have events. We are very active in the community. So we've taught the game to, I mean, it's hard to put an exact number on it, but I know it's over 2,500 students in the Taupō District through Kiwi Sport and other lessons that are organized just via, through us. We also were the first New Zealand disc golf club to have an after-school kids program, as well as a juniors only tournament that hadn't happened before we did it, and that was in late last year. It was a great success, seeing the kids out there playing the tournament is really cool. And that'll be continued in 2024 and this year, later this year. We have an app called UDisc. It records all the rounds that are played, people who use the app. So in a given year, we have over 10,000 rounds played in a given year at Spa Park. And those players are coming from over 25 countries from around the world to come and play. And this does not include the number of casual rounds where people just rock up and throw their disc and don't keep score on the app. So it is very popular in the course, as many of you probably know, is quite busy. The key benefits of disc golf, which I love, it's a free game. So when you have a disc, you can play as many times as you like. It's also a very healthy way to get outside in a time when kids don't get outside enough. And it's for all ages, not just kids, but grown adults. And so we want to continuously improve the course and also, hey, Rich, and also grow the, this is Rich.
You're here to ask the questions, we understand.
Yeah, you're going to answer the questions. So we have a few initiatives to hopefully grow the game and continue to improve the course. The first initiative is this. So this is a 9-hole pitch and putt proposal. So this photo is, or Google image, Spa Road is down there on the diagonal, and then that's the entrance to Spa Park. So that's where the RC Club track is. And so we're proposing to install a permanent 9-hole short pitch and putt course. And the reason we want to do this, the value this is going to bring, is it'll be an entry-level option for disc golf in a really nice setting. So Spa Park is a big course. It's an intimidating course. And for kids, it can be a little bit much. And we would love to have this option, especially for young folks, but also just people who want to practice that part of their game. It would be a teaching space for me, for Kiwi Sport. So we've done actually a few of these now where Kiwi Sport have organized. I've gotten our portable baskets in, which we got through the Taupō Community Sports Grant. Thank you so much. And other youth sessions we've held here. And it's been an incredible success. I'm able to see all the kids and communicate with all the kids all at the same time versus at Spa Park. It's actually quite difficult because of the size of the course. This would be free to the public, just like Spa Park is. It would add to the world-class Spa Park disc golf facility and hopefully help us remain in the top 100. It uses somewhat underutilized space. Obviously, the RC track is utilized, but the area around it is relatively underutilized. And so we'd have more people walking outside, again, in a beautiful place. It would be open in times when the rest of Spa Park may be closed to other events. So our events or running events, you can't play disc golf. But if we had this, we could at least offer an alternative. This would be no cost to ratepayers. So we're not asking for any money. This would be something that we would fund through our club, and we would do the install, just like we did with Spa Park. It could be utilized by the pod, so that's the well-being activation space, which is just sort of toward the top of the screen near Nookies, and also the Taupō Time Bank Outdoor Education. I've talked to Blair, and he would be, yeah, they'd all love it. I've chatted with them about the possibilities. It's also been approved by the RC Club committee, so I've chatted with them. They're on board. They're happy campers. And yeah, I mean, more visibility for them anyway. We have the blessing from Andrew Moore. So we talked to Andrew Moore from TDC. We've gone around and he gave us the blessing to bring it before you guys for approval. And we're seeking your go ahead and we'll get the baskets installed. Initiative number 2 is a home base structure at hole 1 of Spa Park. So this is the normal course. The ideal scenario is a combination of what the pod has, the pod is previously mentioned, where they've got a container that opens up, they've got equipment, they run classes, so it would look a bit like that, with a simple shade structure, just like what we see at Craters, the mountain bike area there. And that would be sort of a combined home base area for us and for any park users. And there'd be seating underneath, yeah.
I hate to interrupt you. We've actually allocated 5 minutes. Should have mentioned that at the beginning. So I need to be really quick with this.
Really quick. Okay, so I'll rush through this part. The container could open, just like that one there. It'd be storage for our club. It would be an essential amenity for the course to remain highly reviewed. Again, no cost to ratepayers. We would fund it. The location would be in adherence with all council regulations. Again, Andrew Moore has said, come to this meeting and sell it. So we're seeking your go-ahead. Our biggest sponsor, Way Construction, would be the guys who put it together. Last one, seating and footpath improvements. This is where I'm hoping you guys could help. So we want to install 6 bench seats in strategic locations throughout the park, something similar to this, or there are old seats that are available. So this would be ratepayer funded, available for all park users. We had an event recently. We borrowed some seats from council. It was hugely popular having those in the park, used by not just disc golfers, but park users. Andrew Moore said, bring it to you guys and ask for approval. But he's okay with it. Request for improvement. So these are, so these images you're seeing are from other top 100 courses. So that's another top 100 course with a really nice footpath going around the park. We're hoping for paving with cobbles or concrete, or asphalt. And there's erosion happening in the park, and we're trying to halt some of that erosion. This would be ratepayer funded. And again, Andrew Moore has given us his blessing to bring it before you. That's my presentation. I feel there's a lot of laughs. I don't know how to take that. Okay, that's me.
Thank you very much. Right, team, questions? And then
Thanks, Ken. Hi, Rick. Hi.
Without me. Yeah, sorry, Rich.
Sorry, it's our fault, not his. Can you just tell me so obviously you say it's free, but do customers pay the use of a disc? Is that how?
They can do. So yeah, you can purchase a disc, which usually run between sort of $30 and $40. You can get it from a few locations in town, or you can order it online. Or you can rent discs from the Bungee or T7. But yeah, once you own a disc or have a disc to use, then the park is open and free to play the game as many times as you like. And Rich especially plays often.
For all the school initiatives, we've got a selection of discs we bring for free.
Right. So when I do Kiwi Sport, I've got discs that I loan out. And for the tournament, we loan out discs to kids.
So sorry, just to clarify, so there is no cost for people to play disc golf?
Once they have a disc, then it's free.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
I have 2 little questions. Why do you think you need footpaths?
I think, to be honest, it's for erosion, really.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the main thing, and also, I guess, the look of the park.
Yeah,
I'd say.
Well, the second question is, because I know one of my sons plays it every now and then. They're a bit chunky. They're a little bit weight to them.
Yes, they do.
I'm just wondering. It's all over the park. I mean, there's other park users. One of those stumps you or something. Or let alone if you're having a competition, then does it happen? Or
well, luckily not really. So disc golfers, we're all sort of very taught and trained to give way. So we always give way to other park users. And if there is anyone in the path of the flight of the disc, then we would alert them that we'd like to throw, and we wait for them to move off to the side and keep eyes on us. And when there's any situation where there might be a throw where you can't necessarily see where it's going to end up, then we have a spotter go out to ensure there's no one there in that area.
Oh, no, and these other places around the world, are they in general use public parks, or they?
Most are, yes.
Oh, they are. So they're not set aside like a golf course, or anything.
No, there are fewer. There are some courses on sort of more private or golf courses, but most are in public shared parks with dog walkers and softball fields.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of anyone getting bumped on the head with them, but I imagine I would probably heard.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd and Councillor Truman.
Just a quick question about the pod, because I see hole number 5 goes right in between their building and their container. I assume you've spoken to them about it.
Yes, yeah, we have. So where it starts is next to the container, but you're throwing, away. It's kind of off to the side.
You're out there a lot doing your activity. That's the space that's set
Yes. And we've
You
spoken.
would literally have to turn around and throw it the wrong way for it to go out.
Okay, so the arrow going through like that was not how it's supposed to go.
I'll just go.
That's a detailed question. I'm just not sure we need to worry too much about.
Well, it's still
Sorry.
right. It probably is, yeah. I just noticed that first and I thought, oh, gosh, I wonder
So
if
yeah,
I spoke to
whole
the pod.
5, yeah, so it curves around.
Okay.
But I make it curve, but to be honest, it's probably more of a straight line, straight at those trees. I'm sort of trying to dive into that opening. But if you're throwing the disc, you'd throw it sort of on a straight line toward the trees. And if there was any issues with where we placed it, we'd be happy to move it sort of even closer to their pods so that.
I was just making sure you'd spoken to them.
Yes,
that was
yes,
all.
yeah.
Yeah, just wondering if you have any connection with the Mangakino disc golf.
We do know Murray. Yes, I wouldn't say, we don't do a lot with them necessarily. I think it's quite a small group. But we know them and they'll come play at our course and guys will go play over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Comprehensive submission.
Cool.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
I guess we're going to go and talk to Andrew now.
Yeah.
Dana, who we got next? Welcome, Holly.
Hi, good afternoon. I made a personal submission around the community funding policy proposal, which you'll have in front of you. So there's just a few points that I want to reiterate. The big one probably is that there's no safeguard for a minimum level for the creative community funding. And from the discussions I've had with councillors and council workers, everyone loves the creative community and wants to give them more funding. But what happens in 5-10 years time when there's a change of the guard and sports win again, I guess is the so we'd quite like to services. Or social services, yes, yeah. So we'd quite like to see a protection minimum level, just to make sure that the creative community is always a consideration in decades to come. I'd also like to see more emphasis on community wellbeing and the standards that you're going to allocate the funding for. The words community wellbeing are not actually used in the policy. And also, which Centre Stage mentioned, the Ngātoe Arts Council policy is not mentioned in there either, which is a bit of an omission. And it's proposed that there's only one funding round a year, and a lot of activities come up during the year, so 2 funding rounds would be preferable.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Park.
Thanks, Holly, and you've been involved in different funding things a lot over the years. So, if there was to be 2 funding rounds, what would be the best sort of months? Like, because I know just through with sports, it can be very different on codes, and there are certain codes that don't even get a look in because of the timing of the funding round. So, do you have a suggestion if there were 2, what times of year they would be?
Sort of February, March, April, and then September, October. People do things for Christmas, people do things for Easter, events around those sort of things. They're probably good time.
Cool, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Your reference to Ngātoe has caused me to go back and refresh my reading on that. So that you and other submitters. So appreciate your reference to that.
Thank you.
And this is Canadian style. So we've got a PowerPoint that just shows you some of the work that we have been involved with over the last 14 years. So We've put in a submission regarding the $25,000 contestable funding for the arts. We're hoping that it will remain a part of the Taupō District Council's long-term budget. It's through this funding that the Taupō Sculpture Trust, and as through our MOU in conjunction with Taupō District Council, can do our job of acquiring high-quality public artworks for Taupō. So the Taupō Sculpture Trust has in the past successfully matched the contributions of Taupō District Council, and we propose that successful partnership continues. That 25,000 contestable fund has been used by the Sculpture Trust and has had many benefits. In the past 14 years, the dedicated team of volunteers at Taupō Sculpture Trust have instigated the purchase of the 12 sculptures that you'll see on the screens at the moment, with 2 more upcoming sculptures to be installed this year. So we think you get great value for the money that you spend. We have ensured that the public art purchased are of exceptional quality and not just a selection of garden art. So when the money has been needed for foundations, lighting or installation of the sculptures, this fund has been vital as well. The Taupō District Council, alongside Taupō Sculpture Trust, have enthusiastically endorsed the creation of a sculpture trail around the currently underused Riverside Park. And for us to make this vision a reality, we'll need a dedicated fund of some sort. So public contribution is also going to be vital to the creation of the Riverside Sculpture Park, and Taupō Sculpture Trust will work with local businesses and the public to secure private investment from the local community. But in the past, this council fund has been crucial in unlocking the private equity that we've been able to use in conjunction with the fund, the council fund. So actually to date, we've had over $200,000 from the local community and to create the sculptures that we've got so far. So it's vital that the council is seen to be in support of our projects through financial contribution, such as this contestable fund. This fund greatly improves our chances of getting larger donations and therefore procuring higher quality sculptures from renowned New Zealand artists for the park. So you can see some of the artworks. They're all from renowned artists around New Zealand. And the one that we're getting in the sculpture park, that's in December, is from Gregor Krieger, one of New Zealand's most preeminent sculptors. So these artworks are also that we purchase are gifted to the Taupō District Council as assets. So from an economical point of view, we're adding value to the community with the use of this money. And the Riverside Sculpture Trail and the public artworks in it are going to be for the benefit of the whole community and the precious visitors to our beautiful town. So continuation of the development of the sculpture park can't happen without the financial support of Taupō District Council. This is our vision, the Riverside Park Sculpture Trail, Taupō.
Thank you. Any questions around the table? Appreciate your work and your submission. Thanks very much.
She left us after the Wairaki.
Well, welcome.
So, Ko Alana Dilich, Taku Ingoa. I am here today to represent the Taupo Climate Action Group. Our group is made up of a growing support base, and we include a wide range of ages, including parents of young children, people working as science educators, grandparents that are concerned about the planet their grandchildren will grow up in, and adults concerned to see children and young people with climate anxiety. Our other members, our commitments at this time, particularly those with young families. So first up, we would like to say that we support the theme of the draft long-term plan, Manaki Tūturu Tō Rohi, looking after the place we love, in our written submission. However, we raised our concern that doing the essentials really depends on how you define the essentials. And working as a community on reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to the impacts of a changing climate is the essentials. The Taupo Climate Action Group would like to work with TDC to make sure that this place is climate friendly. And if our community leaders and decision makers, which is you people, decide to do nothing or to do too little, that's actually abdicating responsibility to our future generations, which is fundamentally unfair to the young people of our district, particularly as they generally are less likely to engage in planning processes such as these. And it is our future generations that will have to pay for mitigation and adaptation. And we believe that a climate impact lens should be applied to every council policy, plan and decision. And really, we see this as one of council's key roles to advocate for climate action and mitigation. And talking about climate normalizes it for our community. And research has shown that when people hear their family and friends talking about global warming, it can convey a social norm that others care about this issue. Basically, if you simply hear other people talking about climate a lot, you're more likely to believe that we do have the power to make an impact. And this in turn motivates people to engage in climate action. However, climate was only mentioned twice in the long-term plan discussion document, which is not good enough, particularly as the Taupō District Council Climate Change Strategy stated that emissions reduction will be a focus for the next council work plan, long-term plan 2024. And that the climate action strategy stated that we will identify a program of investment across all council's activities to reduce emissions in line with our emissions reductions targets. And we certainly didn't see that in the long-term plan document. And talking about climate can't just be part of council standard communication, business as usual. Lots of the things that council does are already contributing to climate action. For example, fixing the pedestrian crossings, making them more safe that you've been doing lately. This is making our streets safer for walking, which in turn makes active transport more attractive to our community and helps us use our cars less. And talking about climate doesn't cost more, so you can do more without spending more. Our group also commented at length on the bin bag question, and we were heartened to see that the report to council took into account ours and others' concerns. However, while we acknowledge the cost, we still encourage council to continue to consider diverting food scraps from landfill. And finally, we commented on the East Urban Lands Development. We want to highlight that council has the chance with this development to implement your TD 2050 strategic directions, particularly directions 2, which is to design and plan compact, walkable and adaptable urban areas. And direction 5, which is to manage development to enhance and protect the natural environment. And this would result in a development that not only created more affordable housing, but also contributed to climate action. Yeah, so I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions around the table? Comprehensive submission, we read through it. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
So next is Tony Sullivan.
Welcome. Floor is yours.
I talk quietly because I'm quite a loud person generally.
That's right. This time of the day, you feel free to speak loud as you want.
Used to being on the stage, so I'm quite loud. So I'll try not to blast your ears. But
Yeah, I'm here on behalf of Creative Taupō, who obviously we've worked alongside you in administering the Creative Taupō Fund as well as the Creative Communities Scheme in the Taupō area. So that's what we've been doing for quite some years now. So we had a meeting, we got together with other groups that we've obviously supported in the past and we put it all with them about what was important to them. So I'm working on behalf of Creative Taupō, but also on behalf of our arts community who we've supported in the past. So this is going forward for them. So basically, the biggest thing is our recipients of the fund don't think that the system is broken. And so they enjoy having that ring-fenced money that is definitely for the arts. So that's a big part of their fear with this plan going forward. We know that there needs to be changes. We understand that. But what we want to do is make sure that the arts do have a fair shake of the stick. Yeah, makes sense. Cool. So we think that a lot of our arts proposals that have come forward would fit in with a lot of the framework. So I've had a really good look at that. So obviously project purposes for people. It's saying that they need to be clearly defined and, you know, vibrancy and sense of community and connection. And obviously the arts do that. And what else it does is that a lot of visiting arts or dance or theatre, what it does is create connection with cultures, religions and things like that that differ from our own. So it's learning about our community and it's creating bigger connection with others in New Zealand and in our communities here in Taupō. Sorry about that. So that's a big part of a way that we think that arts is very, very important inside of the framework. You've got capacity for experience. So you've got there in the framework that people need to have an experience or a track record to be getting this funding. This is this framework where you're saying if they get a 5 in this framework, then they're the ones that are going to get funded first, and it's going to then trickle down depending on what number they've been given by the councillor or council person who has been assessing these to put them forward to the committees and the standing panels that you've got to decide on where this funding's going. The thing about the capacity for experience is some people that'll have new projects that won't have that experience, they won't have that track record, but it doesn't mean that their project is not worth funding. And I think that there needs to be some work done around that, or somewhere in your strategic partnerships, it needs to ensure that there are people that can support them and give them the backing and give them that experience to be able to bring these projects forward. Does that make sense? Am I making sense so far? Cool. Okay, great. So that's a part of it. You're saying looking at the evaluation, how are we going to evaluate that? For the arts, we find that that evaluation section could be quite hard because you're looking at what that flow-on effect is. So looking at something that I've done recently, which was last year, we did our One Act Play Festival. From that One Act Play Festival, we went down to Christchurch to the finals, and that was quite a big deal. Now, last year we had 3 entries and sold 20 tickets. This year we've had 5 entries and sold 95 tickets to that. So that flow-on effect is not something that we can necessarily quantify in that year that we've got funding. It has to be understood that, honestly, it's not always quantifiable the way that the arts will have that flow-on effect. If we did an improvisation workshop, if we did an art workshop, we might only have 20 participants. Those people are then going to go back and share, and then they're going to share, and it's going to continue, say, at schools or teachers. The flow-on effect is bigger than we can quantify. So it's just something in the wording of the way that that framework is worded that we'd like to see maybe a little bit more thought put into. Making sense? Cool. Trying to get this done as quick as I can. So I've got here, will there be continuing support from the council to help community groups and individuals fill out these applications? So again, it's something to consider in the strategic partnerships that you're looking at, is whether, so in COVID, you know, the schools, not everybody, not all the students had equitable ability to use the internet, and the government had to put that in place. That's still something that happens in our communities. Not everyone has the nous to submit to the website, which is the way that it's been said that it has to be submitted in order to be considered for funding. Is there going to be support for some of our community groups? Some of them are a bit older, not all of them have that ability, either at the libraries or through the council or through these strategic partnerships, to make sure that those people have got the ability to put those funding applications in. Yep, great. Again, reiterating what Holly said, we don't think one funding round a year is appropriate. And we think that that would be the same for sports. Sometimes sports people or arts people or even in the social sector are going to qualify for things, or things are going to come up and it's not set out in one full calendar year. And they don't know they're going to have the ability to go to that thing until it comes up. And so
And they are well enumerated in your written submission. So, yeah, thank you for that. Are there any questions around the table?
No, but I'm ready for the dance now.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Oh, I think you guys, yours must have been a long day.
That's all right. That's what we're here for, and appreciate the thoughts gone into your submission. Read it. It echoes others within the arts community. So thank you. Well, welcome. You're our last presenter for today, just so I think let you run around the table. Sorry? No. No, there's 2 others there who have indicated their unavailability. We're in your hands, sir.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Taylor, nice to see you. I must say this is an interesting exercise. I brought my bodyguard just in case it goes wrong. Hey, first and foremost, I just want to, this is Jeremy Barber, if you don't know who he is. My name's Phil, Great Lake Tūpo Hockey. Look, we just want to acknowledge the draft long-term plan, and we are in support of it. We do have a submission in front of you, which I'm sure, Kevin, you've read from cover to cover. And it's just around, the main part of the submission is just around the current asset, which is your asset, which we share together, and that is of the hockey turf. Our submission would be is that the timeframes, we would like to see that brought forward by 2 years. So currently it's down for 2031, 2032. Due to the current wear and tear of it, we believe that it should come forward 2 years. And in our submission, there's some detail around that. By no fault of yours and no fault of ours, when the turf was originally put down, it wasn't put down properly. Long story short, this gentleman to my left here has done a fantastic job on behalf of Great Lake Taupo Hockey to talk to the supplier of that turf and get some money back. That's in our submission also, and you hold 90K of that money on our behalf, which should hopefully go towards another turf. Looking at your long-term plan and also the infrastructure and financial strategy which you have put out, yes, I have done my homework, Julie. I say that assets are well looked after and in good condition for future generations. Look, we are ticking over the turf. Collectively, we are doing maintenance to it. There are rips on it. There are holes in it. Our kids are standing in holes and bits and pieces like that. We're ticking it over. We're making it do. If it's for future generations, we might have a few issues if we don't look at our timeframes, and that's what we're suggesting in our submission. Second of all, our capacity, you'll see in our submission, it says over close to 500, if not over, athletes that play hockey throughout the year. Our numbers are growing, and we'll continue to grow that because we want our community hooked into hockey But we do have a capacity issue, not all the time, and we'll be honest with that. Not all the time is the turf full and being used, but when we do have capacity issues, it does cause some scheduling issues for us. For instance, we have a high school team that's quite ambitious and they're playing in an intercity competition. They have to travel to Waikato because we have no space here to host our own school teams. A second turf would make that more feasible for us and help us out with some scheduling as well. And thirdly, because I know you've had a long day, Deputy Mayor, so we won't keep you too long. Fiscal responsibility. So this gentleman here has worked with Polytan. We're also working with Tiger Turf, who are your two installers for turf. They tell us, it's not in writing, but in good faith, they tell us that if we were to do two at the same time, two turfs at the same time, so a second one, and then redo the first one, machinery being brought in and resources, we could come to a bit of an agreement to that. If there's an appetite from you lot to have a look at the timeframes and bring them forward by 2 years, I haven't spoken to our chair, but she's online, I see, Rose Brisk, but I'm pretty confident that we could commit to a bit of a working group if that is something that the council would like to have an appetite for. I would propose that would look like someone from a group of people from Great Lake Taupo Hockey, iwi, Danny, it would be fantastic, and council, and we could look at some timeframes and costings. So everything else is in writing in front of you. I thank you for your time. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Phil. Just a couple of quick questions for me, then I'll throw it to the table. In terms of the quality of the turf now, what sort of risk is there to players? So you talk about holes and rips in it.
When the synthetic turf was ripped off in 2017 to put a new one down, the timing got out, and as a result the shock mats underneath were left to bake in the sun and they shrunk. So there's an inch gap between each shock mat, which is about 1.5 meters, width. So between each one of those, about 1.5 inch gap, which they tried to fill with another rubber, but obviously it's left little divots, and that ricochets the balls off in different ways. And as a result of that, the turf lost its HIH standing, which is its international ranking. So we can't have international games or even high quality national games here anymore because of that, the way the shock mat is. And so that's, as I did the submission last time, and that's why we don't get the bed nights and things like that anymore, because we just don't have don't have the capacity to have the international or national games because of the quality of the shock mat underneath.
No, I get that, and I was aware of that. My question is more around, you've asked for it to come forward 2 years. In terms of the viability of the turf that's there now, what does that look like?
Yeah, we're taking it over, so we've just glued a whole lot of patches and bits and pieces using glue and whatever else we can get our hands on. It's a temporary fix. There are some divots and bits and pieces there. So look, over time, we'll get worse.
So final question, I suspect Rachel might ask anyway. Are you in conversation with the other clubs and codes within your precinct up there around their aspirations and plans? I speak specifically of squash.
Councillor Shepherd and I have had an offline audio about it really quickly, but other than that, no.
Any other
hubbing, right?
Yeah, kia ora, thank you, Phil and Jeremy. Just in regards to, I know I've had some insight to the hockey community with Charles, and it's quite a robust community. Have you looked at possibly some sort of crowdfunding or something to help the ratepayer with possibly the costs of this? If there was an opportunity to bring it forward, is there an opportunity of a collaborative sort of approach to the cost of?
We have spoken about that at our committee meetings at length, because bearing in mind that long-term plan is a long-term plan, you have your timeframes. We spoke about this probably about 3 months ago. around, you know, it's a lot of sausages, to be honest with you, and we probably wouldn't get there until the dates anyway. But we have spoken about using the real estate on the corner there to maybe put up a fundraising bubble, temperature gauge or whatever. So look, we are open to conversations around funding. We haven't had a conversation with iwi yet either. I know we have muted that idea around with, you know, league and bits and pieces. But look, we would be, I think that that's where the benefit of a working group come together, if there's an appetite by this body to move those timeframes. I think if there was an appetite, then we'd put some evidence into it and do our due diligence. But I think that needs to be a partnership between Great Lake Taupo Hockey, iwi, and yourselves. So we wouldn't rule it out.
So just one other one, Phil, is it's a community, it's an asset of council. So if when there are injuries because of the poor quality or the wear and tear, where do they get reported to? Are they reported to the club or do they become part of our health and
No,
safety?
they're reported through to us. Yeah, and we have our own health and safety policy for that.
Any other questions? So just so we're clear, your request of council on the long-term plan submission primarily around bringing the replacement forward 2 years.
To align with the second one, yes.
Thank you. Separate to that request, can I encourage you as a group to connect with Councillor Shepherd, particularly around the hubbing conversation, and we're privy to quite a bit of work that's been done in that whole area around with other codes, which would have some potential benefit outside of this conversation.
That'd be fine, because that was part of my submission last one too, about that whole area hubbing, because there's old buildings there for the Hot Rod Club and all sorts, and Holly's brass group are there. So if we had a hub there, gyms and community groups, works well with us, works well with everybody. So
And that hub, yeah, so
we're for that.
and that hubbing's in our current submission,
I didn't read that.
page 3.
I have that open in front of me, yes.
I even highlighted.
Thanks, guys, appreciate that. Thank you for your submission. Hold the line, team, just quick conversation here and then we'll see where we go.
That's it.
Thanks, those that are online. Thank you to staff who have remained here all day for your assistance this afternoon. And to everyone that's around the table, appreciate your time and effort. We will adjourn this until tomorrow morning, where we will pick up again in Turangi.